two genders, Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. Well, not sunny, actually. I lied. It's actually gloomy California, cloudy California, Los Angeles. It's not a bad grito, right? Hey, I am Hasan. We'll let you into the quinceañera. Okay, the first one was better. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because it's a beautiful day. It's Sunday fun day, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday fun day. We're doing the dang thing. It's Sunday. It's fun day. I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Gunshots near Trump. What the fuck? Well, it's Sunday fun day, so no politique here. Just kidding. We're gonna be obviously doing some politics. Like, there's there's a lot going on in the world, obviously, of politics. But folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And yesterday, I had some battles. Okay, Canelo's left hook is just insane. I had some incredible battles on Wukong, and it was very enjoyable. And let me tell you, okay, after that, I ended the broadcast for a good reason, and that reason was I wanted to go hang out with Ali. Ali was doing a potluck at his house. Thought you'd definitely take today off. Guess not, huh? Yeah, because I am a workaholic, but also because it's a special day today. Yeah, Ali, mythological. He had a little party at his house with all of the normie adults in his life, myself included, and went there, brought Kaya there. My trainers were there as well. I brought my, because everybody has to bring food to the potluck. So what did I bring? I brought protein shakes. No, I didn't bring chicken. I brought protein shakes. It was a big hit. You're so horrible, Hasi. What do you mean? I mean, oh, I'm sorry. My trainer made protein cakes. I brought protein shakes. Ali had protein chips out at the party, and we just mostly had prot. Sorry. Excuse me for fucking being brolic. My bad, dude. Shit. My bad. Hey. I'll do better next time. Anyway, and we watched the fights. We watched the UFC fights. We watched the card last night. And honestly, I got a lot of thoughts. It's sports time, okay? Yeah. No, that's right. We're doing sports talk, okay? Here it is. We're doing the HasanAbi sports talk of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, last night was an absolute barn burner of a fight. I would say that the title card and the entire card across the board left much to be desired. Not exactly the most interesting fights. Valentina all the way from Kyrgyzstan showed excellent grappling technique, fantastic fight overall to finally end the triple battle sequence that took place. That's right. Turns out the closer you are to Russia, the better you are at fighting, no matter what. That's right. The Kyrgyz fighter won last night, and so did the Georgian. Okay. Last night, the UFC 306 Ultimate Fighting Championship fights were as the main event, the bantamweight title fight between Sean O'Malley and Merab Dvalishvili. The women flyweight was the co-main event between Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko. Valentina the Bullet Shevchenko coming in from Kyrgyzstan, also Peruvian as well. Kendrick Lamar was in the building, according to the UFC. According to ESPN Plus, he was not. It was just a different black guy, apparently a famous boxer, as a matter of fact, who was mistaken for Kendrick Lamar for no fucking reason other than the fact that the UFC is incredibly racist. The Brian Ortega-Diego Lopez was actually probably the most interesting fight, even though it was the featherweight fight where Diego Lopez absolutely destroyed Brian Ortega. Yeah, I didn't see the rest of them. I only watched Diego Lopez, Brian Ortega, and the Shevchenko fight and the Merab fight. USB cards are pure garbage to watch. Fall off imminent. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, all the fights were kind of ass. Sean O'Malley is supposed to be a goddamn knockout merchant, and he could not utilize his additional range. He could not find a single opening. Merab Dvalishvili absolutely destroyed Sean O'Malley on takedowns, even though he was not exactly a great grapple fighter himself. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, what Merab actually won on was cardio. I've never seen a guy refuse to put his heads down just the entire time. And you saw it in the actual stats as well. By the fourth round, Merab had made 71 attempts at 71 strikes, as opposed to the 20 strikes that came from Sean O'Malley. Merab seemingly had endless amounts of stamina. Let's see your hand accessory, King. Dude, it was crazy. What is happening? I'm so scared right now. I'm just giving you guys like my analysis of what I watched last night. Okay? Shit was crazy. Dvalishvili is like a jitterbug all night. Yeah, he just test that guy, bro. He was crazy. You reading from a script? No, I'm reading Top Dome. The Sphere had AI CGI, really? Oh, Dvalishvili. Saying his ass shit was crazy. No, I think the fight's like, I mean, look, for Sugar Sean O'Malley, he needed a first round knockout. Many of his he's a knockout merchant. He was looking for a first round knockout, and Merab Dvalishvili did not give him a single opening in the first round. And then obviously after that, he just kept tiring him out with those chokes. He just kept tiring him out, taking his legs out over and over again as he put him on the ground, refusing to let up even for a brief moment, even when they're doing their stand-up game where Sean O'Malley was supposed to thrive. I like Merab. He seems relatively wholesome for a UFC fighter. Bro, he's got no riz. He's got no aura. Like, I'm sorry. He was like, I am normal guy. Like, he's got no fucking riz. He doesn't have like the Patty style. Or, I mean, dude, every single one of the Dagestani fighters are insane. Like they are obviously they're insanely good at fighting, but they're also insanely telegenic. Like they all know English, and so does Marab, by the way, obviously. Like they're very smart. They know how to fucking be UFC fighters. They know how to be UFC fighters. They know what they need to do. They know that like they need to learn English so that they can talk shit. And Marab literally hired a Sugar Sean lookalike during the build up to the fight. No, I know Marab's not Dagestani. I'm just talking about. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking ass. I know he's from Georgia, bro. He's got a literal Georgia tattoo. Holy fuck, you guys are so annoying. He has a tattoo of Georgia on his chest. I know he's Georgian. I was talking about how the Dagestani fighters, as opposed to Marab, are very charismatic. Marab, on the other hand, it was not very charismatic. He seems like a very wholesome dude. He's too wholesome. He's like, I'm just normal guy. I'm just normal guy. I'm just normal guy. I work hard every day. I'm just normal guy. Has there been a day in the past 3 months where chat hasn't been crazy annoying? Yeah. Marab's best friend Al Jamin compared the eating cat story to the Me Too movement. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. But what I do know one thing, okay? I do know one thing, which is never look to a fucking dude who gets hit in the head for a living for political advice, okay? I don't know why you would ever do that. I don't understand why anyone would be like, oh, you know that fucking animal? Like that actual animal, like the person who has basically trained himself to be feral, okay? To be professionally a feral animal. I need to know what he has to say. I need to know complex thoughts coming out of that man, okay? It's not an accident. It's not an accident that the longer fighters operate, okay, with like some notable exceptions, the longer fighters operate in the UFC especially, the weirder their takes start getting, okay? Because you got to get a lot of CTE to basically get to that point to begin with. Did you film the pod already? Yeah, we filmed the pod on Friday night. Khabib's little cousin Umar is next for the title fight against Marab. Umar will fuck him up and Marab tries to avoid him. What do you think about him? Yeah, I think that if your last name is Nurmagomedov, you're probably a good fighter. That's what I think. Have you seen this on Mr. Show? That's actually a good ass fan cam. Good shit. Okay, Auntie. Okay, Auntie Piger. The Oreo Coke tastes like dog shit. Hassan, don't do it. Trump targeted in an attempted assassination. All right, little bro. Trump is safe after shots were reported in his vicinity in Florida. Secret Service and campaign say. All right, guys. Listen, it didn't work last time. It didn't work last time. It's not going to work. Okay? It's Florida. People fucking fire shots, celebratory shots on a regular basis. That's just Florida behavior, okay? Contradicting New York Post from earlier, CNN now reports the shots fired were intended for Trump, AK-47 used. Okay, guys, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, okay? Didn't work last time. You can't. It was probably Kenny on the boat. Just Florida things, man. Isn't it wonderful that this is the only place on the planet? Like, I'm not even joking. This is the only place on the planet where, like, it could have literally been like an accidental discharge. It could have been an attempted assassination, certainly, or it could have been like a random guy having fun in his backyard. Okay? There is no other place on the planet. Okay? Straight up, where all three of those are fucking likely events. If gunshots occur in the vicinity of a president, with the exception of like Florida, Texas, and a bunch of other places, and Texas, like a president was literally killed. And even then, the only place on the planet where if gunshots happen in the vicinity of a president, there is still a likelihood that it might not have been an attempted assassination. Aren't 90% of gun tubers in Florida? It's crazy. At this point, bullets might be straight up a naturally occurring phenomenon in different places around the country. Okay. Notes from the Talk Tua episode. I said Hawk Tua and now I'm here. Whitney Cummings. Should we watch this? I mean, sure. Ready for bullets to be a currency? Yeah. All right. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. All right, let's blast off and let's get started. Don't get it twisted. Personal news wise, I played ball this morning. I woke up. The weather was so perfect for ball. That's why I played for like 2 hours. And I probably could have played for another hour easily. And let me tell you something, okay? I think I am now officially a fucking 3-point merchant, okay? I think I'm a shooter. I think I'm a sniper because, dude, the amount of fucking buckets. I mean, I was so goddamn wet, dude. I was letting them rip, okay? I was letting them rip. It was ripperoni time. Shit was going nutty mode, okay? Shit was going crazy. They call me Hassan Curry in the streets, okay? Active shooter type shit, you know what I mean? No Mar-a-Lago. I'm just saying, like I was on fire, okay? So, you know, that's just me. I'm also getting a lot more confident in my drive in. I'm getting a lot more confident on my drive. I would do a couple blow-bys, get in there, left-handed. They might just be being racist. What do you mean? Oh, when they call me Hassan Curry? Yeah, probably. Just kidding. It's not. But yeah, no, it was crazy. Your stance and arch is off though. When is your Into Tub scheduled? Not anytime soon. Is Laura Loomer the next throat goat? Can she riz up Donnie J? Many people are saying Laura Loomer is the next throat goat. After she rizzed up Baby Gronk, she moved on to bigger and better things and rizzed up Donnie J. Laura Loomer has now been kicked off Air Force Trump because she's been rizzing up Donnie J and been called a throat goat for far too long. Awful day to have ears. It's a beautiful day to have ears, man. It's a glorious day to have ears. All right. We'll do fucking Trump shooting. I hope this doesn't cook like my MISINFO-NATION launch. Okay. Austin tier 3 sub is now a hole for HasanAbi. What is this? Me when he's 6'4", has paused his autism streams on Twitch and his name Hassan Piker. I love Austin's show. Oh no, Austin's gonna be. Wait, this person is a Mr. Dice show. He needs to start renting himself at parties or something. Did you see Roger Stone said Biden will endorse Trump? That would be really funny. I hope he does that. I'm gonna vote for him anyway. I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden. Even if he endorses Donald Trump, I'm still gonna vote for Joe Biden. Wait, did I blast off? Anyway, that's it. That's all there is to say. Fuck, it's Sunday fun day. It's Sunday fun day. Trump shot at again. Is Laura Loomer rizzing Donnie J? I'm on CNN's latest doc live at 5 p.m. PST. MISINFO-NATION. WUKONG ends today. Get in now. Oh my god. Do we have a freaking blast off meme or no? I'm just gonna use the hot shake one because that one's horned up. Do you think Laura Loomer got that extra juicy grippy 3000? Laura Loomer? Many people are saying Laura Loomer might have that extra grippy. Many people are saying Laura Loomer is rizzing up Donnie J after she started rizzing up Donnie J Jr. Now she's moving on to bigger and better things. I can't stop. I know it's an awful sentence. I know it's awful sentences one back after the other. You know, no, it's a fun day, but Vance kind of got cooked on CNN. No, I know. We're going to do that one. We're definitely doing that because he just openly admits that he just lies for fun. He lies for attention, which is crazy. He's just like, yeah, I'm that bitch. I'm that bitch. I lie for attention. Don't forget, Laura Loomer is younger than Hassan. Laura Loomer is younger than me. Many people are asking. Many people are thinking about not voting for Trump anymore because of the inappropriate age gap between Laura Loomer, Laura Loomer, Baby Gronk, and Donald Trump are in an inappropriate age gap relationship. But to all the critics that have said Laura Loomer is rizzing up Donnie J has said Laura is a fiery woman, and also that Laura kind of looks a lot older than she actually is. I get why you have haters now. I don't know why. This is what too much TikTok does to people. That guy always looks so sad. Like I think I'm nailing the cadence, but like every time he talks about shit, it literally feels like he is being punished by God for crimes that he committed in a past life. I don't know. His face is so sad all the time where he's like, what have I become? Like I spend the finite amount of time I have on this planet covering Baby Gronk. Like that's what's going on in the back of his dome when he's talking about that shit. Do more brain rot news coverage. It might actually work. Who are you talking about? The pain in your eyes isn't quite there. All right, let's see what the fuck CNN is saying.
The alleged crime, but that's not what we have right now. And again, as Chief Ramsey pointed out, and Chief Ramsey's been around a long time and he's lived this experience, the first story is never right. But we believe that the information we're getting from our sources, which is the flash reporting coming from law enforcement on the scene, is going to be a pretty close composite to how this unfolded. That gun will have to be processed for DNA, for fingerprints. So what the practice that I've always used at the scene, that my colleagues always used at the scene, is if the gun fell with the serial number facing up, you know, to take a picture of it, and then not to handle that weapon at all, because you don't want to add any biological material or disturb it before the lab people get to it. You want to give it to them as pristinely as possible.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. I want to bring in senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, who's with us now. You have more information on someone detained?
That's right, Fred. The authorities there, Secret Service on the scene, were able to detain a person. Now, you know, obviously, as John just making reference, you know, a lot of this is very early information from law enforcement. A lot of times it's, you know, it's just the heat of the moment, and they're trying to report what they have at the scene. But at this point, what they're saying is that they've detained a person. Now, they believe this is a person who was connected to this scene. And, you know, the reason why they were shot.
Bro, I don't get it. Like, Americans love their fucking guns. It seems like everyone's got a gun, okay? It seems like every goddamn American has a gun, and they're just so ass at shooting, okay? How is that possible? We got our shit cleaned out by fucking Koreans, an old 52-year-old Turkish man. Like, they don't even have guns in their country, and they were much better shots than us, okay, at the Olympics. And it's like, we don't even have... There's zero fucking good shooters at the Olympics, zero fucking good shooters in terms of political assassination attempts. Like, look at Japan, dog. Those motherfuckers don't even have guns. Look at Japan. They don't even have guns, and that guy fucking pulled one off. It's kind of crazy. Like, this is not a political statement about, like, Donald Trump or anything like that, okay? It's just kind of shocking how bad Americans are at shooting. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, the goal of shooting is supposed to be, like, hitting a target. And it's wild that, like, just bad. Americans are just bad at fucking shooting guns, it seems, objectively. Like, marksmanship is barely considered in the military. Yeah, like, what the fuck? I think we got far too invested in our, like, military superiority, okay? Like, back in the day, during World War II, you had, like, female Red Army snipers, you know what I mean? Like, stories were told about, like, you know, Russian snipers that just, like, sat in a fucking clock tower and just, like, popped off and, like, and stayed in a position and, like, stopped the Nazi forces from advancing for weeks on end, you know what I mean? And, like, I feel like with America nowadays, for us, basically, we just, you know, we get shot at. We're in Afghanistan. We're like holding a fucking, I don't know, hash field or something. We get shot at. One of the dudes gets like their dick shot off. And then immediately they call in air support and they just spray an entire fucking they spray the entire countryside and then they fuck off with it. Like there's no art to it. You know what I mean? There is no art to it at all. Like we've gotten too invested in the fact that we have like air superiority over all of our enemies who are in sandals for the most part, using the weapons we gave them like 20, 30, 40 fucking years ago, that like we don't even care. We don't even care about shooting good. Active duty Navy here, our gun quals, they have a minimum, but if you don't get that, they mark your score so you do pass and qualify you in the weapon regardless, even if you're good at shooting or not. Didn't Turkey win bronze in shooting Olympics? Yeah, gold. Not gold, sorry, silver, I think. But the guy just straight up walked up there, no gear whatsoever. He's like a fucking 52-year-old man and just fucking popped one and moved away. And it is crazy to me that like, it is crazy. We're lazy as fuck, dude. There's no art in it. Like, there's no art in like actually hitting your target. Like, nobody cares about this. Nobody cares about it unless it's a school. That's it.
Who's being investigated to determine whether he was the person involved in this. The tracing of the gun might become less critical if that suspect turns out to be a good suspect in this case. If that suspect turns out to be not the person involved, then the tracing of the gun, of course, and all of this will happen simultaneously, becomes more critical.
Steve Moore, what about what you would see seemingly simple, cross-referencing of fingerprints? I know we talked about not compromising the weapon, but if you have someone detained, you have a vehicle and possible fingerprints on this AK-47, might those be lifted right away with a cross-referencing or a comparison?
Well, the problem with fingerprinting the gun right away is if you do it quickly in order just to get fingerprints, you're possibly destroying DNA evidence and other evidence that would be crucial.
Where can you buy an AK? Dog, this is the United States of America. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Fucking anywhere, I think. A store, a gun show, online. Bro, you can win one probably at the country fair, I suspect, depending on like which state you're in. You could probably win it at the county fair. They literally, it's like on accident, Once I was walking down the street and they were like, hey, you want a fucking Glock? And I was like, sure, why not? They beat your ass if you don't have a weapon in this country. You walk into the CVS and they're like, here's a free gun. That's just how it works. Have you blasted off yet? Yeah, I did. Talk to her. Dog, they were floating the idea of vending machines for ammunition, okay? They were, and it was like they set it up. They set up like a video game, vending machines for ammo. What the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, Turkish silver carried by the girl, the guy didn't pop off.
Right now, a lot of information, but the fact that it's been this long now, they said 3:15, now it's about 3:40, tells me there's more, again, to this story than just
bro.
Random shots being fired outside the.
Look at this, look. Not your everyday promo. Laura's company offering free AR-15 with purchase of air conditioning unit. Buy an HVAC system, get a free AR-15. That's real. But it's not just that. If you remember, Daniel Defense, if you want to know how fucking insane this country is, after one of the school shootings, and it was I think it was Parkland, if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Defense literally had a giveaway at the NRA convention for the exact weapon. Oh, it was Uvalde. In Texas, the NRA convention was in Texas after Uvalde. No, it was Uvalde. Okay? The NRA convention was held in Texas immediately after Uvalde. Okay? Daniel Defense, which is a manufacturer, actually had the exact weapon that the shooter used. Okay? The exact weapon that the shooter used, and they were doing a giveaway of the exact weapon that the shooter used in Uvalde like a week after the Uvalde shooting with, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 1,000 rounds of ammo. They literally had a gun giveaway. It was like one of those like sweepstakes. Same thing happened in Colorado after Columbine. NRA convention held, I think, literally a week after Columbine. Yeah. An NRA charity planned to raffle an AR-15 at a Texas event. Then Uvalde families protested and the group lost its sight. The ammo vending machine is real. No, I know, man. What are you talking about? I know the ammo vending machine is real. Company debuts vending machines selling ammunition in 3 southern states. Yes. So it's not even a joke. NRA gives away assault rifles used in the Uvalde shooting, backs gun rights. Yeah. Banned guns giveaway. NRA is giving away 12 world-class guns. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi want a ban. The one of the guns that they were giving away was the exact same gun because the shooter used a Daniel defense rifle on that one. It's not a joke. Like, I understand, okay? America is very similar to Israel in that regard where, like, sometimes I say something about Israel and you go, that's got to be anti-Semitic. You're probably making this up. It's got to be blood libel. And then you look it up and you're like, oh my God, it's real, right? America is the exact same where it's like, haha, okay, cartoonish, maybe laying it on a little too thick. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, Americans love their guns. Like, well, what's next? You're going to tell me that they marry their guns in church? And then you find out there's literally a church in Pennsylvania where people do get married with their guns. And you're like, what the fuck is going on in this country? We are spiritually broken. What is this? Remember this classic moment from the beginning of this year? There's probably at least one instance where a dog accidentally misfired on their owner. There are guns everywhere in this country, okay? There are guns basically flowing out of water fountains. It's less likely, it's harder to go to a place in the United States of America where there are no guns than a place where there are. In the United States of America, we have sexual intercourse with our guns. In the United States of America, we actually unironically marry our guns. That's true. Up there you go. Told you. Man shot dead after dog steps on hunting rifle's trigger. Called it. Man shot dead. German Shepherd was in the back of a car. The victim was in the front seat. January 26, 2023. That was last year. What the dog doing? Killing his owner. So yeah. What is this? I've been briefed on reports of gunshot fired near former President Trump and his property in Florida, and I'm glad he's safe. Violence has no place in America. Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny that like all of the like anti-woke accounts get so libbed up when it's big President Donald Trump, Big Daddy, who's in the crosshairs. They're like, you did this. Words are violence. End wokeness. You called him a threat to democracy and a day one dictator. You own this. It's like, dude, no one believes you. Okay? You can cry all day, every day. We know what your account looks like, man. You can't just be like, words are violence, sweetie. You like, if words are violence, like you're trying to kill Haitians right now. Like that's your goal. Last week, you were trying to kill trans people. This week, you're trying to kill Haitians. And by the way, you are actively doing that. Okay? You can't fucking personally be like, words are violence after just like doing a week-long insane, like moral panic about Haitians eating cats and shit. Donald Trump directly calls out, makes direct calls for violence on a regular fucking basis. Like, what is Kamala Harris saying that is like calling violence against Donald Trump? That like she wants to do his border proposal? That's really fucking violent, dude. I can't believe it. Democrats are too pussy to actually fucking do anything about the Republican Party, let alone use strong language when discussing the Republican Party. Okay? Nobody believes this shit. Violence has no place in America is so funny. We are the most violent nation, dude. Most men in Afghanistan literally fuck their rifles too. We gonna go after them? What? Please look at this person's gun takes. Gun lovers are evolving to blame hospitals. Wait, what? You don't just get a firearm without background checks. Every firearm transfer requires background checks. You don't actually get a firearm regardless of how you want to try to put it. This literally, you're wrong about that. Like objectively, you're wrong. Well, I don't know why you're saying that. It's just not correct. It's completely, what you just said is just completely incorrect. What? You still need to go through a background check. You don't just get firearm people. Use your fucking heads. Your problem is with hospitals, not the laws. The laws state people who aren't mentally competent to have firearms cannot own firearms. The hospital fucked up here by ruining the integrity of the background check. I'd love to blame this on the government and the laws, but the laws are in place. I guess you have no issue with closing the loopholes and advocating for universal background checks which is a policy that is has 90% approval rating. I suspect that you're on board with that, including red flag laws applied at the federal level. Huh? No, Donnie gave me the bad news. The Trump breaking news pushed the MISINFO-NATION back. I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. I literally said, I hope it doesn't push that back. Damn it. I fucking went live for that too. That's crazy. I could have taken the goddamn day off. I guess I got to finish Wukong now. No, you do need a background check for illegal transfer. A personal transfer doesn't require a background check, but acquiring one from an FLL does. Conspiracy to push your segment back? Yeah, I know. Can we still watch the Talk to a podcast? Probably not. It premieres in 6 hours because CNN is just going to farm the Trump shooting
here
all
at the
day.
White House, both Vice President Kamala Harris and current President Biden are here in Washington, D.C. They are not on the campaign trail. They have no events on their public schedule. We received a statement from a White House official early on in this incident, just in the last hour, expressing similar, that they both had been briefed and they both are relieved that he is safe. Notably, that statement did not express what Vice President Harris did in hers. She added at the end, violence has no place in America. So certainly signifies, as we learn more about this incident, potentially what happened, potentially what the motive is, notable that the Vice President here reiterating that violence should not be in politics in America at this time. Fred?
All right, silence.
It's so funny when politicians are like, I can't believe this. Like, violence should have no place. Violence should have no place in America is such a funny take because it's literally everywhere. The only place where it doesn't happen is at the tippy top. So I guess maybe it's personalizing the violence that everyday Americans experience on a fucking regular goddamn basis. So for the first time, it's actually politicians that are experiencing it. That's the only difference here. I love when politicians say violence has no place in politics. It's the fuck do you mean? It happens everywhere all the time. There's a mass shooting every day in the United States of America. You're basically just saying, you guys are fine if you kill each other, but if you try to shoot at us, then all of a sudden, whoa, the fuck's going on? Everybody calm down. It's no, that's the most American shit, dude. Okay? It's the most American shit. Maybe they're democratizing that violence for once. Hey, do something about it. Okay? Here's a good idea. If you're fearful, do something about it. Maybe they'll be asked to actually fucking do something about it now that it's actually happening to them too. All of a sudden they're not a school child going to school or a teacher or a random person at the grocery store or a mall. So now they're whoa. This is not supposed to happen to us. That's all that is. For me, that's all. When I hear that, when I hear a fucking Democrat or a Republican, when I hear a politician say violence has no place in politics, they have to say that, obviously, but also, for me, I think they're simply saying it's not supposed to happen to us. You fucking peasants, you can kill each other all day. We won't do a goddamn thing about it, okay? Now, I'm not going to shit on the Democrats too much because this is one issue where they are on the correct side, objectively, They are objectively on the right side on this issue. It's Republicans especially that are so completely on the wrong side of this issue that it's just it's one of those culture war issues where the Democrats have firmly held their ground on their position and their commitment. But,
start pointing to others that may be involved. Again, the Secret Service, local law enforcement, and the FBI, who will now be taking over the lead role in the investigation of, again, another attempted assassination potentially of the former president. What are all of those entities doing? What is their role and responsibility? Again, if you think about, what the reporting has been to date, we also understand that Secret Service agents returned fire, and potentially pursued the suspect. again, so now we have another complexity, which is an agent-involved shooting. That's another investigation by the local prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office that will also open up. So again, very complicated landscape, not too different than the early hours around the attempted assassination.
Someone suggests that Trump should drop out for his own safety.
Time ago. So the expectations coming out of this
True,
is
we
that
care
there is
about
a
him.
plan to investigate this shooting, reinsure the public that they are
We want to
safe,
make sure he's
and
safe.
be transparent about what does the future hold in terms of the investigation.
All right, I want to thank everybody. John Miller, Charles Ramsey, Steve Moore, Jonathan Wackrow. Appreciate all of you. We're going to continue to follow this breaking news. Former President Trump's campaign saying he is safe after gun.
Bro, this is literally like when God gave Biden COVID. Okay. Yo, God was like, dude, drop out. Now it's like God is telling you something, Trump. You should probably listen. Okay. God's like, come on, dog. Get out of this race. It's over. It's done. It's a sign, dude. I said lightning never strikes twice. I was wrong. Okay. I'll cop to it. I'll own up. I'll own up to my faults. Okay. As we await a briefing from officials, here's what CNN knows so far. A person has been detained connected to the incident at Trump International Golf Club, according to a law enforcement source. Secret Service fired at the suspect, according to multiple sources, and a long gun has been recovered. Officials believe an armed individual intended to target Trump, per John Miller, CNN, and Evan Perez. Laura Loomer, I am driving to West Palm Beach, Florida to cover the attempted assassination of President Trump. I'll be posting updates from the scene once I get there. Protect President Trump at all costs. Now, I'm no big city lawyer, but Donald Trump did say he hates Taylor Swift far too close to this attempted assassination, as far as we know. Okay? Look, I'm no big city lawyer, but don't fuck with the Swifties, dog. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? I don't know where fucking Cutie is. No, I'm just kidding. You know the shooters were white because they haven't called them terrorists or immigrants yet? I mean, I hope. As always, okay, as always, we are praying. We are praying that it's yet another registered Republican white guy, okay? The whitest man you've ever seen. Because God forbid it's anything else. If it's anything else, we're so cooked, okay? Scenes if the shooter is anyone but a white man, oh my God, oh my Lord. It is kind of funny that how unserious I'm taking this, like, it is kind of funny how unserious I'm taking this story that is like supposed to be objectively a serious story because of how unserious of a nation we have become. Like, it's over. It's already normalized. You know what I mean? It's already a thing that happened once and nothing changed. And I think that that's it. Like, that's where we're at.
Anyway, so long story.
Here's Sean Hannity. Hannity says the Secret Service used a drone camera to ID a suspect. Sean Hannity was called in.
Anyway, so long story short is President Trump, they were on the fifth hole. They were about to go up to putt.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hannity's got direct updates. He's so distraught. Look at him. He's like, my boyfriend was shot at. It's fucked up. Here, let's hear what he has
Moving
to say.
forward, whatever shocked Senator Blumenthal into saying that the public will be shocked and appalled at what we learned about Butler, it really, I shudder to think on top of that, what happened today, because a gun, a rifle, high-powered rifle, got within short range of President Trump.
Oh my God, they're talking about it like liberals. Oh my God. He said
They
a long-barreled assault-style weapon.
To get
they must
a
be
description
banned.
of the vehicle, the individual,
Hey,
because of drone footage, credit for that. But why did he have any access to that distance with that rifle around the president? That has to be asked. That has to be answered.
Sean, those are excellent questions that we do
gun-free
need to have
zone.
answered. This is our continuing coverage of today's breaking news. Everyone, hello. I'm Arthel Neville alongside Eric Shaw.
Damn, bitch, now you want gun control? How you gonna fucking turn around and be like, oh, an assault style weapon, a high-powered assault style weapon with a long barrel was near the vicinity of our president, our big, beautiful president, Donald Trump. Excuse me, we need to do something about this. How is this happening? Damn, Hannity, I thought we were on board. I thought we were gunned up, dog. I thought you were a real one. The answer is more good guys with guns, dude. More good guys with guns. The fuck do you mean? The fuck do you mean? Why are you calling out the type of gun that the assailant was using, bro? What are you, a fucking libtard? Shut the fuck up, Hannity, bitch.
And the way Steve Witkoff, now, just as a little bit of background, Arthel, I happened to go to breakfast with Steve Witkoff and another friend of mine this morning, and I was invited to play golf. They happen to be really good golfers. I don't have a lot of time to play golf, so I said thank you, but I'm not going to go out on the golf course and get killed out there. But long story short, so they were playing, they were on the 5th hole. And the way Steve described this, the way the president described it, they both had exactly the same story, which was that they heard pop, 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 pop. And Steve went into great specificity and great detail as to what happened right after. Within seconds, the Secret Service pounced on the president, covered him. You had snipers with tripods. They knew the direction where the shots had been fired, and they had eyes on the location where the shots had been fired. And long story short, they were I have confirmed with both the president and with Mr. Witkoff that the gun has been found. They identified it as an AK-47. And thanks to Secret Service drone video coverage, they were able to identify one individual involved in this shooting getting into a car after dropping the AK-47. And my understanding, according to both of them, is that that car has been identified, and I believe it's been surrounded. Whether or not that person has been apprehended or not, I don't know. This happened in a matter of seconds. A little more color, a little bit more details on this is that when they got on top of the president, immediately what is called a fast cart that I believe has steel reinforcement and protection was able to whisk the president away, and then the Secret Service immediately sprung into action.
They pounced on him. But where was Laura Loomer? This is what happens when you when you push aside the throat goat, okay?
They had eyes on where the shooting had occurred. I saw the New York Post report that these were two people shooting at each other outside the course. I do know, and they did confirm that the shots were outside of the course, but certainly seemingly within range of the former president. So we don't have any details on any of that. They don't know that part. I only know the part of what they experienced while they were playing golf at Trump International in West Palm. Thankfully, the president is safe. Steve Witkoff is safe. The Secret Service apparently acted with incredible speed and professionalism, and but certainly alarming in every way imaginable in light of what happened in Butler, as you mentioned.
Yeah, of course, this is very alarming. And Sean, have you spoken to the former president or texted with him?
I have spoken with the president 3 times since this incident, and each time I got a new piece of information. One, that they had found, first of all, what happened with the shooting. The second thing, that they had found an AK-47. Third, right, that their drone footage was able to give them enough surveillance to identify the exact car.
I'm not going to lie. Low key, this chatter that I kind of originally said had like a unique take, but I don't know if I fully agree with. I kind of fuck with the vision chatter. So Destilot P originally was the one who suggested that most of the mass shootings, like school shootings, overwhelmingly occur at public schools, right? And he was like, if they were happening at the same frequency in private schools, like, I think rich people have a very different attitude about mass shootings in general and school shootings in general. And at the time I was like, I don't know about that. I feel like school shootings are like pretty fucking commonplace, but this does democratize the likelihood of a shooting happening to people in positions of power. So like, you know, they do change their attitude pretty quickly, like pretty interestingly. I'm telling you, if there were not private schools for rich folks to send their kids to and they had to share a school with the rest of us, guns will be banned. Like I see where you're going with this, because like Trump released a statement. Let's see what he had to say. Piers Morgan, There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted you to hear this first. I am safe and well. Nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender. I will always love you for supporting me. Unity, peace, make America great again. May God bless you, Donald J. Trump. Are we pro school shooting now? Dude, you have to. Did you get shot in the fucking head? Like, is there a bullet lodged in the back of your dome that you arrived at this conclusion? Please, chatter. Jesus Christ. One thing I do know is that copycats exist, right? Like, once there was one guy that did it, other people will try to do it as well in order to either make a name for themselves or whatever. If they find this to be like a mechanism where they can get like fame, instead of going to fucking schools or malls or whatever, they might like actually start opening fire on Donald Trump over and over again. At which case, we might actually get some fucking gun control, which is crazy. You know, I guess that's the silver lining of the situation overall. Megaphonics, stop.
That the individual involved in this shooting got into, and further detail that they gave me was that they were updated and told that.
Yeah, confirmed by CNN, the shooter didn't actually shoot. Evan Perez said on CNN's live coverage, the reason why there were shots fired was from the Secret Service side is they believe this person was poised to fire shots, perhaps in the direction of the former president. They were trying to prevent this from happening. They also, ironically, missed because the shooter was, I believe, arrested. So either they, like, yeah, they didn't even hurt him. So, like, as it stands, for those of you who are just tuning in and you're wondering what's going on, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's what's going on, okay? So that's number one. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you know, a good guy with a gun might not save you from a bad guy with a gun, but a good subscription at the top of the hour will absolutely save you from the 3-minute ad break. So that's number one, okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. So that's number one. That's the first thing I was going to say. Second thing I was going to say is if you're just tuning in and you're subscribed, because the top of the hour ad break is happening currently, okay? Donald Trump apparently, like this morning, as soon as I went live, I heard that there were shots fired in the vicinity of Donald Trump when he was at his golf course, okay? A man was just shot at. You don't got to be savage with it. Yeah, I will definitely be savage with it. So here's what happened, okay? We didn't know what the details were, but details are coming out now. Turns out that the guy had an AK-style weapon. They believe that he had an AK-style weapon. Secret Service saw it, shot at him, missed. Then the guy got away. A male with a high-power rifle was seen near Mar-a-Lago Golf Course in Florida around 2 p.m. Two people familiar with the matter told CBS News. The man was pointing the rifle at the golf course where the former president was located at the time, and the U.S. Secret Service agents engaged in the suspect, firing multiple shots. They missed. Not only did they miss, but he got away, and then they made the arrest on I-95 in Martin County, Florida. Suspect at the incident at Trump's golf course was arrested on I-95. I believe they found him with drone footage or something. They were like scouring the area with drones. So the only shots that were fired in Trump's vicinity were actually fired from the Secret Service in the direction of the assailant. So that's what the latest is. Donald Trump is fine. The shooter didn't shoot at him. He didn't miss. He didn't get the opportunity to. We don't even know if he's like fucking regular Florida man or was like actually a dude. Because like that's the one thing in the United States of America that is so crazy. Like it could be a fucking Florida man. You know what I mean? Because we don't know. Like, was he like actually aiming the AK-47 in the vicinity of the fucking golf course? Is he just like a regular Florida guy hanging out? I don't know. Because it's fucking Florida. It's Florida. So I don't know. I genuinely don't fucking know. That's what's so goddamn crazy about the situation. Ghost of Fidel Castro rise again. AK is weird to bring to the woods. Dog, do you know? First of all, you're not wrong. Except you're so wrong because we're talking about Florida. Like, I get what you're saying on principle. I understand what you're saying, except with the Florida exception, okay? Like, you're right. You're so right. Except the last school shooter, for example, was using a fucking AR-15 to hunt deer. You know what I mean? Like, the last school shooter that was apprehended, there's video footage of him taking down a deer, and he's literally hunting the deer with a fucking AR-15. So it's like, you're not wrong on the fundamentals. AR is standard, though. No, AR is not fucking standard for hunting either. What do you mean? An AR-15, yeah, dude, you're blowing up a fucking deer with a NATO round? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's becoming standard, but it's not actually a good hunting rifle. What the fuck? Yeah, Chatter 10 years down the line is going to be like, well, the AR-15 is actually a standard hunting rifle, or used to be the standard. Now it's an RPG. I don't think you understand, dude. I'm no hunter, but that feels like it takes the sport out of it. No, it absolutely does. And it also is not good for, like, you're automatically just not hunting the deer for meat. Okay, that's what that means. If you're shooting the deer with an AR-15, you're probably not interested in the meat. Okay, it's just you're doing it for sport at that point, unless you're trying to make a hamburger. It's like, listen, brother, you don't understand. Okay, this is what I call a burger meat. Okay, you shoot it, it blows its guts up. All right, it blows its guts up. And then what ends up happening is perfect for ground meat. Okay, delicious lead flavored ground meat. Okay, yeah. They brought Wolf Blitzer back into the studio. The man can't have days off. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face.
About it himself, he called Donald Trump and spoke.
He was probably having his fucking mocktails again on Sunday, and he's like, "Oh God."
Happened the attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania, when Donald Trump was on stage at his rally. The security around him has been incredibly tight. I mean, they ramped it up. As you know,
you just scroll Twitter all day. Is that what it looks like I'm doing to you right now? No, I just watch TV all day. Okay, no, that's what I do.
Increased more so. You can see that reflected in his rallies when he's on stage now and they have the protective glass in front of him, or at the Republican convention when he spoke on stage. You saw 2 agents on each side of the stage, which isn't normally the case. They're not normally up there with him, but they've only really increased this. And of course, Wolf, I should note, this is all coming.
You think when Donald Trump heard the shots, in his mind, he was thinking, I really hope it's an undocumented immigrant? Like, for a brief moment, you know what I mean? Like, because, like, the first thought probably is like, oh shit, it's happening again. Oh my God, I'm pissing my pants. I'm shitting in my diapers. But, like, the second thought's gotta be, for a brief moment, it's like, oh, it's a fucking, I hope it's an undocumented immigrant. Oh my God. Oh my God, we're gonna kill them all. That type of shit, you know what I mean?
Of Palm Beach. That's where the Mar-a-Lago Beach Club is. That's where you've seen the events, the parties that he has, the meetings. And it is across a bridge that you just saw the motorcade come over about
his first thought was, Viktor Orban's gonna be so sad. I can't die. Viktor Orban might get sad.
And there were times, you know, when Trump was golfing in his first term, Wolf, where reporters could see Trump out on the golf course. Oftentimes, CNN's photographers would be able to spot him with their cameras. That's how we would often find out that he was indeed on the golf course or who he was golfing with. So there is some visibility from the road. Of course, Wolf, we're still trying to learn a lot more about what it was that happened here, where Donald Trump was on that golf course, and of course, most importantly, what's happening with this investigation into who did this, Wolf.
And as you correctly point out, the golf club, the actual golf course, is not at Mar-a-Lago, which is his residence over there. It's at a different location in Palm Beach, as we're watching it all of unfold. Do we know, Caitlin, if there's always a White House network pool of correspondents who are watching? Hold on one second. The sheriff of Palm Beach County is speaking right now. I want to listen in.
Put out a very urgent bolo asking all law enforcement to look for a specific vehicle with a tag number and an occupant description. We immediately flooded I-95, got on the northbound lane at every exit between Palm Beach and the Palm Beach line and the St. Lucie County line. One of my road patrol units saw the vehicle, matched the tag.
The audio is not doing him any favors, bro. He sounds drunk as fuck.
We do here. We pinched in the car, got it safely stopped.
I'm not gonna lie, it is Florida. There is a likelihood that he was drunk on the job.
The county sheriff's office is at the scene. They've responded there. They'll take over the investigation. Our flatbed tow truck will tow the vehicle back to Palm Beach County, and I have a clear understanding from the investigators there that we actually do have a suspect that they were looking for in Palm Beach County.
Do we know that suspect's name yet?
This is Florida's most sober driver.
Release that.
I know that Trump posted on Truth Social that they had recovered an AK-47, I think, near where the shooting incident happened. Anything that you can confirm for us if it's related?
I don't know any more about the scene in Palm Beach County than what you and the media have determined. You know, I hear the same chatter. I think that will become more apparent in the next hour or so. It is my understanding from listening to the investigators, there was a very serious incident down there, and I'm sure they'll do some of these here in the near future.
Absolutely. We had heard about a separate accident that occurred at some point on the highway during this incident. Was there another accident involving pedestrians, or not pedestrians, but civilians?
Yeah, there was a serious accident just south of where we had to stop all traffic. We had to clear that vehicle using our bomb detection dog. We actually asked St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. They came down here, Florida Highway Patrol, under the direction of Governor DeSantis, moved in, took over traffic, but unfortunately, before we could get everything stabilized, there was a very serious accident, and they're working it now.
Do you know the condition of those people involved?
I don't, I'm sorry.
We had also heard from a couple of bystanders that they saw a woman and a child whisked away by deputies. We weren't sure if that was related to this incident.
No, we whisked nobody away. There was a lone driver in the vehicle. That driver is now in custody and in the hands of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What was his demeanor, Sheriff, when you approached the car?
The suspect's demeanor I would describe as having a relatively calm, flat, affected. Was not displaying a lot of emotion. Never asked what is this about. Obviously, law enforcement with long rifles, blue lights, a lot going on. Never questioned it.
Was he armed at the time, or he or she?
Okay.
He was not armed.
I have a hot take. Here it is. Okay. I mean, this audio is so bad. I'm sorry. I'm gonna fucking pause it a little bit. It's like hard to listen to because Republicans, in the eyes of like the broader electorate, in the eyes of the American public, kind of own political violence and guns so much that when this keeps happening to them, there's not a lot of sympathy. Okay. There's not a lot of sympathy from a lot of people, especially because the counter to it is like, oh, you keep doing political violence sentiments. Like, so most people just go, what do you mean? Okay. Thoughts and prayers. Shut the fuck up. Right. And I think that like, this is almost akin, like it almost brings brings attention to the gun violence problem in the country automatically. It's like Trump getting COVID in the midst of the election. Like when the election is fucking dead close, it's like coming up in November and he gets COVID, and it's like a reminder to everyone that like they kind of did that, you know, and now he has it. And it's like another reminder that like this is an ongoing issue. It would basically be like if a undocumented migrant like tried to attack Kamala Harris or something. Not to say that like these are similar systemic problems, because there is no like systemic migrant crime occurring, but like in the way that Americans analyze the situation, they literally would like they without thinking too deeply into it would most likely look at it and be like, well, you deserve it. You did this, right? So it's kind of like that for the Republicans getting fucking, getting shot at like this or having like an attempted assassination. I think that that's the reason why Americans don't have like a lot of sympathy, because violence is such a constant thing. Violence is such a constant thing that is occurring in everyday Americans' lives, that like we have become desensitized, and it is like kind of a thing that Republicans own, you know? So for that reason, it's just like whenever they try to develop a narrative around like Trump getting shot at or Trump having like an assassination attempt, like both politically violent sentiment and also just like gun violence in general are two things that like I think most Americans intrinsically understand as the problem that the Republican Party has caused. So they can't really message their way out of it, you know? Like it doesn't really matter.
and that vehicle that you saw that is apparently related to this is now in the hands of the FBI. He says that they will help with transporting it for the FBI back to Palm Beach County. It's unclear, obviously, what else is going to happen, but he did say a male driver is in the custody and in the hands of the FBI at this time, Wolf. So that's an incredibly notable confirmation there from the sheriff about where they are in this investigation. Obviously, there's still a lot of questions about, the license plate on that car. Who was that car registered to? What are the details of that? And also where it was in relation to the golf course. When you look at this and where Trump was, I will say, Wolf, the golf course is obviously an incredibly difficult area for the Secret Service to be able to secure. It's an open area. It's shrouded with trees. It's not often easy to get a glimpse of Donald Trump when he's on that golf course. Does that mean he can't golf anymore? Oh my God. Does that mean Donald Trump can't golf anymore because he's... Oh, he might actually drop out, bro. I'm not even joking. He might literally drop out because of this. Like, if he can't fucking golf no more safely, he's dropping out. That would piss him off so much. That would ruin his life. There of what exactly they do know about what happened here. You can see, Wolf, that the area is closed off. In that area, he was telling people not to get on I-95 as we're waiting to get a more fulsome update, hopefully, Wolf, from officials.
Yeah, we expect that briefing, and you can see live pictures coming in right now, to come from the Secret Service, the FBI, and local law enforcement. Jonathan Wackrow, you know a lot about the Secret Service. Give us your sense. How much more information do you think we will get during this upcoming briefing?
Well, listen, I hope that we'll receive a lot more. But, Wolf, when you think about the elements of this attack, right, unlike Butler, where the shooter really was in plain sight for an awful long time, the shooter in this incident, had cover and concealment, or at least some level of cover and concealment along along the wood line. Because of that, you can really start to believe that the attacker actually had some level of a line of sight to where the former president was. Now, were they in the actual range to launch an attack, or were they discovered by some of these counter surveillance or other agents that really constitute the enhanced security measures around the former president? But the key factor here is the accessibility that this attacker had to this secure site. Really, the ease of ingress and egress, and really the thought that there was some level of an escape route. All of this, to me, starts to signal a more elevated attack than something that was just spontaneous, right? You start thinking about the weapon that was utilized, the backpack, the GoPro, the easy.
I mean, it's not like it could be a dude trying to make a name for himself. It could be a dude who's like, I don't know. At this point, I really don't fucking know. It probably kind of eliminates the possibility of it being Iranian. You know what I mean? Because like that is according to federal law enforcement, they keep saying that there is like attempted hits by Iranians.
The phone as well. He has spoken to Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, obviously a close ally of his. Someone Sarfati is at the White House tracking that down, where I should note, of course, Vice President Harris has been briefed on this issue. She posted an update on this incident, what happened there. Sutherland, what are we hearing from Senator Graham about his conversation with Donald Trump?
Yeah, Caitlin, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of his top allies and friends on Capitol Hill, and Senator Graham said he just spoke with President Trump just moments ago. He says that Trump is in good spirits following today's incident. He adds that Trump is more resolved than ever to save our country. And Graham also noted that he believes he is one of the strongest people he's ever known. So notable that Trump now is working the phones, reaching out to some of his allies and friends, as no doubt they likely will be checking in on him after this incident. Earlier today, we did learn that Vice President Harris and President Biden were both briefed on this incident. Both of them are in D.C. this weekend. They have no public events on their schedule, and they expressed relief that he is safe, relief that he is, and saying glad that he is safe after this incident. We all are also, Caitlin, hearing from other members of Congress asking questions about this incident. most notably recently from Congressman Mike Waltz from Florida. He says that he wants to be briefed by the U.S. Secret Service over this incident this week, and noted, again, hearkening back to Butler, Pennsylvania, that incident in July, the attempted assassination attempt of President Trump.
Bro, if it's yet another like former Republican or like registered Republican now pissed off at Donald Trump for one reason or another, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
As domestic and foreign threats are ongoing.
Like,
so notable there, at least
if
one
it's
member
another
of Congress,
situation
Caitlin,
like that, I'm gonna
calling
lose
for
my
a briefing
fucking
from
mind,
the U.S. Secret
okay?
Service next week. Caitlin.
Yeah, and I expect we'll probably hear a lot more of those calls from officials as they're still investigating the first assassination attempt, is trying to figure out what happened here in this moment. Salman Sarfati, thank you for that report. And Wolf, I'll just note, we were hearing from Sheriff Will Snyder in Martin County. For people who are looking at the map or not sure where that is or wondering why it's the sheriff, Martin County is right north of Palm Beach, right north of West Palm Beach, which is where, of course, Donald Trump's course was. And he was talking about where they apprehended that vehicle and the person that they now have in the custody of the FBI. He was describing this person as having a calm demeanor when they apprehended him. Obviously, still a lot of questions for this person. I imagine that's what officials are doing right now, Wolf, but that is where Martin County is. It is just north of West Palm Beach. If that gives us any indication of the direction this person was going in or what their intentions were there, Wolf.
Yeah, that's significant information indeed. Caitlin, John Miller, our law enforcement analyst, is standing by as well. He's working his sources. You're getting more information. What else are you learning, John?
Well, as we said in the beginning of this reporting, this information was preliminary. It was expected to shift and change. What we've developed is a little bit of a richer picture. Law enforcement originally said shots were fired. They believed at President Trump. The Secret Service returned fire. As they're interviewing the agents involved and getting this richer picture, it appears now that as President Trump was golfing at whichever holes he was golfing at, the Secret Service team that was with him is advancing forward of that location so they can clear those areas and double check them. And at some point see this individual with a rifle pointing out from behind a tree line or a wooded area, that they go confront this individual, and that the shooter with the AK-47 or this semi-automatic rifle does not fire shots, but is confronted by the Secret Service, who fires shots at him. He drops the weapon and flees. Witnesses see him get into that car. And the Sheriff Snyder told us, and that's the Martin County Sheriff, not the Palm Beach County Sheriff, that be on the lookout for that vehicle went out. They flooded the highway. If you can still bring it up to the picture of that car stopped at that site, what you see there is a classic vehicle containment technique, or a VCT, where one car gets in front of him, backs into him, the other car gets behind him, and the third car blocks him in. And they come out with those long rifles pointed at him and start to give him commands, which he complied with. And of course, then the search of that car. The FBI will be taking over the investigation into the shooter and into this individual's background, and into what he was doing allegedly in that area with that rifle as the former president was playing golf just a short distance away. And that is probably some of the details that we hope to get more on at this upcoming briefing from local and federal authorities.
I'm sure we'll get a lot more information. And John Miller, what does it say to you that they found near the scene of all of this at this golf course an AK-47 style rifle?
So that speaks to, and we've heard reporting. The problem is when people who aren't familiar with guns, eyewitnesses and others describe it, it goes from AR-15 style to AK-47, but we've been told AK-47, which is a foreign-made rifle. The AR-15 is the all-American gun that, Americans knew from what our soldiers carried in, the last 3 wars. The AK-47 is a Russian-made gun. There are many Chinese-made copies.
The AK-47, if it's correct, makes this actually more likely that it's probably a fucking gun tuber gun guy for the record, or maybe even, God forbid, a leftist who's like really into fucking guns. But like, if it actually is an AK-47, like, think about who has AK-47s, right? And it's probably not an AK-47, but like, who has AKs in general? Gun enthusiasts, okay? We don't know anything yet. We don't even know. We don't even fucking know if it is a dude who's like, what, Florida State Rep John Snyder? His father is the sheriff in Martin County where the suspect was arrested. Trump's golf course suspect is a white male in his mid-60s. Oh my God. Oh my God. White male in his 60s. Oh my fucking God. Bro, let me tell you something, okay? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed. The AK style weapon is not confirmed. The shooter is not confirmed. We don't know shit yet, okay? Wait for confirmation. But oh my God, I will lose my fucking mind. I will lose my fucking mind. Okay, in order of funniest to scariest, okay? Number one, it's just a random kick streamer style fucking gun guy who just wanted to shoot content and didn't realize that it was like, you know, near the fucking golf course or some shit. Okay, that would be the funniest outcome. Number two, second funniest number one funniest outcome is registered former Trump supporter who is now mad. Registered Republican, former Trump supporter who's fucking insane and very upset at Trump for one reason or the other because he's like fucking Laura Loomer and he wanted to fuck Laura Loomer, or he or like for any number of different reasons, okay? Former January 6er, that type of shit. Because Donald Trump said he lost and he saw the Nick Fuentes video and he got really fucking mad. That would probably be the funniest outcome. Not saying that these are what happened, okay? This is not even like speculation. I'm just memeing, okay? Number two funniest situation would basically be like if it was a random Florida man who just had a gun on him and they just tried to shoot him immediately. And they were like... They were like, oops, never mind. He wasn't even like intending to kill the president or anything. He was just a gun guy. Okay. And then obviously you go past that point and it becomes like not funny, but actually scary in terms of societal consequence. If the guy's a Democrat, if the guy is if the guy's a Democrat, or if they're a Swiftie, that would be kind of funny as well, because like Swifties are so powerful, especially as like a voting block, and also in terms of like purchasing power, that they won't like, and many of them are white, so they won't get like the same level of scrutiny. But if it's like a fucking, you know, Democrat or a leftist or some shit like that, or if it's a migrant, oh my fucking Lord, or a trans person, you know, these are less likely outcomes, statistically speaking. Okay. And I do like that we have now become so genuinely unserious about this sort of shit that like we are just like, we're doing crazy speculations for funsies at this point because of how normalized this shit is. Trump immediately tried to fundraise off of this. Like, even he's not taking it seriously. Okay. Even he ain't taking it seriously, dog. Look at this. What about an apolitical Swiftie? I mean, I don't fucking know. It is wild stuff, though. God damn, shit is crazy. Let's see what the fuck Fox News is saying, though.
In situations like this, something that is, and this is a little bit of a leap, but something that's politically motivated. It's almost like terrorism, which is motivated by an ideal, right? An ideology. This is how the perpetrators talk to the world. And so very often, you know, it's been my experience debriefing counterterrorism suspects that the problem is not getting them to talk. The problem is getting them to shut up and to keep them on topic, because, you know, they tend to ramble and they're all over the place. So we don't know, and there are no hard and fixed rules on this kind of thing. And it always depends on the person's, you know, personal demeanor and where they're coming from. But in a situation like this, if it is in fact politically motivated, yeah, I would go out on a limb a little bit and say there is a chance that he'll talk, and he very well may be proud of it if in fact he was motivated, and we don't know this.
You know what's really funny? What's really crazy about it is that like the last political assassination seemingly wasn't politically motivated. Like, it was as close to like non-political as you can get as a registered Republican shooting at the fucking former Republican president, like the last attempt. And it's kind of wild. Like, because usually it's like the one thing, because shootings happen all the fucking time in the United States of America. And in many circumstances, it's a guy who's like, you know, insane. It's a guy who's usually insane, wants to make a name for himself, wants to die, all this stuff, right? The last political assassination was the closest you can get to it being non-political, like, while still being inherently political, because it was a political attempted assassination, which is crazy. Think about it. I mean, I guess Ronald Reagan was similar too. God, history's out of fucking options, dude. There is nothing new that ever happens. It's always the same. They just keep repeating it over and over again. I swear to God.
Earlier in the broadcast, you know, there was the one car which began to suggest maybe this was a targeted event. Well, then you have to say to yourself, how did he know? Has this person been surveilling that golf course on Sundays regularly? Has he been trailing Donald Trump as he can? Was that not picked up? You know, you have to start to ask some of these deeper questions, and I think that will go into the investigation. But one thing we should notice is that he's now been identified as an assassin. What that means now is that the FBI has the case, because there is a direct statute on point that says that if you try to kill a president, you violate that statute, and that puts the FBI in the lead.
Oh, thank God.
And we do have a statement from the FBI's office, the National Press Operations Unit, saying...
I didn't realize there was a statute against, like, political... I didn't know it was illegal, Thank you, sir.
An attempted assassination of former President Trump.
Yeah, so that tracks. You know, once it's declared an assassination attempt on a president or former president, the FBI has the ticket under that statute. That's well established. That's why even in Butler, the FBI is not investigating any of the failures that might have occurred with the Secret Service, which certainly look to have broken down. That's not their job. They're investigating the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. They don't even have the lead on the civilian that was killed or the two civilians that were wounded. So these things are very proscribed. Right now, the Bureau has the ticket. And in a case like this, that's important, and it's good, because this person may not even be from the area. But something at this level, he may have traveled. And my understanding is, I can say, I believe he's a male. He usually is. And there's some social media out there that he's a male.
Whoa.
So, yeah, he may have traveled from outside the area, which means he would have done surveillance, et cetera. But then you're going to need the Bureau's reach to look back and reach into where he's from. And we don't know where he's from. Could be very far away.
Well, the FBI is reaching. They are investigating it. They're on top of it. Stand by for me.
There you have it, folks. Fox News has gone woke. Not all men, sweetie.
Hey. And as Othell just said, the FBI now saying this appears to be an attempted assassination of President Trump. The second that this nation has gone through. Thankfully, we don't know if the gunman got any shots off. At the moment, we're waiting for a confirmation from the news conference that is about to begin at some point that you see on your screen right there, and whether or not that did happen. We do know that a Secret Service agent, we're told in advance.
A gun tuber reviewed Cook's gun and shit on it. It was pretty funny and shows how not serious people are taking all this. Yeah, I think that comes from just like how normalized violence is in this country. It's just like so commonplace. The unique aspect of this is that it's happening to a person of note, like a person of notoriety in a position of power. What the fuck?
Profile protectees, and we're able to, in this case, thankfully.
What the fuck's this journalist doing, bro? Random journalist showed up. He's going to be the one speaking.
Lucas, what do you got?
Well, Eric, as you just mentioned, the FBI has confirmed that it's now treating this gunman as an attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump. It's notable, Eric, that Trump's golf club, Trump International, is only 4.5 miles from Mar-a-Lago, where the former president resides. And if this gunman was waiting for the president, and certainly the former president follows a certain pattern of life, everyone knows he likes to play golf. If this man was staking out the former president, he wouldn't have to go far, just 4.5 miles from Mar-a-Lago to Trump International to play golf. It is notable that it was the Secret Service that...
Dude, that's pretty funny. He's not going to be able to golf anymore. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like all the fucking criminal trials and stuff, like that sucks for him, right? But that's shit that you can make go away with money. And he's already farming his fucking simps to get as much money as possible to, like, you know, pay for the legal fees and whatnot. But this, like, if he cannot golf any longer because of the high profile nature of this attempted assassination, that he might kill himself. Like, I feel like that's the one thing he enjoys, you know, in life. Like that's the one thing he does all the time. Prior to this incident, sources have privately expressed concerns about Trump's safety while he's golfing. His clubs are surveilled by the U.S. Secret Service and are not open to the public. However, areas around his course, including Trump International and WPB, are visible from the outside. That's what I'm saying, dog. That's got to be the fucking saddest thing for
on that
Trump.
weapon to be able to fire a round that could have effect. So it obviously is a very dangerous weapon. It's a high-powered weapon. Once we see the weapon to see whether or not this individual had a scope, we don't know anything about this person's background. Does he have military training? John mentioned he's in his late 50s.
Guys, let me tell you something, okay? Andrew Lloyd Webber Broadway musical reruns are not going to carry this man across the finish line. He has to golf. He likes his golf. He likes his musicals. He likes his Diet Coke. If they take one of those away from him, that's a lot of weight on the other two. And there's only so much Diet Coke you can drink throughout the fucking day. All right? Yeah, imagine having to do Wii golf for the rest of your fucking life.
A lot of reviews, commissions of inquiry to make sure that the Secret Service was doing precisely what they're supposed to be doing, protecting the former president of the United States while he's simply out on a Sunday afternoon playing golf right there. So let's stand by for the Secret Service briefing that supposedly will begin momentarily. We're waiting for that. We'll, of course, have live coverage. Chief Ramsey, we'll get back to you. Thank you very, very much. I think we have Randy Kay on the phone for us. Oh, she's live for us right now. Randy, you're there outside Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what you're hearing and what you're seeing right now.
Actually, Wolf, we're right outside here at Trump International Golf Course, not too far from Mar-a-Lago. But I can tell you that the law enforcement presence is certainly real here. Just getting here was a challenge. Just speaking to that for a moment, I came from where I was about 25 minutes away, and it took me quite some time to get here, even just getting down Highway 95, which I know the Martin.
They said the shooter is a 60-year-old white man, chat. I mean, don't take a sigh of relief yet, but that kind of makes
cars, people on bicycles, pedestrians quickly put away into this other, put to the side, this other parking lot, because that was when the motorcade was just about to move. They were finally, had finally deemed it safe to move the former president from here at Trump International. So we did get some video of that, of the motorcade moving. But Wolf, this has been on lockdown. As you know, the golf course went into lockdown immediately when those shots were fired, those Secret Service firing at that individual who was later apprehended. But I can tell you that it's still very much an active scene here. There's, as you can see, more security outside Trump International Golf Course here. There's a gate to get into the golf course.
You know what I mean?
But as you can imagine, a golf course on a Sunday, it could be busy. There's certainly a lot of ground to cover. And when you heard John Miller talking about Secret Service spotting that individual through the trees, or seeing the rifle at least pointing through the trees on that golf course, that is certainly incredible that they were able to do that when it's so difficult just to get inside Trump International. So once again, it does appear that the former president.
The liberal driller is back. True. But it wasn't a Prius. It wasn't a Toyota Prius. I looked at the car. I think it was like a SUV. Y'all remember the liberal driller, dude? Bop bop. John Kudzwanski. Bop bop. Don't you try to fucking road rage on my fucking Tallahassee road, motherfucker. Yeah, it should look like a Nissan Xterra. Yeah, it's a great Chapo bit, but yeah, this is a real story. John Kudzwanski, the legislative affairs director for the State Board of Administration, was killed in a shootout triggered by a road rage incident in North Tallahassee. The Leon County Sheriff's Office took one person into custody after the January 6th incident. However, that person has since been released and no charges were even filed. He fucking bopped him and he got away with it because this fucking dipshit, this Republican asshole, was like ramming his fucking car into this goddamn Toyota Prius. Dude pops out of the fucking passenger side, takes out the fucking gun and just unloads. Okay? Straight up. Drills the fuck out of this dude. He's dead. Then we find out this motherfucker, the Republican official, had literally done this multiple times. So he got off on self-defense like the other guy. Gunshots in Florida, that's wild. This is the most Nothing Burger Sunday news story in a long time, and it got so out of hand immediately because they were running the headline Trump shot at again on the chyrons during all the NFL games. 2024 is so ass. Yeah, but you can still have fun with a story like this. You know what I mean? I think that's what makes it great.
The FBI taking the lead since this individual has been designated as a suspected assassin. And so the FBI...
Nothing burger? What the fuck? I mean, it literally is. Like, it is a nothing burger. Nothing happened. The Secret Service tried to shoot at the guy and missed. And then they fucking arrested him. Also, it's a gun guy. It's a guy with a gun in Florida, okay? So, yeah, dude didn't even get to fire his shit. What is this? It's not a nothing burger if Asmongold is farming it. Is Asmongold farming it? Is he even live today? He is live. He is farming it. Okay, well then it's a something burger. Okay.
You know, again, I'm just wondering how this changes this investigation. You've got the FBI involved,
That's
and
how
this
I
guy
figure out if a
is
story is
now,
important.
considered a potential assassin.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of outstanding questions that are going to be asked first, and that is this individual acting alone, part of a larger group? Is there a greater threat to not only the former president or those associated with him, including his running mate, J.D. Vance, or to the greater public? And these fall under what are known as exemptions to Miranda. That is, you want the questions answered, and you don't care if they become admissible down the line in a court of law. You want to make sure that you're asking the right questions to identify the threat level that the former president continues to face. Is this a one-of-one incident, or is it a one-of-many for today? And that's what the FBI and Secret Service need to determine right away, regardless of where this goes in a court of law and charges against a suspect down the line. You want to make sure the public is safe and that the former president and his colleagues remain safe. As far as the investigation goes, this will be a whole of government approach when you're dealing with something like this. There will be no limit placed on the resources to get to the bottom of this. We know that we're facing challenges in the...
If he was GOP, he would have gone after Vance. No. Trump has a lot of parasocial stands. And parasocial stands, at least in my estimation, from my own personal experience, can sometimes become your most rabid haters. Okay? That happens more frequently than you would think.
But Mirandizing him is what I understand you to say is not the most imperative point at that point. They want to get as much information from this guy as quickly as they need to get it. And so therefore, if this information is not admissible in court later, it doesn't matter. They need to know if this is a widespread threat or if the threat has been limited to a more narrow scope.
That's right. And that's a risk approach based on the law enforcement professionals that are going to be in the room with this individual, from the FBI to local law enforcement and the Secret Service. And there's two ways to accomplish that. Either you ask the questions that you want answered without providing Miranda, or you get the suspect to waive his Miranda rights and agrees to talk with you. In that case, the latter, you keep all the information that the suspect gives you, and that becomes admissible in a court of law. If you take the former and you start asking me urgent questions that you need answered, and the suspect invokes Miranda, you still don't care in this type of situation. You want...
Bro, I'm telling you, the funniest is, like, obviously if he's a former Trump fan, like now a fallen soldier who's like upset with him for one reason or the other. But the second funniest is just like a fucking Second Amendment auditor. If it's a Second Amendment auditor YouTuber, I'm going to fucking nut. Okay? Because it's Florida, man. I don't think you guys are getting it. Okay? Like, yeah, high likelihood that it's like a political, attempted assassination for sure. And there is no other place on the planet where you could put this counter forward. Like in Japan, when a situation like this occurs, like nobody goes, oh, I wonder if it's a Second Amendment auditor. You know what I mean? If this happened in Europe, no one would be like, oh, it could be a random guy with a gun. But Florida is the one fucking place, America's the one place, especially in red states, where you literally could have this be a guy who's like, oh, I don't know, I didn't realize it was illegal. Or if he's a Second Amendment auditor, he'd actually be saying, actually, it's not illegal. Sir, you are violating my freedom of travel and my freedom to retain and bear arms under the U.S. Constitution. Am I being detained under Admiralty Maritime Court?
Obviously, Donald Trump himself is always at Mar-a-Lago. His senior staff and advisors have offices that are in West Palm Beach, but also at Mar-a-Lago as well. Not offices, but they are often meeting with the former president there. We know that over the last several weeks that there's staff, particularly junior aides, to former President Donald Trump, who are working 7 days a week. There are 50-some days left until the election, and it is a constant sprint for this campaign. So it's
How many grams of protein daily?
that there are people
220
inside
minimum.
of that office that is in downtown-ish West Palm Beach. So probably a roughly 12-minute drive from Mar-a-Lago, and that there are a number, as I said, a number of senior aides and advisors as well as junior staffers who have all moved down to the West Palm Beach area. And just a reminder that in the days after the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, there was a memo sent out by campaign managers Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita essentially telling staffers not to go into the office, not just in West Palm Beach, but around the country, just to keep them safe. There was a heightened amount of insecurity and anxiety among people who were close to former President Donald Trump. While they did not believe that any of these offices were intended targets, law enforcement did secure all of these offices around the country, particularly one outside of Washington, D.C. and in West Palm Beach, Florida, to make sure that those staffers were safe. They were told to work from home at that time. I will tell you that there's been a lot.
Sheriff said the guy was compliant, though. Funny as it would be, this won't be an auditor type. Yeah. If he's compliant, then he's probably not a Second Amendment auditor, because a Second Amendment auditor ain't being compliant when being arrested, okay? They probably would have domed him, though, honestly. That'd be the sickest Second Amendment audit, dude. That'd be the coolest Second Amendment audit. Because, like, technically it's not illegal. It's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, you're just fucking mad because you don't like the law.
Rules of the road, like we are going to give you, when I say we have a representative from the FBI, from the Secret Service, from the State Attorney's Office. We are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there. All right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers, and we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is an AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at.
Why are you explaining how they do this?
Rifle barrel
They're literally helping the next shooter get better prepared, dog.
At which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now.
It's like spiders. When you kill one, the rest of them get smarter.
But as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture of him, and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service.
The beauties of a state with sunshine laws. We will know what he looks like.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We will know his ass cheeks color. We'll know everything about him.
Partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners over at the FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred.
Why did he have
today at
ceramic
Trump
tiles?
International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well.
Like, was it?
What we need right now is for the public to
like a
avoid the
plate
area
carrier?
around the
I
golf
thought those
course.
weren't ceramic tiles.
We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI.
Would it be
Alongside our
ceramic
partners,
tiles? I'm back. Can you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. I'm back. That was crazy. Fuck Spectrum. Fuck Spectrum all day, every day. Fuck Spectrum all day, every day. I missed the key details of the fucking suspect and shit. But we're back, and I'm going to get right into it, okay? Let's do it. What are they saying?
Have a potential clear line of sight, have a bead on the former president. Certainly many lawmakers can be angry. You have heard from Congressman Mike Waltz on X, who's on the assassination investigative task force. He's asking questions already, and certainly now that Congress is back in session, there's no question there's going to be more heat coming from Capitol Hill about this.
Yeah, we're looking at photos now of where the Martin County Sheriff's Office was able to pull over and stop the SUV with the suspected gunman in it. They said he had flat expression, no affect at all. He didn't ask, why are you stopping me? That's when they were able to stop him, thankfully, because of the electronic surveillance. Just amazing. Through the license plate readers, they got the license plate because of that witness took a photo of the license plate. So you can immediately kick in the computers to find out where that vehicle is. And finally, Lucas, before I let you go, the fact that he had a GoPro, does that indicate potentially that this gunman planned an assassination of President Trump and then put it up on social media?
Eric, there's no question that these are questions that officials are going to be asking. Certainly, we've seen overseas terrorists use GoPros to film atrocities. Now, it's very early. It's notable we did not get a description of the suspect. We do not have a name of the suspect. We're told those details will come out soon. We did not get a description of the suspect, where he's from, what he looks like. But there's no question when we hear GoPro, that indicates that someone wanted to not only assassinate the former president, but do it so that all could see. But again, it's very early. We do not have a description of the suspect, but certainly this is the kind of behavior we've seen before.
All right, Lucas, so disturbing. Thankfully,
this shit never fucking
a tragedy
happens,
averted,
dude.
but
that's so annoying. This, like, I don't have any outages, and then I have fucking outages when there's 40,000 people watching. Wow, very cool. I literally went from fucking 40K to 13K. Never do I ever have outages except for when the fucking president gets shot. This is 2 in a row, dude. 2 in a fucking row! How is that possible? The only time I ever get fucking outages is either Twitch fucks me because they lower my bandwidth when the fucking president got shot last time, or Spectrum fucks me and shuts off my internet. What the fuck? How?
License plate on the vehicle. So that's what enabled the very quick response by law enforcement to identify him on 95 heading north, fleeing the area. And
Hezbollah has fiber. Hezbollah has fiber optic cables. Hezbollah has fiber optic cables. I'm talking 1 gig up, 1 gig down, and I can't get it in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. Fuck you, Spectrum. I fucking hate this country.
So could it travel 500 yards accurately? Absolutely. The scope helps the shooter shoot accurately, it's going to take a little bit of training and practice to get somebody to deliver a round like that accurately at that distance, but certainly within the realm of possibility. We don't know if this individual had any law enforcement or or military background, or if he's got any shooting or marksmanship in his background, but those are all things that the FBI will be looking into. Because we have a live shooter, unlike Butler, this is a case that's going to be, and an investigation that's going to be driving towards prosecuting this individual successfully and putting him in jail for a long time. So you can bet that we'll see search warrants executed later on this evening. We'll see a lot of FBI folks at his residence, maybe at his work. You'll see that vehicle impounded and searched, and they are going to be looking for all of the pieces of evidence that might indicate planning, motive, and whether or not any other individuals knew about what he was doing and may have helped him or helped him plan or anything like that.
In addition to the scope on that AK-47 rifle, which was intended, according to the FBI, for an assassination of the former president, the fact that they found this GoPro equipment in one of the backpacks as well suggests to me, and I wonder, Andrew, if it suggests to you that this suspect had some political motive, wanted publicity, wanted to get a lot of exposure for what was going on.
It certainly indicates to me that he was looking for exposure.
Not an AK. Why are they saying that's an AK-47? I don't think that's an AK-47, dog.
And episodes of political violence, sometimes it can be very hard to identify a specific political motive. For instance, case in point is the Butler shooter. At this point, we still have not unearthed a very clear.
What do you want?
I mean, clearly, he was trying to kill Donald Trump, but a strong ideological reason for doing so, they haven't been able to identify that yet. So we'll see if we find that here. But no question, Wolf, you're absolutely right. The presence of the GoPro is an effort to preserve the images of this attack so that the shooter could use that for some purpose in the future, either to pump up his own image and glorification online, things of that nature. We know that mass shooters do that a lot. It's very important to them to communicate their success, their attack online. May have just been that, or it may have been some ideologically motivated, politically motivated act. Right now, it's super early in the investigation, but those are definitely the things we're going to be looking to hear from the FBI as they learn more.
And is the FBI, Andrew, and you're former deputy director of the FBI, is the FBI now in charge of this investigation, not the Secret Service, not the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office? It's the FBI which is in charge. Is that right?
They absolutely are, Wolf. As you know, under Presidential Directive 12333, the FBI has primary responsibility for investigating any acts of terrorism here in the United States. This would certainly be considered an act of terrorism, possibly domestic terrorism, although, again, we'll wait and see as we get more details about this shooter. But absolutely, the FBI would be the lead agency. And that doesn't mean they'll do it by themselves. They clearly will work very closely with the Secret Service and also with the Palm Beach County and Martin County Sheriff's offices. But you will see the Bureau kind of taking the lead role on the execution of search warrants, the collection of evidence, the preservation of evidence. And then I would expect pretty soon you're going to hear about Southern District of Florida prosecutors weighing in as to whether or not this person will also be charged at the federal level.
Yeah, I suspect that will happen. And we did hear Dave Ehrenberg, the Palm Beach County attorney, suggesting that there would be probably state charges, local charges, as well as eventually federal charges as well. I suspect that's what's going on right now. Our Andrew McCabe, everyone else, stand by. Caitlin, we're getting a lot of information right now to digest, and I presumably believe in the next few minutes and hours, we're going to get a whole lot more.
Yeah, Wolf, that was a remarkable update that we got from officials, and that detail that a Secret Service agent who was advancing Donald Trump.
Yes, chatter. 23K, damn, your stream got cumstered. Yes. When I do a hard F and my stream cuts out, Twitch has no method of preserving the fucking viewer count and causing people to stay on. Okay. When it hard Fs, when the stream ends and it restarts, it auto fucking clocks out every single person. Okay. That's precisely what happened. We went from 40,000 to 7,000 active fucking viewers. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. There's just not anything we can do. Streaming to a cloud wouldn't even change the reality because my internet hard cut.
is now saying appears to be an attempted second assassination. J.D. Vance says, quote, "I'm glad President Trump is safe. I spoke to him before the news was public, and he was amazingly in good spirits. Still much we don't know, but I'll be hugging my kids extra tight tonight and saying a prayer of gratitude." We'll continue with our live coverage of this, as the FBI puts it, an apparent attempted second assassination attempt of Donald Trump. We're learning more from our...
I just want to know what the fuck the background is of the shooter, bro. Come on.
A Secret Service advance team agent sees that potentially saved the life of a former president of the United States. Why did it get that far? Why did it get to that point? Why wasn't there more? Let's bring in former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent Keith Wojcik. Keith, we have to laud and have tremendous gratitude to the professionalism of that Secret Service agent who's part of the advance team. They go a couple of holes ahead of the president to scope out the area. Can you imagine that you stop an assassination of a former president by seeing a muzzle poking through a fence? There has to be more than this done. Why wasn't there more protection? We heard the sheriff say he's not the sitting president. Isn't it time to provide him similar protection as the sitting president of the United States?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. Thank you very much for having me on. You know, that's my question too, right? What went on? But I have to say, well, I've done a lot of protection in my time and doing it with President Obama and former presidents on the counter assault team. We were actually at the golf course golfing a lot and understanding what we're looking at, the circumstances around it, always having to keep your heads on a swivel, understanding your surroundings. Looking at that photo, I am truly shocked and so appreciative of the agent that spotted that rifle, because if you look at it, it is very difficult. There's leaves, there's a fence, there's shrubs, there's all kinds of different things. The fact that they spotted that and then acted without hesitation, to me, is amazing. And so, you know, like you said, though, but why does it have to get to there? And that's a question I think that they have to answer. You know, Ron Rowe, being the U.S. director, U.S. Secret Service director now, is going to have to answer that, like what happened and why. And I'm sure he will. There may be more circumstances we're unaware of. But the fact that they did spot that in a very, very difficult surroundings, we go through training. What they use, me as with the counter assault team, went through trainings like this on a daily routine. But have it in real life, not be panicked and make an engagement like that is amazing. So I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think we're going to find out here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if he was the sitting president, that street would have been closed. If he was the sitting president, they would have had covers in areas. Like, what type of precaution did you take when former President Obama was on the golf course?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's the same level of precaution,
same security
dumbass.
levels were enacted.
At a certain point, you just can't golf. Like, you're the president.
Especially with a golf course, it's a moving perimeter, just like a motorcade. You can only control what you control within your environment. And I don't know the mapping. I'm not sure of the street that they went on. But are there different surveillance units? Of course there are. But you're talking a large area. Should this have happened 63 days after a prior attempt? Absolutely not, right? I think there is something that needs to be looked at. Okay, where was the gap again? And I hate to even say that again. But I believe the Secret Service will investigate this, and as prior guests had said, address it and probably close down the streets now. But again, are you able to close down the streets? How much is that impeding other things? Because you have to think of other things too, right? Routing traffic, infrastructure. There's more than just, unfortunately, there's more than.
That's from Piers Morgan. I don't know how fucking valid this is, but he does kind of look like a libtard a little bit from the vibes alone. But it's Piers Morgan, so who knows?
Now, thankfully, a witness saw the gun, saw the gunman, took a photograph of the car, the vehicle, the black Nissan SUV, and the license plate, so they're able to pull him over and get him. What does it tell you when a gunman is able to secrete himself inside bushes, hang those knapsacks on a fence, and have a GoPro, which he potentially could put on social media to record what he perhaps allegedly thought was the assassination of a former president?
I'll tell you, first of all, you said the best thing ever. Golfing at Andrews, it was always a great thing. Not that security lacks, but you also have the U.S. military there, which made things a lot less stress-free. But there's still stress. Transferring that to an open golf course, a public-private, in an open area that's not secure under a military establishment, it's difficult, right? What I'd like to see come out of this is what's on that GoPro. Because I believe what you had said earlier is right, that social media may be a play in this. It may be very big. Are they going to display it? How was this terrorist related? Was this just a sole incident? This is
chat. He's a white dude. Of course he's trans. Like, immediately. If it's a white man, just like every other white man that has done a fucking shooting every single day for like the last 10 years, they will immediately say, oh, it's a white man, so it's got to be a trans person. Okay? If it's a cishet white man, they hit the fucking trans line every time. It don't matter. It don't matter. Immediately, they're like, oh, that's a trans woman, actually. Okay? That's just literally the only method they have at this point. Okay? And it's not, like, it doesn't matter. It's not correct, but they just say it anyway, and that's probably what will happen now.
I'm not of the know of the sweep itself when it comes to they've changed their policies. But I'll tell you, they do sweeps. They do understand the circumstances. Now, again, 63 days apart, this needs to be acted. This needs to be quickly. This needs to be identified quickly, adapted quickly, and mitigated quickly to make sure that this does not happen again. We all know that.
Yeah,
so we need to address that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Here's the Palm Beach sheriff a few moments ago at the news conference. Let's listen.
The golf course is surrounded by shrubbery, so when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right? And at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. But because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little bit more people around the perimeter.
What strikes me about that comment is he's not the sitting president, and he's not. Former presidents do not receive, of course, the same level of security as sitting presidents do. But I'm going to end with the way I began this interview. Don't you think it's time that he get near the level, perhaps, of a sitting president? It does take more resources.
No, too many drain on our resources. No, they should not do that.
With local law enforcement.
No.
But at least close the streets, for God's sake.
No, I don't think so.
You can hide in some bushes, and by the stroke and luck of God, a Secret Service agent saw a muzzle in bushes and was able to prevent a tragedy.
Yeah, you're right. And it may have been an act of God, like you said. And like I said, the accolades to the Secret Service agent, which I'm assuming probably a counter-assault team guy up ahead of the time, was trained very well to do that. But I think you're right. I think that they need to do an assessment of all current or incumbent presidents, nominees.
How will you pay for it? How will you pay for it? How will you pay for it? We have to shut down the entire fucking country every time Trump wants to golf? Suck my dick. Nah. Tell him to stay the fuck at home, bro. Stay at home. Stay at home, big dog. Can't do it. Plus, I don't think he'll want to do it anyway. Like, actually, he won't even want to do it, in my opinion. Because, like, he's got to be a little scared.
Addressing, what went wrong and how do we address it in the future?
We will hear a lot more about this. Keith Hozak, a former supervisory agent with the U.S. Secret Service. Keith, thank you. And thank you for your service to our nation, protecting.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
The people we elect. Ollie?
Now time to bring in former FBI investigator.
Bro, I wholeheartedly disagree with you. It's the president. No, it's not. It's the former president, not the current president. Stay at home. If you can win, that's a little different. Okay? There's already there's a finite amount of resources. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking small government conservative, okay? I'm a small government conservative. I believe in fiscal responsibility. I'm a budget hawk, okay? I'm a budget hawk. I believe in fiscal responsibility. I'm a small government conservative. And as a small government conservative, I believe it costs far too much for Donald Trump to be golfing, okay? Wouldn't you want those stands for Kamala? No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No, I would not. Kamala Harris is not the president. She's the vice president. She already has a higher level of protection than Donald Trump because she's the vice president. Guess what, bitch? You gotta win. If you want that protection, you gotta win. Sorry. If you want that level of protection, you gotta win, bitch. You can't lose and then demand the same level of protection. You can't do that. Why should the American taxpayer and also random Tom, Dicks, and Harrys that fucking want to go home to their wives have to sit around and not be able to go home to their wives because Donald Trump wanted to golf that day? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my dick. No, I'm not memeing. I am a small government conservative. Okay, you just have never seen a real goddamn patriot before. Hasan, you've turned into such a biased whiner. Wait, what? I don't think I'm the one who's whining here, nor the one who's biased. I already told you, I don't give a shit about Kamala Harris's needs in terms of security either, but I don't have to because she's the vice president. So she does have a higher level of security than a person running for president. Sorry, I'm not biased, he says, Law. Well, first of all, I am so biased, but I'm willing to bet you have no idea what my biases are because you probably think I fucking love Kamala Harris or some shit because you're a goddamn idiot and you are entirely too focused on black and white thinking when it comes to American politics. Okay, what are we doing? We got to give everybody a Secret Service detail? Yeah, when he wins, he'll get it. Okay, he already has the Secret Service detail as a former president. It's a higher level of Secret Service detail than anyone that's currently running for president would ever get just for running for president. So he already has that. Former presidents have lifetime Secret Service for themselves and also their family members. That's enough as it is. Losers don't get extra security.
Tsarnaev, they invoked essentially what was a public safety exception. If this individual that they have now, the suspect in custody, is that something that could be going on? We don't know if this was a lone actor or not yet. We have very information about this, a little information about this person.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, in cases where there may be an immediate threat to the public or other individuals, is that, that exception can be made. And they, as they would, for instance, in a terrorist incident, to see whether or not there are other compatriots out there, whether there's other plans, and be able to kind of thwart those plans and make sure that other people are safe. So it's very possible that they may decide to take that approach on it. I think, this whole issue of kind of digital footprint, we need to also kind of look and say, my view when I'm hearing this,
I think the funniest problem here is that, like, because of the likelihood of repeat customers, because of the way that, like, these sorts of attacks work, Trump is looking real school-like right now, if you know what I'm saying. Like, that is unironically the funniest outcome of all of this, is that, like, people who want to, like, make a name for themselves are probably going to try and do this again now, which is, you're saying, bruh, Lamau, but, like, this is the only way to bring about, like, gun control, I think. Like, I think they literally now are probably going to try and do this over and over again. They're most likely going to get, like, killed in the attempts. But, like, because it's becoming, like, an actual problem, a problem that you, if you're an average American, if you go to public school, you have to deal with that fear on a daily basis. Presidents don't, okay? You have to deal with that on a daily basis. Presidents don't have to deal with that on a daily basis. But the moment that they just have to deal with that on a daily basis, all of a sudden, the moment that they look like a fucking school, a soft target that people that want to make a name for themselves can just, like, fucking attack, you'll get some gun control real fucking quick, dog. I'm telling you. That's what's crazy about it. That's what's crazy about it, is that whenever they say violence has no place in our politics, it's like, bitch, our entire politics is violent, number one. Number two, violence is happening on a rapid clip on a daily basis to Americans all the time, okay? Like, literally all the time. There's mass shootings happening daily. There's school shootings happening weekly. What do you mean violence is not, there's no place for violence in America? It's like, no, violence is all we know. We're like feral animals, dude. What you mean to say is it shouldn't be happening to us, people in positions of power. That's it. That's it. That's what they mean. When they say, like, oh, there's no place for this here, they mean, like, there's no place for that for us. The failing New York Times is a true threat to democracy. I mean, he's right. He ain't wrong about that.
Directions in this vehicle containment technique where they've blocked him in on three sides, so he can be nothing but calm. And he was compliant with the commands they gave him, and then he was taken into custody. So a lot went right today, and a lot came together.
Well, and Andrew McCabe, when you look at this, and Wolf, I was just thinking about this, when you look at what we're hearing from officials, and you see those two pictures there of the backpacks that were left at the scene that they found inside these bushes, on the right side of your screen, on the left, that's a GoPro camera, officials said, that was mounted on the fence, and then two bags as well. Andrew McCabe, when you're an investigator and you're looking into that, I mean, it clearly speaks to some kind of premeditation here of what they're looking into when they're talking to this suspect who was in the.
Dude, I'm telling you, GunTuber is so funny. Like this being potentially a GunTuber makes this peak.
that is done because this person, whoever he is, he clearly had the capacity to engage in that sort of structured and organized thought, which is a big piece of this, because that will undermine, and that can undermine a lot of different defenses at trial. So you have someone who had the wherewithal, the financial ability.
Oh my God. Someone in the chat says something brilliant and really funny. Do you think these are time travelers that are trying to stop him from becoming president? I do now. I didn't before. I do now. Oh my God.
Bullet. So this is someone who went through a lot of effort to really plan this out. I think we also have to remember that they somehow knew where to go. They had some indication maybe that Trump was playing golf on this day. We don't know that for a fact yet, but that's something that investigators are going to be looking for. Obviously picked this location as one of tactical advantage, likely because of the cover provided by the foliage and the bushes that he was hiding himself with. Probably had some advanced knowledge of how the golf course is laid out and where the former president would be proceeding from one hole to another. So this is all a very high degree of planning, which is great evidence for the prosecution. And finally, just recovering these backpacks with the stuff in them and the vehicle that he was driving in when he was arrested. You have a gold mine of evidence here, forensic evidence that will tie, likely, this person they arrested to that backpack in that place with the weapon at the same time. So all those little pieces come together. They all seem to be likely lining up in a very damning way for this person. And that's what the investigators and the prosecutors will be looking at next.
And Andrew, a very quick question before we let you go. They said at the briefing that the suspect with his rifle, the AK-47 with a scope, was between 300 and 500 yards away from Trump. But then they said that is not a far distance given the capability of this AK-47 with a scope. You agree with that that's not a far distance?
It's not a far distance. The rifle is definitely capable of it. The scope makes it easier to do. It's still going to require some degree of training and practice on the part of the shooter, but that's not hard to do in this country, right? A lot of people engage in that sort of stuff, shooting sports and things like that. So yeah, this is definitely a possible shot for a decently trained marksman. So, and it's also been done before. Let's not forget that in 2011, you had Oscar Ramiro Ortega Hernandez, who fired 7 shots at the White House from Constitution.
Dude, when are the fucking conspiracies rolling in? That's what I want to know. Like, who's got the best Lebanon takes? You know what I mean? Who's got the best blue MAGA takes? I feel like they kind of went away with Joe Biden going away, but like, I want to hear motherfuckers be like, this is fake. He staged it himself. He didn't get the, okay, here. Okay. Blue and on. Are you ready? I'm putting on my blue and on cap. Hold on. Let me put my blue and on cap. 1 second. Okay. I'm pulling on my blue and on cap. Okay. It's an AK-47 style rifle, which means they got it directly from Moscow. The shooter was never actually going to shoot Donald Trump. He didn't even get killed, as a matter of fact. Russian agent Vladimir Putin wanted to make Trump look good by surviving yet another assassination attempt. We will not believe that. Okay? It's 5 o'clock in Moscow, sweetie. It's 5 o'clock in Moscow, sweetie. Vladimir Putin, Vladdy Poo, you will not be fooling this powerful man, this feminist man who cares about abortion rights. I will be voting for Kamala Harris and wearing my Hamilton merch as I go to the polls. Vladdy Poo. This is why you get rated so low on the factual information chart. If you think that is not Lebanon take, that's not a fire Lebanon take, I don't know what to fucking tell you. That's facts. It's such a fucking flaming hot Lebanon take that it hasn't even come out yet, okay? I just wrote it into existence, bitch. This liberal will be walk Tua to the polls. No, Hawk Tua is too, like, right-wing coded. Blue and on still going strong. Secret Service Special Agent in charge of Miami Field Office Rafael Barrow says it's not yet clear if suspect fired any shots. Nope, I'm sorry. I'm 100% certain no one shot at Trump today, and anyone who wants me to think otherwise will have to come with a lot of hard evidence. Wait, this is correct, though. She was right. Blue Anon was right. HOTTOGO. You can see me hard to go to the poll. Yeah! Yeah! Lib Anon, baby!
Still has not been able to come out with a motive in that case, and there's a possibility there may not be a motive in this case. There were some shootings, and this was not a shooting today, and the former president thankfully was not hurt, but there are cases where there are no motives. That may not be the situation here. It's just too early to tell, given the fact this is only 4 hours old. They're still talking to him, figuring things out, going
Charlie
through
Kirk,
his social
what?
media, seeing if he had stuff written down. But the advantage that law enforcement has here that they did not have in the case in Pennsylvania.
Charlie Kirk is like, Charlie Kirk apparently found the guy's Twitter, but won't say it. Brother, you still have Wukong in the title? Diabolical. Bro, it's fun day still. I will still be playing fucking Wukong later. Okay? I will still be playing Wukong later. I promise. I'm a proud Swiftie, and I'm in my voting eras. Yes! Yes, sweetie! Yes, sweetie. He doesn't look like he's 58, and that's why I'm saying it's like libtard theory, okay? Because like a Republican who's 58 would look way worse. You know what I mean? He's too skinny to be a fucking Republican. I'm gonna be honest with you. He could be a crank though. He could still be a crank. Oh my God. Okay, I got another one. Okay. What if he's a RFK Jr. supporter who's really mad? RFK Jr. supporter who's really mad that RFK actually said, yeah, ain't no fucking Republicans got cum gutters, dude. What are we talking about? I mean, he's a RFK Jr. supporter who's really mad that RFK Jr. actually endorsed Donald Trump. Nah, Florida Republicans come in all different shapes and sizes. Bro, those are meth gutters. Come on. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't strike me as a tweaker. He just looks, I don't know why, I got lib vibes off of him. As soon as I saw the photo, I was like,
September
he's got
15th.
some libtard ass vibes, but we don't know.
Brings that to the forefront. As far as his vehicle, he was in a black SUV. What's not clear is perhaps was the SUV thought to be law enforcement. Law enforcement travels. Okay,
I got another one. I got another theory. I mean, I already gave this theory away, but I'm going to say it again. I'm going to repeat it for all the new people that are coming in just now. Laura Loomer's ex-boyfriend from Lovers to Enemies, okay? Fucking real mad that Donald Trump is hitting that now. He's like, I can't. When I saw him on television say she's a fiery woman, I was reminded I was reminded of the love we once had. I had to take matters into my own goddamn hands. He also does have a Nissan. Nissan is kind of a lib car, you know? New Laura Loomer selfie. Stop. That's one sexy woman. Name dropped. Oh shit. Get the working. Chatters. Shooter name dropped. He's kind of thinspo. That's crazy. He started dating her when he was in high school. Wait, what the fuck? Is this actually his account? Holy fuck. This guy is insane. What the fuck? Nah, this is okay. This might be a federal agent, dog. I don't know. I don't want to show you. Okay. This is an insane. Oh my God. He was a shooter boy. She said, show me to me, Rachel, please. Bro, this guy. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I'm looking at his shit right now, dude. His shit is. Well, okay. First and foremost, we can rule out HasanAbi head because age demographic wise, you know, this is an old ass community nowadays. And that's always a fear that I have in my heart. But judging by his post, we know this motherfucker could have shot me, as a matter of fact, instead of Trump, if push came to shove. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but he really loves. Dude, this looks like a federal account. That's all I'm gonna say. Dude, no one writes this much about Ukraine. He only posts if this is the actual fucking account and it's not like a last second switch up. He's gaining followers by the second as soon as no, I don't believe it. This is unsubstantiated. I'm not gonna fucking show any of this shit. Okay.
President,
but the name has been revealed. Suspect's name is Ryan Wesley Ruth. Okay. Is it anti-Israel NATO Andy? I don't know if he's anti-Israel, but he is a NATO fucking Andy dog. Okay. I don't know if he's anti-Israel. I don't see that at all. But he loves, if this is his actual account, because like, here's what could have happened. Okay. Here's what could have happened. As soon as the name got leaked, somebody immediately fucking went back on an account that has been around since January 2020 and changed the name to Ryan Ruth and changed the fucking, like the photo or whatever. Right. But I'm not going to lie. The tweets are insane. Okay. The tweets are insane as fuck. The handle changed though. Wait, what do you mean? His handle changed? Immediately followed by M HUD. Easy way to check Wayback Machine. Oh, you're right. He wouldn't have changed the handle. There's a picture post from 2020. He likes Tulsi Gabbard. He has added Tulsi Gabbard. Okay. We need some help out here in Kawa. I think he might have been like a Hawaiian pro NATO Tulsi Gabbard fan. He loves, oh my God, he fucking loves NATO and loves Ukraine. Like this man has only posted about Ukraine. Like, is crazy. I think this dude lost his dang mind on the Ukraine shit. What the fuck is this number? He's got like a phone number on here. Joe Biden, you should visit the victims in the hospital, the Trump rally victims, and attend the funeral of the fireman that died. Trump certainly never would. Show the world what real leaders would do. And you said Biden was dumb for talking about NATO. Okay, guys, I have an apology. I have an apology to make. Okay? I'm sorry. There is a NATO voter. It's this guy. It turns out I was wrong when I said, who the fuck is a NATO voter? It's this guy. Bro, he follows. Who the fuck follows Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III on Twitter? He follows Vivek Ramaswamy. He follows Radio Taiwan International. He follows a bunch of NAFO Andes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Live UA map, Euromaidan Press, Blue Sauron, provide coverage of the military side of the conflict. Bro got brainwashed by the feds. Dude, this is the most in this. Oh my God. I think this is like, we found it. We found the Blue Anon guy. I think he had some of the most unhinged takes about like getting Afghan fighters to go fight in Ukraine. Okay. He kept tweeting at Vivek and Nikki to not drop out. He follows Blinken. If this guy's real, his motive is that he believes Trump is anti-NATO and pro-Russia. Yeah. Bro, he was also like a Taiwan guy. He was so invested in the NATO shit. He was like, Bruno Mars Access, we're trying to serve the haiku stairs. Bruno helped with the nanatorium, and we need his help now to save this World War II landmark for our kids. Aid in Ukraine at gmail.com. Keith Amamiya, we must remove Rick from office. I'm thinking we could get Kirk Caldwell to join. Hunter Biden's son. They cannot convict Hunter Biden as the question on the application with no time frame. User or addict in the last 10 minutes, decade life. When? So any pot user at any moment cannot buy a gun. Oh my God. Bro. This bro is like invested in the State Department. He is so insanely pro American State Department that like that's the reason why when I saw this shit, I was like, is this a federal agent? Like, what the fuck is going on? Who the fuck? Elon Musk, I would like to buy a rocket from you. I wish to load it with a warhead for Putin's Black Sea Mansion bunker to end him. Can you give me a price, please? It can be old and used as not returning. Okay, he's schizo. Okay. a couple things that I've seen here. Okay, first of all, okay, this man is schizophrenic, okay? Because ain't nobody is fucking putting their phone number. Ain't nobody's putting their fucking phone number. Okay, wow, the same speech a week is best. I want a serious State of the Union type speech every time. I do not want trivial bullshit. I want a heartfelt on students killed, Gaza murders, Ukraine horrors, Taiwan, China murders, freedom, democracy. Oh my God, he is. He is the guy. He's the pro-Palestinian, pro-Ukrainian guy who is just like locked in, dude. What did he say to Seth Rogen? You and James Franco must use your status to meet with Kim Jong-un and show him we are friends and we want the best for him and his people. Dennis Rodman did it. James Franco, we cannot let North Korea spiral towards war. As civilians, we should go there and make friends with Kim Jong-un and show him we are normal humans. Oh my God, this guy's amazing. This guy's amazing. He's both a fucking NATO fan and also simultaneously like wants to open up the DPRK to the world. Wow. God, I love American politics. I love people that have just like these insane opinions, dude. How can all of these opinions be trapped in the same mind? How? How can these opinions all be in the same fucking mind? Literally a HasanAbi head? You are insane if you think this is HasanAbi head shit. Ain't no fucking HasanAbi head is being like, Elon Musk, please give me a rocket so I can nuke Vladimir Putin. This is obviously a Russian PSYOP agent to make the pro-Ukraine NATO guy look insane. How could this be a fucking Russian PSYOP? Like, I was thinking about that for sure. Cause like he has posted the most insane shit, right? Look, France Elba, I wish someone in Haiti would reach out to me so I can supply thousands of NATO-trained Afghan soldiers very cheaply. I can send 1,000 soldiers today to defend. There are thousands of NATO-trained Afghan soldiers that are begging to join your police force for very cheap wages, $200 a month. There are 1,000 with passports ready to fly. R.C. Wu from the Institute for National Policy told me to work with you to defend Taiwan. I have thousands of Afghan soldiers. This is crazy. Tweets are being deleted. Oh, Elon is probably going after the account already. Oh my God. His last post was about the previous shooting, copycat. Yeah, I saw that. If this is the Ryan Ruth in the news today, he seems like he's trying to arrange mercenaries for Ukraine. His posts are bizarre. I don't have LinkedIn. I can't go on his LinkedIn. If you want to fucking scour his LinkedIn and screenshot it, then that's fine. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh, holy moly. This guy is fucking insane, dude. This is the guy. I was wrong. This is the guy. This is the guy. If there are no more NATO voters, Ryan Wesley Ruth is dead or in jail for trying to kill the president. He is the NATO voter. He is the AUKUS Andy. He is the AUKUS Andy. Real Donald Trump. While you were my choice in 2016, I and the world hoped that President Trump will be different and better than the candidate, but we all greatly were disappointed, and it seems you are getting worse and devolving. Are you R-worded? I will be glad when you are gone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is he a Bernard brother? Man with gun barricades himself inside business in 2002. Ryan Ruth, 36, in 2002, was arrested without incident at United Roofing, Greensboro police said. Ruth was wait, is this him? Ruth was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and possession of a weapon of mass destruction, referring to a fully automatic machine gun. I was not supporting Bernie, but now I am, as Sleepy Joe stands for nothing. No plans, no ideas, just as limp as Hillary. Bernie, give them hell. Fight to the death. No, the age checks out, dude. Age checks out. Ryan Ruth, 36 in 2002. Now he's like 50. What? Yeah, that's 58. Isn't that the same age? His picture, the picture says roofing in the back of the truck. He's a roofer. His FB is down, but it said he was from North Carolina originally. Okay, I don't want to toot my own horn. It took one photo and 3 seconds for me to say this guy's a libtard, okay? I'm just saying, I know my fucking hogs, okay? I saw this motherfucker, I was like, that's a libtard, bro. He's got libtard-ass vibes. I fucking clocked it! I clocked it! No, Ain't no fucking Republican has that body fat percentage at the age of 58. Okay? I got the instincts. I do. Okay? Holy moly. You know he's a libtard because he surrendered to the police? No, I mean, that's like, you could respect the police. Wait, what? He has a sock account on deck? No, someone could have changed the name on this. You're wrong. No, someone could have changed the, no. This is like, this could have been a name change. Don't know if this is like actually his sock account. But a guy that posts like that would probably have a sock account because he's definitely insane. 0% chance, you are correct. He invited Kim Jong-un to his house in Hawaii. Kim Jong-un, I would like to invite you to Hawaii for vacation. We would love to have you here and entertain you. With the current virus, it is vacant and private. It would be an honor to have you at our beaches. I am a leader here and can arrange the whole trip. Please come. At POTUS, your campaign should be called something like Kadaf. Keep America democratic and free. Trump's should be Massa. Make Americans slaves again, master. Democracy is on the ballot and we cannot lose. We cannot afford to fail. The world is counting on us to show the way. Bro, he's so insane. Suspect in the Trump assassination was interviewed by Newsweek in Romania in 2022. According to the report, he helped recruit foreign fighters to volunteer for Ukraine.
Please tell me who you are and why are you here?
I'm 56 from the U.S. From North Carolina originally, so live in Hawaii now. So flew all the way from Hawaii.
Wait, it actually is Defend Taiwan? Like that's his actual sock account? He had a sock ready to go? I bet my ass he's a DDGer. I think he's too old to be a Destiny fan. This is like a guy who used to be a HasanAbi head and then like lost his fucking mind and thought I was like pro Russia. Yeah, tell Putin to attack, draw him in so we can flatten Moscow. Putin must be killed and Moscow must be burned to the ground. Evil must be eliminated totally forever. One thing that we do know is that he is completely fucking insane. No, I know he went to Ukraine. He did. This guy did not watch you. No, I don't think so either. He was a Vivek head? Vivek Ramaswamy, you cannot quit. Why? You must stay on the ballot to end. You must fight. You must continue giving speeches and push all the way to the election day no matter. He was a fucking, he's not a Vivek stan. You guys are so dumb. He is hyper libbed up, dude. He is hyper libbed up. He's hyper libbed up. He 100% is like, he was saying that because he thought like he could eat away at like Trump's base of support or something. He's not mentally well. Oh, his website is down. He's not mentally well. You can see his business website. He just starts rambling. Yeah, I could tell he's not mentally well from the fact that he fucking sent messages, or not messages. He tweeted at like Zelensky directly to be like, give me a call. Of course he's bananas, dude. What are you talking about? Brian Schatz, I need your help. I am flying to Ukraine on Sunday to fight, but it is obvious they need our Patriot missile defense systems. Certainly we have some of those here that we can loan to Ukraine, and I can learn as a civilian how to operate. Help me change this war. Okay, I was wrong when I said it's funny. It would be really funny if it was like a random gun tube guy who was just in the vicinity. Objectively, this is funnier. And this is such an insane person, like an insane person, both in like the way he's like obviously not mentally well, but insane in terms of like how invested he is in like NATO, defending Taiwan, defending Ukraine, that like I was wrong. This is objectively funnier than like another fucking Trump. Well, I mean, technically he did vote for Trump in 2016, but another, former Trump supporter. I think he's genuinely just a single issue NATO voter, not even full lib, just NATO. Vivek is not pro NATO, was he? You must expand your message with hundreds of bullet points. I've heard TJ swivel twice. Join forces with Nikki Haley now as VP to make a winning team, please. Need two-parter to win this. How to fix Ukraine, China, North Korea, and Iran. Can you make friends? International Women's Day. We all need to join together to support Tulsi for president. Oh my God, he's a Tulsi crank. He's a Tulsi crank. No. This, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are wondering, like, remember when I told you that like the American median voter is oftentimes a person who has opinions that are inherently contradictory, and it's very difficult to comprehend exactly what their worldview is. This is a person that goes above and beyond liberalism. Like, I think he was very libbed up. He was a Trump. So as far as we understand, he was a Trump voter in 2016, probably because Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton as an anti-war candidate. Remember that. He ran as an anti-war candidate, as a peaceful dove. So this guy probably voted for him for that reason. Okay. Why are you so pro-Putin and isolationist? Are you saying it's insane to not be these things? You cannot look at a guy who is adding Zelensky and being like, give me a fucking call. I have 1,000 Taliban or Afghanistan NATO fighters ready to go, and be like, that's a normal position to have. You, my friend, have to go get mentally checked by a doctor. If you look at a guy who was just recently apprehended by the FBI and you look at his fucking background, okay? If you look at his background and you're like, well, he's saying a lot of things that I agree with, you probably immediately need to talk to a doctor, like immediately, okay? Do not wait. He was a fan of Tulsi, and then he was no longer a fan of Tulsi. Okay, so in 2020, he was a fan of Tulsi, and then he stopped being a fan of Tulsi because he's libbed up. He was a fan of Donald Trump, and then he became no longer a fan of Donald Trump. I think this guy is insanely fucking libbed up. Okay, I think that this guy is insanely libbed up and very, very unhealthily obsessed with NATO and like helping NATO, beefing up NATO. And he's the guy who is like mentally ill, that literally just listens to whatever fucking the news is telling them about, like the big bad, the big evil. And he just hyper focuses on that. It makes it his hyper fixation, and he loses his dang mind. Okay. And it's interesting because he dislikes Joe Biden, likes Bernie, likes Tulsi Gabbard, likes Taiwan and Ukraine, wants normalized relations with Iran and North Korea, wants to bomb Putin directly. This guy's fucking awesome. Yeah, he is like oddly very pro-Palestine. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. I'm telling you, it makes sense. Because like, what does television tell you? Television tells you this is objectively a good war. It's moral to continue prosecuting this war. It's moral to, like, television man can't tell you that like the fucking death and destruction in Gaza is like, even if the television man tells you death and destruction in Gaza is like actually totally valid, he very clearly does have in his mind like an anti-war principle. And I think that a lot of anti-war liberals went nutty mode with Ukraine because it was one of the first times that America was on the right side of history. Even if their reasons for being on the right side of history were wrong, it was like, that is the reason why he became like insanely militant. Why was he pro North Korea then? He's not pro North Korea. I think he's just like, he's like an actual anti-war guy who is like also insane and thinks more war for Ukraine, but anti-war everywhere else. More war in Ukraine to defend Ukraine, which is an understandable position to have if you're like anti-war, but you're simultaneously looking at what's going on in Ukraine and you're like losing your mind over all these people dying for no reason. Why did he vote for Trump in 2016 and didn't get fooled by Russiagate? I think his perspective on Ukraine probably started after the invasion. I am beginning to think you are just crazy. Stop talking about shit about everyone else and get to work. Nobody wants a bunch of bullshit. I think you're a Republican and a Trump nut at this point. That gray streak in your hair is so stupid. Grow up or go away. Ryan in Hawaii. Why do you keep saying he's pro-Palestine? He has mentioned that he wants the murders in Gaza to stop. That's the only thing that that's the only reason why I thought he's like kind of pro-Palestine. He's not like, he's obviously nowhere near as invested in Palestine as he is in like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, surprisingly enough. He mentions Gaza murders once, that's it. Some reporters are quoting his tweets, websites, interviews as to such as he's a partisan. As he voted in 2016 for Trump, it was heavily, no, he's super anti-Trump. I disagree, he's libbed up. He's being treated as a Bush Republican, never Trump Republican. Maybe they are libbed up now. Well, considering that the Democratic Party actively courts these voters, I would say that he is fucking libbed up. Okay? From his site, Israel must be divided equally between the Jews and the Palestinians. as no one should steal another's land and democracy must be put in place and nurtured for long-term stability. No, I don't think he's pro-Israel, chat. I think he's like a two-stater. This is the State Department guy, okay? -1 Kamala voter. Yeah. Trump stan, probably because Donald Trump positioned himself as like anti-war and stuff, anti-establishment. He probably fucking hated Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton was like an establishment warmonger. Okay? This is a guy who was like trying to build housing for homeless people and shit. Doesn't this account kind of read like a Republican's caricature of a radical liberal? It does, which is why I think like this is the one guy. They found it. They found the one guy. Yeah, in 2020 he was pro Tulsi. He is the reason why I said like there's no way this man is a fucking HasanAbi head is because he is vehemently anti-China. Like that is like if there were like, remember what I told you about the median voter? There's like 5 priorities that you have to assign in order of like hierarchy. His number one hierarchical like number one priority is fuck Putin and free Ukraine through whatever means necessary. His number 2 priority is Donald Trump is an asshole and he fucking sucks. And I would say number 3 is I mean, he's such a crank. It's awesome. Number 3 is no. NATO is like number 1. I already said it. Number 3 would probably be, what is this? Communist 2. I think splitting all the rail project into many small parts and hiring all local groups to control individual columns and small parts of the project as we go. Let's use this project to help our struggling workers in the economy. No, he's not a fucking communist. You're so stupid. This is just like that fucking Trump supporter girl that I was talking to that doesn't believe that like dinosaurs existed, but also is like pro Medicare for all. Okay, you will be led astray. You have to look at like what their top priorities are. Okay, he donated to Warren and Yang in 2020, and I think Tulsi Gabbard as well. Like in terms of his like political opinions, not employed. Act blue, act blue, act blue. Kasich for America. John McCain. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He is a never Trump Republican. Oh my God. Oh my God. He was a John Kasich head. What the fuck? He was also a registered independent, I believe. His bio is literally about taking less and giving more back to America. He's not a communist. Oh, this is his website on his opinions. Oh my God. He ran for Honolulu mayor to save the Haiku Stairs. The USA is the world leader and we must behave as the world leader. We are obligated to foster human rights and democracy around the world. Okay, dude. Yo, this is the AUKUS voter. This is the AUKUS voter. I was so wrong. This is the NATO voter. Oh my God. We found him. We found him. We found the AUKUS voter. The Five Eyes voter. Oh, when Brandon kept saying, dude, when Brandon kept saying, why did NATO? He was literally activated like a fucking Manchurian candidate. Okay.
Good morning. Most wonder what I'm doing in Ukraine. This is about a center to help people when they come from other countries around the world have a location, someone to talk to as a greeting committee to get them in the location that they need to be. So that's the whole focus of this project, is to help foreigners be as useful as possible. That's our mission and job here, to get everybody where they need to be to maximize their potential. And everyone here is self-funded, so everyone's out of money and struggling to buy fuel and get everything they need just to survive. Any support would be tremendously appreciated.
Yeah, I'm actually, for the record, yeah, this is what's funny. What's funny is that like someone just said that based on this guy's like political framework, donations, and overall output, okay, he is the guy that is supposed to be on the CNN panel of undecided voters. Seems like the crank final boss. Yes. At Dave Matthews Band, we need an emotional tribute song for Ukraine as support stalls. I have lyrics and music to We Are One to rally global support. Please help me. I live near Jack Johnson and I'm sure he will help. Please. Adding Bruno Mars to make help. Yeah, Bruno Mars. I live in Hawaii and was in Ukraine for 8 months and I need help producing a tribute song for Ukraine. I have all lyrics and some music. Ukraine needs your support. This is literally, bro, this is kind of who Kamala was targeting to like vote for her. Dave Matthews, you have blood on your hands. He donated to Yang, Warren, Tulsi, Steyer, and Beto in 2020. I feel like you manifested this man by saying there are no people like this. Okay, sometimes I'm wrong, okay? Most times I'm right. I did not realize that there was a guy like this. Okay, I am going to now change my position from there is not a single voter like this to there actually is a single voter. His name is Ryan Ruth, and he tried to assassinate the former president. Okay, I'm going from there is not one guy like this to there is at least one guy like this. Okay, this is a man that I have manifested in my feverish imagination, where I kept saying there's no fucking NATO AUKUS voter, you dumbasses. There is no NATO AUKUS voter that was like formerly a Tulsi Gabbard fan, and now he won't be able to vote. I would have helped him produce that song though. I mean, he's not dead. Republicans are going to spin this so well against the Dems. Oh yeah, for sure. I have been to Ukraine twice for 8 months total, and communist Russia and Putin must be eliminated and dissolved at all costs, including boots on the ground. Taiwan should already have countless U.S. bases and must be defended. And Chinese communism and Xi Jinping eliminated for slavery and the murder of youth to harvest organs is a gross human rights violation, as well as global viruses and combative behavior. Oh, he's like China did COVID. Oh my God. Bro saw Team America and thought, damn, Kim Jong-un must be so lonely. Yeah, did you see his tweet about how he hates Viktor Orban? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. He tweeted about Viktor Orban? No. Oh my God. He did not tweet about Viktor Orban. Oh my God. Did he tweet about Viktor Orban? I was moved by Lester Holt being emotionally shaken on last night's newscast. He is the first real human to show the gravity of this war, and he's the best man in the world in my book. I'll stand by his side with Lester to fight a war and have his back any day. I mean, he would be the guy who knows who Viktor Orban is. He was recruiting for Ukraine in a GM video. Shut the fuck up.
Good luck with the video, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Can I see your ID?
Yeah. Can you hold this for me? No. How much time do I have before 12 gets here?
Okay. You don't have an ID?
If I show you my ID, can I go back into class?
Oh, you said 442? I thought you said 842.
Hey, my name is not Marquez Brownlee no more. It's Draco Malfoy. I don't do paper. I only do airdrop.
Well, the Ukrainians have a right to fight back.
I don't do paper though.
I don't care if you do paper or not. I'm looking for revolutionaries. I'm looking for people who want to take this whole system down.
Bro.
Revolutionaries against communism. Which he thinks is Russia is communist.
I'm a veteran. Like, do you need me?
What kind of veteran are you?
Bro, I served in Nuketown.
Well, I think it's better to serve and fight in the powers, fucking over the system.
Bro, give me a Glock and a Hellcat.
Take a look at this.
Bro, but I don't do paper though. I just told you that.
Dude, then get away. We don't need people who aren't serious. If you're not serious,
I'm serious, but I don't do paper, bro.
How the fuck did y'all find this, bro? How did you find out that he was in a Gideon video randomly? How is that even fucking possible? How is that possible that this community has already figured out where this motherfucker, like Where's Waldo, has appeared over time? That is crazy. His name was revealed approximately 15 minutes ago. What the fuck is going on?
You're literally killing the environment.
We're moving on. You go ahead, have your lunch.
No, bro, I'm going to class. I'm a scholar.
Go to class.
Wow, this hoe is Hogwarts.
This is craziness, okay? This is craziness. He voted for Trump in 2016. No, I know. We know already. We covered that already. You're late. Chat, you are late. We already fucking investigated this dude's background. We know, so far, what we know is he voted for Trump in 2016. He hates Trump now, okay? He actually was kind of weirdly pro Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. And originally I thought that he was actually pro Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley because, like, he wanted Trump to lose. But it turns out he actually was pro Vivek and Nikki Haley because, like, he was a McCain voter and a John Kasich supporter as well before shifting over to Trump. And I think he's appeared too much. This can't be a coincidence. He's a hired actor, clearly. He's been hired by Gideon Zelensky in Taiwan and now clearly Trump. What if we're all crazy and he's the sane one? Yeah. I already got clips of you saying he's pro-Palestine. It's a crazy world. I mean, it's true. He was. Right-wing spin machine has already begun. Man who tried to assassinate President Trump identified as Ryan Youth, an avid Biden-Harris supporter who called Donald Trump a threat to democracy. Fox News reporting that the man arrested with a GoPro, blah, blah, blah. I've been screen recording his social media. He's a Joe Biden and Kamala Harris supporter. Posted their claim that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He also said he's been in Ukraine to fight in the war. He also posted, I have thousands of Afghan soldiers that wish to serve for the Haiti National Police at cheap wages. Why would you even bring that up? That has nothing to do. Oh, because she saw Haiti and was like, he's pro Haiti. Like, that's what it is, right? That's what she's trying to say. What she should have been saying is he wanted to serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour at the HasanAbi broadcast because I forgot to fucking run it an hour ago. So I'm running it now in the middle of the hour. Here it is, chat. It is here. The top of the hour ad break is upon us. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also send links if you are subscribed. So there is that too. Dude, forget the FBI. This dude was on everyone's radar. Yeah, this dude is like, this is a different, that's a different Ryan who, the donations are not right. The FEC donations are a different guy. Is that what it is? Killed. Hashtag killed. Killing anywhere is extremely tragic. God, Twitter is so fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry, dude. If all the blue verified checkmark accounts are so fucking stupid, it's like, this aged well. Like, come on, dude. There's so many funnier things you could say about this guy who obviously is like an insane person. Like, that's what you're hitting him with? This aged well. You fucking suck. You're a loser. You have no interest in being funny or creative. Nah, FEC's right. It says location Kawa, Hawaii. Oh, okay. Breaking. The Facebook account of Ryan Wesley Ruth, who tried to assassinate Trump, has been blocked. I managed to take a screenshot before. He's anti-Israel. I'm unclear what part of Israel the Jews own based on this historic map. Judea, perhaps. It seems historically to be all Palestinian. This is him. This is actually him. Yeah. It's pronounced like your favorite weeb word for kawaii. Kawaii? Oh. Dude, HasanAbi, this is definitely a chatter's uncle. Get the nephew niece on stream. I mean, I would never dare to desecrate the sacred bond between nephew and uncle by having them make fun of their insane uncle on stream like this. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to his interview in Newsweek in Romania.
Here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me, you know, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, you know, any movie we've ever watched, this is definitely evil against good. I mean, we're battling a situation here where, you know, the Ukrainians and the rest of the world are caring and kind and generous and unselfish and take care of one another, and it's just a matter of, you know, we need to stand up for that. That is the most important thing in the world, is just to show human beings that we're kind and we're caring and that we take care of one another and that the world is united so that we feed each other and make sure that.
Yeah, his hair is blue and yellow because of the Ukrainian flag, I think.
You know, we all move forward as one collective.
So he clearly doesn't think Trump would have stopped the invasion. No, I don't think he thinks Trump would have stopped the invasion at all. It kind of feels to me like he thinks Trump is being very mean to Zelensky and is probably, I think this guy became, the funniest part of this is I think he became, allows him to use his expertise to address a larger problem. Yeah. It seems he lived in Greensboro, North Carolina and moved out of the state in 2020. I think he also, not only did he live in Greensboro, but he also had a house in Hawaii as well. Because he mentioned that he has an empty house in Hawaii because he wanted to bring, I can't believe I'm saying this. He wanted to bring Kim Jong-un to his house as a guest to talk to him. Dude, also he was BLM and ALM. Hashtag George Floyd protest, hashtag all lives matter. Local municipalities and states cannot continue to be allowed to provide their own oversight on law enforcement. It is a gross conflict of interest. The federal government must be compelled to always be the legal review of police action. This is incredible stuff, man. This is incredible fucking stuff. He is in a New York Times article. We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm confused. Is this a good dude or not? In the USMC, a lot of guys don't really trust a Marine that hasn't had to stand tall before a man at least once. By this, I mean some sort of run with the UCMJ. This guy at least does sound like he gets shit done. I'm confused. He's quite eccentric, but he's also very involved in helping international volunteers in Ukraine, so he probably knows your brother, or at least knows people from his unit. This is his website. He would probably know how to get help to word out about your missing friend. I think he wanted to fuck Kim Jong-un. Anyway, this is the earliest thing that we could find about him. Ryan Ruth was 36 at the time, was arrested without incident at 1 a.m. at Monday at United Roofing. Ruth was pulled over about 10 p.m. Sunday during a traffic stop, but he put his hand on a firearm and drove to United Roofing, where he remained barricaded inside. Ruth was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and a possession of a weapon of mass destruction, referring to a fully automatic machine gun. He was also charged with resisting, delaying, and obstructing law enforcement officer and driving while license revoked. In the Army subreddit post where he's mentioned for later when talking about the New York Times, I'm always skeptical of anyone posting their exploits on social media. This guy and that Nancy guy rubbed me the wrong way. Ukrainian officials initially boasted 20,000 potential Legion volunteers, but far fewer actually enlisted. Currently, there are around 1,500 members in the organization, say people with knowledge of the Legion. Some are experienced fighters working as a part of the defense intelligence of Ukraine, but there have been high-profile problems. A former Army private first class, John McIntyre, was ejected from the Legion for bad behavior. Internal documents show that the Legion is struggling. Mr. Nance, where's the other one? Malcolm Nance? Okay, where's the article about our boy? Oh, with Legion growth stalling, Ryan Ruth, a former construction worker from Greensboro, North Carolina, is seeking recruits from among Afghan soldiers who fled the Taliban. Mr. Ruth, who has spent several months in Ukraine last year, said he planned to move them, in some cases illegally, from Pakistan and Iran to Ukraine. He said dozens had expressed interest. We can probably purchase some passports through Pakistan since it's such a corrupt country, he said in an interview from Washington. Hey, Hassan, why were you on r/BreakCrooper? Are you guys fucking stupid? We literally went on r/BreakCrooper on stream. Why was I on Dr. Disrespect Live? We literally went on it on stream to expose my moderator Weeby for starting to fucking subreddit. Do you think I go on Reddit on my own time? What are you, fucking stupid? I don't use Reddit. Anyway, let's continue. It is not clear whether he has succeeded, but one former Afghan soldier said he had been contacted and was interested in fighting if it meant leaving Iran, where he was living illegally. Okay, that's it. That's the only mention that he gets, I think. This man's politics are like the coexist bumper sticker, but the peace sign is the NATO compass. Yeah. If there's one thing that this guy was objectively in favor of, it is NATO. Okay? Objectively. And what I mean by that is American Post Taiwan flag in Kyiv to honor Taiwanese soldiers in Ukraine. Volunteer says if China protests, I can order another 1,000 flags. That's him. Ryan Ruth points to Taiwan flag. He would have loved voting for Biden. I agree. But I think he also cared about Palestine. So maybe he was conflicted. Because I think he was like pro-Palestinian, like way more than the average American. But also simultaneously, he was so insanely pro-NATO and so insanely pro-Ukraine and so insanely like above and beyond what an average person would care about. You know what I mean? You think this could mess up Kamala's momentum? No, I don't think so. I think they'll talk about him a lot. Like the Republicans will go crazy over it. Average D voter, D in a nutshell, fuck no. Destiny is permanent genocide in Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, the Ukraine stuff, yes, but I think this dude is definitely way more pro. Like the Ukraine stuff, the Taiwan stuff, absolutely. Can you be pro-NATO and Palestine for real? Americans can, okay? Trump making other countries chip in the NATO funds probably made him flip. Yeah. I think I found his Reddit account. We know his Reddit account is called Taiwan Foreign Legion. He's like really, really nutty about like defending Taiwan and also defending Ukraine. He's in a semaphore video too?
Ukraine is reluctant to be cooperative.
That's Ryan Ruth, a U.S. citizen who set up the International Volunteer Center in Ukraine to help connect foreigners to Ukrainian military units.
Now I'm talking to over 100 soldiers every day, and pretty much everybody, all of my contacts in Ukraine, they were adamant and pretty much yelled at me every time that I suggested that we bring in Afghans.
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. This chat is better than the CIA, dude.
The Ukrainian government didn't respond to our request for comment, but a source close to the officials in Kiev told Semaphore that their top concern is the question of loyalty in the thick fog of war.
The biggest thing is spies. They're afraid that anybody and everybody is a Russian spy.
Those concerns aren't completely unfounded. Russia's notorious private military group, Wagner, has reportedly begun recruiting Afghan commandos. Semaphore reviewed these text messages from Afghan soldiers, which tell the same story.
What I heard was that they were offering them about $2,500 to $3,500 a month.
All right, the rest of it is not about him. He was also trying to fucking recruit Afghan soldiers, bro. This dude is crazy cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, dude. Holy moly, incredible. God, I love the United States of America. Moments like this is my favorite shit, okay? Times like this, I'm like, God damn, I love the American political sphere and all of its bountiful content. All right, let's see what CNN is saying while I go piss.
His attitude toward the war in Ukraine, the fact that he claims he fought there and was recruiting people to go fight. Does that make it a motive? Not necessarily, but it's certainly something that's going to cause them to want to take a deeper look at that. And again, the social media aspect of this. I mean, he's 58 years old and does have a social media footprint. Not that older people don't, but, you know, it shows that he's very active on social media. He did have a GoPro, so he was planning on filming himself. And he wanted to leave that behind, in my opinion, if he had been successful. And so all these things are, I think, important clues. But the most important clues are going to come from the execution of those search warrants and the evidence they're able to gather from his home, a business, interviewing friends, family, smartphones, all those kinds of things. That's where the evidence is going to really come from. And that's what they're actively working right now. And now that his name is out there, obviously there's going to be a lot of interest in tracking down friends and relatives of this individual.
Well, Wolf, just as we're reporting on this and we are getting new information by the moment, I also just want to report some more news that I'm hearing from sources and that our colleagues have also confirmed, which is that in recent days, the Trump campaign was briefed by U.S. intelligence officials about new indications that Iran was planning to increase its attempt to attack former President Donald Trump and those around him. We're hearing this from sources. This is something that was briefed to the Trump campaign. I should note, and I want to be very clear here, we don't know that this new intelligence and this new briefing that the Trump campaign got about this attempt by Iran to escalate its attack on Donald Trump is it at all related to this second attempted assassination that happened today on his golf course. But it does speak to the threat environment.
The fuck do you mean Iran? What are these people are fucking goddamn CNN. Dude. That is crazy.
Just want to get back to you, Andrew McCabe, on this reporting. And while we don't know that it has anything to do with what happened today, what it says about overall what the Secret Service and Homeland Security and officials are taking into account.
Caitlin, what it tells us, it gives us a very small insight into a very, very troubling, complicated, diverse threats that are facing our political leadership today. And, you know, the fact that they've been briefed on these threats means that the intelligence community considers them credible and reliable and things that they feel like the Secret Service and those engaged in protecting the former president really need to take action on. And so this brings us back to the conversation we had a little while ago, where we were commenting on how is it that this could happen 2 times in just a couple of months, and that someone could get this close to the president from, you know, just kind of poking in from through the fence at the golf course. There is always a tension between protectees and the protective service, particularly when the protectee is someone who's running for office. They want to be available.
This is so fucking stupid. Iran makes the most sense, though. They must avenge Qasem. Yeah, no, Iran doesn't make sense at all in this situation. What are you talking about? This guy is so heavily fucking invested in, like, NATO. I think what's really funny about this, what's really funny about, like, Americans looking at a situation that is, like, so unique to the United States of America and being like, someone else must be responsible for this. No, dude, we're responsible for this. Only in the United States of America could you find a guy that is such a goddamn crank that he was like pro-Tulsi Gabbard, pro-Trump in 2016, vehemently anti-Trump, and like the most invested in both housing the homeless and also simultaneously fucking nuking Moscow in an effort to end the war in Ukraine. This is our people, okay? A guy who in 2002 was arrested by law enforcement for barricading himself in his fucking roofing company's roof, ironically enough, in his roofing company's office with a fucking automatic machine gun in his hand after being chased by the police. Like, this is someone who you can only find in America, okay? There is no other planet where you can, there is no other place on this planet where there is a guy who is going to have this many conflicting thoughts in his mind and a ease of access to an arsenal of weapons and a guy who's a real go-getter. Okay, this is, yes, as American as apple pie. He's so American that he's got the United States of America flag on his fucking Twitter bio. Okay.
Thank you very, very much. We, of course, are going to continue following all this major breaking news. The FBI says it is investigating.
Yeah, our community scooped the 2002 arrest before any publication. W journalism. Yeah, we got W. Yo, let's get some W's in the chat for W journalists.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for joining us as we've been following this breaking news, Wolf, for the last several hours. Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Our breaking news coverage is going to continue. Stay here.
Let Wolf drink his fucking margaritas, man. Oh, Fox is probably going crazy over this. Let's see.
If you have to cut.
God damn it. Fuck you, Fox. I just want to point out, it took me 3.5 seconds of like glancing at the dude's photo to be like, that's a libtard. I'm going to go back to that once again. I'm going to toot my own horn here. Okay, and tell you once again, I saw the man, I saw his nipples, and I was like, that's a libtard. Okay, I'm like fucking GeoGuessr for American politics. Okay, as soon as, yeah, he got cum gutters, that's not a conservative. Okay, that's not a Republican. Okay, 58-year-old man.
Unit. So, you know, we feel the pain of one country's failure and their conflicts, and we enjoy the successes of other countries that are doing good, and we all work together. And for some reason, Russia does not grasp this concept that we're all one unit, and we have to get along and work together and be normal human beings. This is 2022. We have to work together. It seems asinine that we have a leader in a country that does not understand the concept of being unselfish and being generous and being kind and just the basic moral values that are required by human beings these days. It blows my mind.
And what are you doing here in Ukraine?
My initial goal was to come and fight. I think, you know, everybody around the globe should be motivated.
He was not allowed to fight, by the way. I love that, like, a guy whose standards, like, a military that is very desperate for foreign volunteers still looked at this guy and was like, nah, dog, we can't give you a weapon. But in the goddamn US of A, he can have all the weapons he needs, okay? That's the beauty of this country. This motherfucker failed the Ukrainian ASVAB, okay? I don't even know how they conduct it, okay? I don't know how they conduct that shit over there, but I do know that they're desperate for people, okay? They're desperate for bodies. And he was still not allowed. He was still not allowed to serve in the fucking Foreign Legion. And yet, in the United States of America, he can have all the guns he wants, okay? God, this country, man, this fucking country, we are such fucking freaks, dude. We are the freakish country, dude. We are the most insane country. A guy who was not allowed to carry a weapon in Ukraine can just like do whatever the fuck he wants here.
motivated to come here and support the Ukrainians and support the army, no matter what gender, age, anything. Everybody should be here supporting the army. But I'm 56, so initially they were like, well, I have no military experience, so they're like, you're not an ideal candidate.
Damn it!
So they said, not right this minute.
God damn it, dude. He served. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, Chatter. You fucking piece of shit. God damn it, dude. Top of the hour roofing. Oh my God. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you fucking, I was cooking up a really good one too. I was cooking up a really good one. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for fucking $6, even though it's 30% off right now, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub. Why does he look like you? Because they put my face on his face, dude. Chatters, come on. He does kind of look like you. It is my face. They Photoshop my face onto his. Oh my God, some chatters are so stupid. Holy shit.
So plan B was to come here to Kyiv and promote getting more people here. You know, we need thousands and thousands and thousands of people here fighting with the Ukrainians. We need, you know, we've got 190 countries around the world, and we need thousands from all of them. If the governments will not send their official military, then we civilians have to pick up the torch and make this thing happen. And we've gotten some wonderful people here, but it's a small fraction of the number that should be here. If we have 5,000, you know, to 10,000 people here fighting, you know, that is just a minuscule amount of the 5 billion people on the globe. You know, we need everyone here fighting. That's why I'm in Kyiv. So every project that I promote is about getting people here to support the Ukrainians. We were at a critical juncture in this war where we are sitting on the fence as far as whether good or evil is going to win. You know, right now we're looking at a situation where the world is waning and it's thinking that this is important or not. And we're at a point where, you know, all right, are we going to stand for humanity, for human rights, for everything that is good with the world? Or are we just going to ignore it? You know, if everybody is complacent and doesn't join this fight, then guess who's going to win? It might take 10 years, but we're going to lose this battle if everyone around the globe does not stop what they're doing.
He also wrote this book called Ukraine's Unwinnable War, The Fatal Flaw of Democracy, World Abandonment, and the Global Citizen Taiwan, Afghanistan, North Korea, and the End of Humanity. Oh my God, he wrote a separate book presenting the book on Amazon. Roosters crow here. I sit at 5 a.m. I shot a white rooster yesterday, and they normally run off screaming, but this one was paralyzed and could no longer walk. And what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna stop reading that. He's insane.
Get off the couch and come to Ukraine and defend the human rights of everyone around the globe. This is the most important thing going on in the world today. So sitting around and letting life go on as normal.
He also stopped the rape. He fought and chased the suspected rapist and later assisted the police in an investigation. Makes him a super citizen, if not a superhero. For his efforts, Ruth was awarded Law Enforcement Oscar by the Greensboro chapter of the International Union of Police Association. A statue shaped like an Academy Award rests on the mantle of his living room. Ruth received the Oscar for being the Citizen of the Year. I hope that everybody else would have done the same thing in the same situation, Ruth 25 said. When these types of incidents happen, most of what you do is just impulse. You're just reacting. I was happy to be at the right place at the right time. I'm so glad this guy didn't die. Yeah, I can't wait. He's going to write the most insane book. He is the main character. We're just the background. This guy's like a fucked up Forrest Gump. He's like, yeah, he's the Forrest Gump, but for NATO. He also wrote this article for that newspaper in 1995. Graffiti is giving city an ugly black eye. Miss Bottoms, the mayor of Atlanta, looks like a sharp person for VP. I would support her. Did Hillary decline? What the fuck? Prison call, interview him on the pod. I would love to do that. I am, however, afraid that if he ever gets out of prison, he would assassinate me for not being sufficiently pro-Ukraine. Like, this is the exact type of guy who would go around being like, this motherfucker is in the pocket of Vladimir Putin. I know it. Okay? like, or pro-China. He was not very good at assassinations, true, but he's definitely the type of guy who is a go-getter. He's not going to stop.
Complaining about gas prices and complaining about, you know, your luxury life in whatever country you live in is unacceptable. As human beings, we must support each other. We cannot turn our backs on anyone around the world and expect the problem to go away. So I've been dealing with Russia for my entire life. You know, we had one period where it was okay, but now we've let it slip back into terrorism. So it's just, the world needs to respond. You know, why world leaders are not sending military is beyond me. We're going to have to elect new leaders the next go around that have a backbone and that, you know, have the fortitude to say, hey, we're not going to tolerate this type of behavior. This type of behavior is unacceptable anywhere, any place, you know. So it's totally unacceptable. Why people are not responding, I do not know.
What impressed you the most since you are here?
My trip to Irpin was pretty emotional. So, you know, going and seeing the...
All right, boring. Yapper.
Jr. happened to be superb marksman. And Eric Trump, it just so happens, was telling me earlier today with some top-notch sharpshooters, some of the best in the country, they were hitting targets from a mile away. That ought to give people a little bit of perspective in terms of what the perimeter needs to be for any top candidate or elected official. The perimeter can't be 300 to 500 yards because that's considered an easy shot by anybody that has any level of skill. Now, Eric was, to be honest, pretty emotional and said the words to me, how many more lives does my father have here? In terms of, you know, he can only dodge so many bullets. Wow. And he rightfully is upset. And knowing firearms as well as he does, he makes a compelling case. And I'm going to put him on tomorrow night, and he's going to describe this in his own way and how he felt. The whole family has to be upset. I remember the last time when this happened in Butler, poor Barron Trump found out somebody ran over to him and said, your dad shot, we think he's dead. For a kid that's about to go off to college, I don't think that's a great moment in his life and probably a very traumatic one for him. And for the entire family, and I feel horrible for this family for all that they have gone through. So much of it has been unfair, but just
is he crying
on this? You know, the president tends to shrug this off himself. The president shook the hands, according to my friend Steve Witkoff, of every single person that was out there protecting him. He thanked every one of them for protecting him. He was grateful to all of them. And that just happens to be the way it is. He happens to be. It's a side of him that I wish he would show more often to the American people. But that does not negate the question, Charlie, and I think we're tracking on this very important issue. You've got a tree line, you've got a fence, you're only 300 yards away from where the presidential candidate,
Yeah, I guess his boyfriend almost got killed again, so that's probably why he's a little emotional.
Top-notch Secret Service agent that was able to stop that threat by taking his own shot. You know, I don't know where we would be again today. I mean, the
top-notch Secret Service agent, they missed, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? He literally escaped the woods, got in his fucking Nissan SUV and drove away.
I think there's a lot of questions that got to be answered. This interim report that'll be coming out from Congress I think is going to be very revealing.
Sean, it's Molly here. I'm having this remarkable deja vu because the last time I saw you in person, we were outside of Bedminster, outside of the golf club where he had just survived the prior assassination attempt. And now here we are in the same situation where it's remarkable that the former president is still alive. Remarkable that we're talking about security failures, the bravery, of course, of the people on the ground there, the Secret Service agent that was one hole ahead and created where we are today. We're thankfully not holding a state funeral of types. Your thoughts on where this goes as we're still waiting for the first interim report to come out on the prior assassination attempt? a state funeral of types. Your thoughts on where this goes, as we're still waiting for the first interim report to come out on the prior assassination attempt.
Molly, on so many levels, you're so right. And I remember the conversation we had about this very topic. But if you think of the distance of 300 to 500 yards and the idea, regardless of what the resources are, if you don't have enough resources.
Bro, nobody cares about Trump, dude. Stop crying, okay? Nobody, no one. Like, you guys do, your fans do, but like, it literally, this is so stupid.
That is a...
He's like, why won't people care about our big, beautiful... Why won't people care about our big, beautiful president? This is so frustrating. Why don't they care? Well, they do. It seems they do care. They just care in the opposite direction. They care enough to like try and kill him. Okay? Maybe they should care less about the big, beautiful boy if you want them to not kill the president.
Threat level in this country has never been greater than it is right now, and that it is coming from everywhere. So that would tell me we need more resources, not just for President Trump, but for the vice president, for the president.
Will this have some real impact on the election? I don't think this will have like a major impact on the election. It is because this guy's too much of a fucking kook, too much of a crank. People hate Donald Trump. Like, I mean, he literally got shot, chat. He got shot in the fucking ear, and it didn't have an impact on the election. So I don't know why the rerun would have more impact. At least this time it's like actually by someone who is libbed the fuck up and not like a registered Republican who was like, I don't know, if a president comes around to my neighborhood, I might go and kill him. Like, that was the last guy. But, you know, oh, he wasn't a registered Republican? The last shooter was, this guy was okay, first of all, this guy was also a registered Republican. It's just he was a registered independent afterwards. Or at least as a registered independent, he voted for Donald Trump in 2016. But I'm pretty sure I think he voted for he's a former Trump Republican turned never Trump Republican. Yeah, he did in 2016. In 2016 he was for Trump, at least his own admission. He also didn't have an issue with like Vivek and Haley, which I think is kind of weird, but I guess he like thought that Nikki Haley was like pro NATO, which she is, right? And I think that was the reason why he was like saying like Nikki Haley, like you have to stay in the race until the very end. But I don't know why he was pro Vivek, because like I thought Vivek was like super pro Russia, but like very anti-China, which so was this guy. This guy was like super anti-China and super anti-Russia. Like those are the most like he has a litany of inherently contradictory positions, which is very understandable for the average American. Americans have like the dumbest fucking positions. But overall, I think like if there's a couple things that are the high notes, like things that he cared about the most, it's like pro-Ukraine, nuking Russia, pro-NATO, and pro-Taiwan, super anti-China, like super anti-China, and super duper anti-Russia.
Does this happen here again? Because we cannot create a new normal around a president nearly being assassinated, but yet that's what happened last time. Do you think this happens again here?
Well, Joe, you know, your media analysis is always spot on, and I think you're right about this in more ways than you may know. You're right. It kind of got pushed to the side, and we've kind of been ignoring all of that. And what really bothered me, if we have unfortunately, sadly, tragically covered too many school shootings over the course of our careers, all of us on this program tonight. And when you think about most of those school shootings, we know within hours who the person is. We've identified where they stand politically on social media. We start learning about their background. Maybe they had trouble or problems or whatever it happened to be. We know more within 5 hours than we learned in a month after Butler, PA, and that is troublesome.
She thinks him.
So I think that at the end of the day, that we really need more information and not less information when it comes to shootings like this, and the media needs to not ignore this. I don't want to see any elected official ever in any situation where they're threatened, and this is not political for me in any way. And I want our nation safe and secure. And that's why I don't want defund, dismantle, and no bail laws. That's why I want a border wall. That's why I want vetting for people coming into this country. I want background checks. I want health checks. I want a means test so you're not a financial burden on the American people. These are simple solutions. The American people will sort the political side of this out in 51 days, but this has got to be a top-of-mind issue. Our safety, our security in our towns and our cities at our border, and I think America...
Wait, I don't get it. The guy is like as American as you can get. He was so American, he was exercising his fucking fundamental Second Amendment right.
Like the people that have been...
Are they just assuming now? Like, did they just collectively decide, let's just lie about who the shooter is? Like, dog, he's from North Carolina. Like, it doesn't get more fucking American than that. He is a white guy. What the fuck is happening? Like, how the fuck is this the immigrants'
free
fault?
housing, health care, education, and free sex change surgery for illegal immigrants. And most Americans don't know this yet, and voting starts early this week in Pennsylvania. Now, that is a disservice from the media that you...
Wait, free housing, free health care for Americans? Like, what? I wish.
Really fair choice in November. They need to know about this. Now, I'm going to make this challenge. And for the record, when the Biden administration wouldn't give Robert F. Kennedy Jr. a Secret Service protection, even though I disagree with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., in light of his family background, his uncle was murdered, his father was murdered, they were both assassinated, they denied him Secret Service protection for the longest time until after the shooting in Butler, and I had been advocating for him to get that. The minute after he supported Donald Trump, that was it. They took his Secret Service protection away. That, to me, they need a complete reevaluation of who in the political arena needs support. And one other issue that is political that I will bring up. We need to re-examine what happened in the summer of 2020. We had 574 riots. We had dozens of dead Americans. We had thousands of cops injured with bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails. We had billions of dollars in property damage. Vice President Walz would not call in the National Guard. Opened up the windows of his family home to smell burning rubber, the smell of freedom, or whatever he called it. And Kamala Harris, 4 days after a police precinct in Minneapolis was burned to the ground, she was out tweeting out a bail fund to let the rioters out of jail, then goes on with Colbert and says, those rioters aren't going to stop, they shouldn't stop, and we're not going to stop. Well, where's Liz Cheney when you need her? Because that kind of sounds like rioting and insurrection support. So I think these are political issues that I know you're going to be talking about the rest of the hour.
Well, we will for sure. Sean, it's Alicia again. I just have one more question. Just wondering, you know, when there was a reporter in that news conference earlier who said that there were 25 of us, referring to the reporters, wondering how this was able to happen. And then the sheriff said, you know, he's not the sitting president. In the room that I was sitting in, everyone gasped. Is this a moment for President Biden where he needs to, where the onus is on him to go above and beyond all protocols and make a decision? We're 51 days from the election, that Donald Trump needs the kind of protection that he deserves.
I think it's been a moment for them since Butler. I think it was a moment. I think they should have had the common sense to give Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in light of what happened to his father and his uncle being assassinated. He deserved Secret Service protection. There were a few of us that were outspoken, begging for it on his behalf, even though I don't have a political agreement with him on a lot of issues. I think that after Butler, there was some improvement, but how did somebody get within 300 yards of Donald Trump with a scoped AK-47 and have an ability come within really seconds of assassinating him again? How is that possible? That is not, for those that know.
You want to know how fucking unserious the situation is? they're basically done talking about like how devastating it is for Trump and are now advocating for more funds to be allocated to Trump's Secret Service detail so he can golf. Okay. Like my man had 2 hits. Okay. One time it grazed him. The second time the guy couldn't even fire off a shot. And like these guys are literally like, yeah, he should be able to golf in the privacy of his own fucking private golf course. And there should be a 1 mile radius where there's no one that's ever been a registered Democrat around him. It's like, that's the main point of concern for you. Like, that's what you're actually worried about right now. Okay. You're not even taking this seriously. Why the fuck should anyone else take this seriously? And it's probably because like, there's not really anything that you can say about this because again, the dude is fucking white. Okay. The dude was a white man. So their arguments kind of fall flat in this situation. Not only is the dude a white man, but he had ease of access to guns. Okay. And in that situation, you can't really fucking do anything. You can't really do anything because not only is he a cis white guy, okay, he's like, yeah, sure, he's pro-Ukraine, okay, insanely pro-NATO, very anti-China, whatever. But like it doesn't comfortably fit any narrative that they want to slot into. That's why Sean Hannity just like didn't even talk about his background and immediately starts talking about how like immigrants are doing this somehow, you know?
Around Trump International Golf Club, where the former president was playing around today. Here's how the Palm Beach County Sheriff answered that question.
At this level that he is at right now, he's not the city president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. Well, because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little more people around the perimeter, but the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done.
Is there any info about the shooter? Go back and watch the VOD for the past like hour and a half. We dove into his background. He's fucking nut job, like a total fucking nut cell.
Out from a chain link fence surrounding the golf club. The agent fired off 4 to 6 shots and was just one hole of
total nut job and also a major libtard, like incredibly pro-NATO, former Trump voter, turned into a never Trumper, former Republican who voted for Donald Trump in 2016, became a never Trump Republican, and was a single issue voter. He was John NATO.
2 backpacks with ceramic plates, essentially the same kind of plates you find in body armor. And a GoPro camera was also recovered. The suspect was just 300 to 500 yards away from the former president. The Palm Beach County Sheriff said it's not a long distance when a scope is involved. And we just heard Sean say the same thing. That suspect has been identified, according to Fox News, as Ryan Wesley Ruth. Now, a witness saw him fleeing in that Nissan SUV, took a photo, quick action, took a photo of the license plate, alerted police. The suspect, Mr. Ruth, was then nabbed in nearby Martin County to the north while traveling on I-95. There are those plates I told you about from the backpacks that were recovered at the scene, and you can see the AK-47 style rifle that was recovered. Now, Trump International Golf Club is just a 12-minute drive from nearby Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago. Of course, that's where the former president resides. Just 4.5 miles away. It's not clear how this potential assassin was tipped off. This was not on any of the former president's schedules. Nobody knew he was going to play except for his inner circle. Of course, the former president likes to play golf. There's no secret there. It's just not clear right now how this potential assassin was scoping out the former president. Did he follow the motorcade out of Mar-a-Lago and then go to the club, or was he already waiting there when the president teed off this afternoon, Molly?
All great questions. Lucas Tomlinson giving us a great breakdown of all the information that we have so far as we get ready to continue asking more questions. Lucas Tomlinson from the White House, thank you. There are questions about security for the former president, of course. Questions about how this happened. We have former FBI agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker joining us now. Nicole, thank you for your insights tonight. As we've watched all of this unfolding and a lot of the unanswered questions, we're looking for information more about this suspect. What are your insights? About what we know and what we can gather from the nest there on site as they continue to go through the vehicle and the house and seek more information?
Right, I have a few comments. First of all, I've been watching your programming. Sean Hannity is spot on. I don't know how many attempts against President Trump it's going to take for them to realize he deserves the full amount of security possible.
No, I don't think they should do that. Because I think it's so funny. I love that. I love that.
And I imagine his family, I mean, his loved ones, they have to go through this again. And the election, you know, we've got some time to go. And he is very much on people's radars, and we know this. And Christopher Wray has come out and talked about all of these threats. Iran has threats against President Trump. We have local, officials saying that President Trump is a huge threat to democracy. Do you think that is going to embolden individuals to say, you know, I've got to do whatever I have to do to get rid of him? That rhetoric has got to end, regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum. Violence is not okay. And violence against any political individual is not okay. Violence against any American is not okay. And I think we've almost become numb to it because of many points that Sean Hannity made. People pouring across the border. I mean, it is extremely dangerous. But in light of this specific incident, they mentioned, you know what, he did get more detail as a result of what happened, on July 13th. Well, where was that? I live here in South Florida. I was an FBI agent in the FBI Miami division. I've been to Palm Beach. I've been to that golf course, and that location where he was, there's a bus stop literally within a couple hundred feet from that golf course. Any individual can go up to that chain link fence or wherever it might be. Hedges are not enough. They are not enough. We must honor and respect the Secret Service agent who was able to see that muzzle sticking through the fence. I mean, that is impressive. And again, coming from law enforcement, I can speak from personal experience. They changed the deadly force policy for DOJ after the summer of 2020, and it really felt like they were giving less protection to the, and specifically for us, the FBI agents. I know that's a similar sentiment likely throughout all of law enforcement, where when you are faced with a task, a threat, you do start to double and triple guess yourself. Am I authorized to use deadly force? Because now they come after law enforcement. They'll say, you know what, you weren't authorized and now you're going to get charged. We saw that happen quite frequently.
They're having, dude, this is awesome. Everyone's got their own pet. Everyone's got their own pet project. It's like, yeah, this is because they're just not like, they're mistreating law enforcement officers, the Democrats might approve the additional. Oh, they 100% will approve the additional security. Are you kidding me? They're pussies. They shouldn't. It'd be really funny. It would be really funny if they didn't. But of course, Joe Brandon will do that. Are you kidding me? They literally immediately ran with like, "Oh, we're so sad." Whatever. All
investigating this is the FBI. Is that seems to me to be a place that you might start to try to get to the bottom of, well, who did know he was playing today?
And that's an excellent question. And frankly, that's one of the questions I have. And listening to all of the reporting as an investigator, I'm sitting here writing my own list of questions, and that is definitely on my list. I want to know, first of all, and I'm just going to kind of run down a few of the questions I have. First of all, is the suspect talking? Is he talking, or is he stayed quiet with law enforcement? And I want to know what he's saying. Was that GoPro active? The camera that he had, was that activated or was it not? The social media accounts, what did he last post? What is his grievance?
We already know, dumbass. You should have just looked it up. Former FBI. Is the FBI really hiring fucking dumbasses like this? God damn, no wonder they've fallen off.
Emails, the digital footprint.
They used to like infiltrate revolutionary groups and shit and like assassinate black leaders and stuff. Now they got this lady over here being like, what was his last text message? I want to know. God damn, dude.
Some very amazing FBI agents in the Miami division. The SAC for the Miami division mentioned that all resources will be offered. The evidence response team and others, they are going to be meticulously conducting this investigation. Again,
we went through literally every single one of the suspects' tweets. They are hilarious for those of you who are wondering. Yeah, they defunded the FBI, brother. What the hell is this? I mean, it's right here. A lot of them got deleted already, I'm pretty sure. But they're just really funny overall. We need to burn the Kremlin to the ground and put an end to Putin and Russia. Let's make Ukraine the whole of Russia in the future. World War III, let's go, people. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to go to Ukraine and fight or die for the kids and families in Ukraine. We cannot sit around and do nothing. We need to flood Ukraine with citizens from around the globe for a massive civilian army. Someone respond to me and let's do this. He was a real go-getter. Hear me out. Imagine this guy just wanted to watch Trump play golf up close, and he didn't own any binoculars, so he just had to use the scope on his rifle. Maybe. I'm literally Ukrainian, and he cares more about Ukraine than me. I mean, he was there. You know what's really funny about it? Perhaps because of the fact that he didn't do anything, like he couldn't do anything, this is not as easy of a case to stick on him as well. Like how are they going to find I mean, I'm sure this guy is so insane. He probably wrote a fucking manifesto. But like, given the way that American laws work, it would be very funny if technically he didn't do anything illegal. Because like in the state of Florida, this is a defendable case. Because in the state of Florida, if he doesn't have like a fucking straight up manifesto, okay, in the state of Florida, what was his crime? He just had a fucking gun. That's not illegal. Like he had a gun on I guess like, is it public property? No, is it private property? Like, was he brandishing? Because if he wasn't fucking brandishing, like, it should be, but I don't think it's a crime to have like a registered firearm, you know. Didn't they say shots were fired? No, he didn't do anything. He didn't fire any shots. It was Secret Service that, no, it's not. This is federal, brother. Attempted assassination still counts even if he didn't fire a shot. I know. I'm just saying, I'm just thinking like, put your defense attorney hat on for a second and think about the ways in which you can get this guy off. It's not as crazy as you think, because like they have to prove that he had like an assassination intent. Like they have to prove that he at least like intended to assassinate the president. You know what I mean? And I feel like a really good lawyer could potentially be like, no, this guy was just, he was just hunting. Like, I'm thinking hard about the ways I can get this guy off. Ew. A good Florida defense attorney will get this guy to stay in a luxury mental hospital. Problem is, all the good Florida defense attorneys, I think, are probably pro-Trump, like super invested in Trump. Jayoma will get this guy off. Okay? Call Jayoma. This is the case of his life. Get him on this immediately. I swear to God, dude, get him to fucking pass the bar. That shit's easy for him in the state of Florida. He would do it. And then get Jayoma on the call, dude. Lolo doesn't have a job right now. Lolo, pass the bar in Florida. It's probably easier than New York. You did it in New York. You can definitely do it in Florida. They got like way less laws there, I suspect. Isn't aiming at the former president intent? Excuse me, Your Honor. Who said he was aiming? He wasn't even brandishing. Much to consider. Your Honor, my client is a misunderstood man. He simply brought ceramic targets to shoot at and thought that this would be a large enough area where he would not be disruptive. He is a big fan of nature and thought this big patch of grass would be a perfect place for him to set down his ceramic targets to shoot at. He, as a matter of fact, was really interested in learning how to become a better shot so we could go back and fight in Ukraine. You are a sellout, Hasan? What? You blocking someone known by no one? You are a sellout? Filipinos have mind. He keeps trying, but he can't avoid me. Okay, I'm going to ban this guy. I object. Subjective interpretation, Your Honor. Yeah. Reduce it down to trespassing and give him house arrest. I mean, this is some funny shit. Really. It's awesome. The big weekend show. Uh-oh.
Looking across the golf course at a chain link fence, and there are a couple of, like we saw with these pictures, a couple of bags, one that had a GoPro in it, and I think one had some ceramic tiles in it. And he sees a couple of inches of a short-barreled AK-47 sticking through the chain link fence, and then realizes what it is, and then does something about it. That's pretty amazing police work, and my goodness, how fortunate.
Yeah, we are lucky again. There's no denying that. And I think to sort of try to advance the story a little bit here early on as we are, this is a bureaucratic failure, but an individual success, okay? Because bureaucratically, there's no way there should have been this kind of a hole in the security around Donald Trump. And, you know, as including Nicole has made the point, and many of the other commentators, the protection that you get as a VIP from the Secret Service or from the NYPD here in New York.
Bro, they did the job. Why are they complaining? They did the job and they did it right. They fucking, well, I mean, they didn't do it super right because they didn't end up like actually shooting the guy. But like, they literally did the job. They protected him. And they're still like, they're still mad. They're like, oh, dude, no one No one who doesn't love our big, beautiful boy should be allowed near him. That's the argument you're making at this point. It's like there should be a 1 mile radius around Donald Trump at all times where like people who are mean to him, who have mean thoughts about him, must immediately get arrested. Like, he ain't Bashar al-Assad, bro. This is not happening. What the fuck are you, like, what do you expect?
Beyond Mayorkas, nobody gets fired. And who has firing power? The president. Right. Where is our president?
Yeah, Joe Biden should fire the Secret Service that Trump really likes, by the way.
On the ground. In this team today, where they got the picture of the vehicle, they got the vehicle rapidly. They communicated amongst themselves, and someone was taken into custody fairly swiftly.
Yeah. So the response looks to have been really, really effective. It looks like there was good coordination between West Palm and between the Secret Service. According to the story that we're getting, there was a witness there who eyeballed him, then took photos of the car, took photos of the plate. That's the key point right there. Thank God for that witness. Now, think about what that's like. You're in West Palm Beach, you're in a patrol car, it's a sleepy Sunday, you're not expecting much. All of a sudden it comes over, 4 shots fired at Donald Trump's golf course. You can imagine the adrenaline rush. Everybody goes to the scene, and the service is there. You got the protectee. You don't know what's going on, and yet it worked. They got the facts fast. They held on to the witness. They got the information into the LPR, excuse me, the license plate reader, okay? They were immediately able to track that car. They got a hold of the conjoining sheriff's office. They immediately got on it. They did a car stop. They call it a felony stop, right? There's certain procedures to make sure there isn't a shootout. Turns out the gun was left at the scene, but they don't know that. And it looks like they got the right guy. That's pretty seamless, okay? And that happened fast. And you know what? We don't know where this guy resided. There's some indicia that he's not from the area, right? So we don't know if he was doing pre-surveillance to try to pick up where Trump is on a Sunday, et cetera. That's all going to be looked at. But, you know, at the time, they don't know what they're getting into. Is the car booby-trapped? Is there somebody else in the car? Does he have bombs? Remember the Boston bombing, okay? I had guys up there from NYPD, my guys. And, you know, those guys were throwing bombs out the back of the truck. So you have no idea what you're getting into with something at this level. So at this point, I think we can say very good response, well coordinated. Kudos to the team that responded on the ground. You got to go back to the prophylactic aspect of this. Should it have happened to begin with?
Paul, would you recommend, if you were handling Donald Trump's security, that he not do outdoor rallies, not golf? I don't agree. I say that the guy should be able to do what he wants to do. He should be able to golf and do outdoor rallies because that's where he gets the big crowds. Yeah. But if you were running security, would you say at this point, given 2 assassination attempts in 9 weeks, would you say, you know what, Mr. President, let's keep it indoors, let's keep it in a secure location? What would you do?
Look, if that's the safe answer, right? I'm running the detail. I say that to him, and I would fully expect to get a no back. Right? It's safer for me to say, Donald, you know, Mr. President, do me a favor, don't leave the basement. All right, you know, much like the Biden campaign in 2020, right? Why don't we let's run a Biden campaign, okay? Can you stay inside Mar-a-Lago so I can sleep at night? But I wouldn't expect Donald Trump to adhere to that, and nor should any of us. The idea that with the resources of the American government, we can protect one human being who everybody knows there's a lot of people want to take out. They're afraid he's going to win. That's what's driving this. I mean, I know, look, you know, it's a little bit of a leap what the motive was here, but at some point, you know, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, they're afraid he's going to win. There's 2 assassination attempts here. That's not an accident.
I'm just curious about what happens tomorrow, because after July 13th in Butler, no one from the Secret Service came to the mics to talk to the American people to clarify anything. So in the void, what did we find? Conspiracy theories, lots of questions, all sorts of problems, a tremendous amount of reporting. But what I'm curious about is if we're going to see the acting director of the Secret Service tomorrow.
Someone in the chat. I know a guy who can get some Afghan soldiers to do security. Yeah, he's a little bit caught up with some other shit right now, but if Trump is real desperate for some extra security, we got just the guy. He's got passports. He's ready to let it rip, dude. He's a little tied up currently, but it's pretty funny that the context for this attempt is him golfing. Like, bro's running for president, but just golfs instead of giving a fuck about Americans. The optics aren't even good for him. Yeah, but his fans love that shit. Thank God for, thank God there is a wonderful median American voter out there who knows the solution. People having more guns will fix this. I agree. As far as cosmic tortures go, Trump repeatedly experiencing near misses from people he cannot credibly leverage politically is pretty funny. Yeah, that's actually, that is a very funny monkey's paw situation for him. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I bet you that in his mind, there was like a brief moment where he was like, oh my God, I hope it's a Haitian guy or some shit. Why can he not leverage one politically as opposed to the last one? Because despite not being like a registered Republican, he's a former registered Republican, a former Trump supporter, and also seemingly was like, oh, let's be real. It's because he's a fucking 58-year-old white man. Okay. That's the reason why. Like, that's number one. He's a 58-year-old cisgender white man. It is basically the most protected category. Okay. It's not gonna, it's gonna be really hard. If he was like even a 50-year-old black man, you could do that. You could leverage it. Okay. If he was a migrant, oh my God. Oh, that would be perfect for him. Okay. Sorry about being white and existing for a duration of time. Yeah, as you know, I'm the biggest anti-white man myself. So I don't think I ever watched a live of you, and I've been watching your YouTube stuff for years. And today, like 10 minutes ago, I just lost a group of friends because they kept repeating Trump's talking points on immigration, etc., etc. So I'm now here to fill the void. I'm sorry to hear about your friends' chatter. He's insane, though. Isn't that leverage enough? No, that's the other part. He didn't even do this for like abortion. You know what I mean? Like, as a white guy, that makes it really fucking hard for him already to like make a tailor-made message around this. Because at most you get like, oh, your words are making this really hard for us. Like, you can't ever do that. If you're a Republican, you can never say words are violence, because words are literally violence when you're doing it, right? This guy did it for Ukraine, most likely. Like, he did it for NATO, right? And that in and of itself is not exactly like a massive issue. There is bipartisan consensus for the most part, with some Republicans saying like, we're giving Ukraine too much money, but it's ultimately still foreign policy. So that's relegated to the American bipartisanship status. So overall, it's not like one of those issues that's like inherently just for the Democratic Party. If you poll Democrats and Republicans on like Ukraine, yeah, there's probably a lot more Republicans that want to stop giving weapons to Ukraine or whatever, but like, it's not that big of a wedge issue is what I'm trying to say. It's not that big of an issue at all. In terms of foreign policy, I think like Americans care probably more about Gaza, or not even probably, I know that for a fact. Americans care more about Gaza than they care about Ukraine, but they don't even care about Gaza that much either. So like, it still goes back to foreign policy. That's why I used to joke about how like there's not a NATO voter, there's not an AUKUS voter. Turns out I was right on that. There is one NATO AUKUS voter, and his name is Ryan. What was it? I'm forgetting his name. Sorry, Ryan Ruth. What? Did you see this horrendous tweet from Ruth? Oh, that gray streak in your hair is stupid. Grow up or go away. Yeah, I disagree. That's the one thing I disagree with him on. Like, that is the only thing that is hot about Tulsi Gabbard is the white streak. Everything else sucks. Like, I hate Tulsi Gabbard, but I mean, the white streak looks fucking sexy. I mean, she's attractive, but also like on top of that, she's like, the white streak makes her look like a comic book supervillain.
They're the ones that should have instituted these changes.
Jason, it's Alicia Acuna. The American people have been through so much this summer. We've already seen congressional hearings from July 13th. We got some answers, but there are still so many questions, and we're supposed to get some more answers, and they're not going to be good this coming week. You have to assume we're going to have more congressional hearings, and we are 51 days from.
You can tell they got really nothing. That's why they keep talking about like Biden wants him to die because he won't give him like more money for his Secret Service. How much you want to bet Secret Service comes out and says they've already maxed out? Like, he gets max defense from Secret Service more than like any other person has ever historically gotten. How much you want to bet? And on top of that, Biden will say probably that we'll give him even more additional Secret Service detail. Because like, what are you supposed to do? Get 100% of the budget? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the Fox News C Squad. They don't have their own version of Wolf Blitzer to break out for breaking news. Yeah. Why were the caddies not armed? Yeah, look, this is what I mean. This is not a good position, dude. This language must stop, says Richard Grinnell. Do you realize that if Donald Trump is assassinated, that our country will be ripped into two? I fear for America with these tactics. Your language is radical and contains two lies. For the sake of our country, stop. And then the person he's responding to is fucking Hakeem Jeffries. And the thing that he's responding about is extreme MAGA Republicans are the party of a national abortion ban in Trump's Project 2025. We must stop them. Like, that's not, you can't run a national campaign on being like, you are not allowed to run against my president. He was shot at twice now, even though the second time he wasn't even 1 hour after the news broke of the shooting. Absolutely despicable for posterity. Like, what? You think they're going to cancel him? Are you fucking stupid? This is hilarious. Okay. I'm going to say Republicans, honestly, it's not okay that the Democrats are running against Trump after he had 2 failed assassination attempts. Very funny stuff. Fox is like, words are violence, don't do it. Now back to our next topic, how we will remove 20,000 Haitians from a town violently. Yeah, this is fun. Another Trump assassination attempt. How quickly will the media bury it? Dude, okay, you want to know why this is hilarious of him to say? You are burying it. You stop talking about it immediately afterwards, idiot. The fuck do you mean, the media? I guess you are the media as well. How many times do you think Ben Shapiro talked about the Trump assassination attempt since it happened? Do you think that it is a larger percentage than CNN? Maybe. But what do you think the margin is? That's what's so stupid about this. It's like, dude, it's just, it didn't work. Like, it didn't work. You can try and act like there is, you can try and act, wait, no, he's not Russian propaganda. How dare you? Ben Shapiro never got paid by Tenet, okay? He is not Tim Pool, sir. Ben Shapiro did not get paid by Tenet, as far as we know. That would be really funny if he did. Like, I'm willing to bet that Ben Shapiro has probably talked about migrant crime significantly more times since Donald Trump got shot at than the Trump assassination. You know what I mean? Are you burying the story, Ben? No, you just understand that people don't give a fuck. They only care about what's in front of them, like the top of the hour ad break, which is coming right now at the top of the fucking hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Can I not get the ad this time? Well, you're subscribed already, the Yellow King, so you will not be getting the ad regardless. It's almost Donny o'clock. Unfortunately, CNN, it's supposed to be on right now, but CNN pushed it because obviously fucking this happened. So because of their breaking news coverage on the fake Trump assassination, which is not real, by the way, it didn't happen. Okay. I guess technically it literally didn't. That's my position on the matter. I've decided I'm going to be like, that didn't happen. It happened the first time. It was foiled. The second time didn't even happen. Not a single shot was fired. You can't tell me. It was only Secret Service that fired shots at a law-abiding American citizen who just simply had a scoped rifle and ceramic plates. You know, what is this? What did he say?
Parent assassination.
NBC News Lester Holt suggests that Trump and JD Vance are responsible for the assassination attempt on Trump today. Oh my God, they're being libtards, dude. They are. This is awesome. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Dude, everyone in the motherfucking, everyone in the Republican Party has been like nonstop chirping, and they've all become like hyperventilating libs. They're all doing like words or violence. How dare you? How dare you? Let's see what Lester Holt, my goat, said, which, by the way, the shooter also loved Lester Holt. This is why the shooter, well, he's not even a fucking shooter. This is why the assailant, the suspect, said, Lester Holt, I will ride for you. Lester Holt, I will die for you. Lester Holt, you are my hero.
Today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail itself. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance continue to make baseless claims about Haitian immigrants in Ohio. This weekend, there were new bomb threats in that town. Our Maggie Vespa is in Columbus, Ohio, with more.
Wait, why are they're mad that they brought up Trump's like violent rhetoric after he got almost assassinated again?
Lester, simply put, Springfield, Ohio has been inundated by threats. Over the last several days, closing government buildings, schools, hospitals. Today, effectively closing a local university campus after administrators said someone threatened a mass shooting targeting Haitians. This in light of, officials say, a false online conspiracy theory alleging Haitian immigrants in that city are eating people's pets. Something.
What?
All right, we've lost our contact with Maggie.
MRC Newsbusters. Dun, dun, dun. They're so mad. Fucking disgusting. Real Donald Trump Jr. Yeah, I know you are, but what does Lester hold? Fucking got him. Are you doing the CNN show? No, dog. The CNN show is not happening anymore.
Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught? Probably between 300 and 500 yards. But with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
Hello, everyone. I'm Molly Line, along with Alicia Cunha, Charlie Hurt, and Joe Concha, and welcome to the Big Weekend Show. The big story tonight, a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. The Republican presidential candidate says he is safe and
Is it
well.
postponed or canceled? It's postponed. It's postponed until probably tomorrow. I don't know when they're going to do it, but they're going to slot it in again. They just had to take it out of the lineup because obviously the entire lineup shifted over to this higher order of priority news story.
There were 2 bags, a GoPro, and a long gun. Over 2 months ago, the former president survived a first assassination attempt during his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president has responded to the shooting, writing, "There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted you to hear this first. I am safe and well. Nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender." Joining us now is Mark Levin, host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, and former Chief of Staff to Attorney General Edwin Meese in the Reagan administration. Thank you for coming on this evening. I just want to start with getting your insights on what has been a truly remarkable day.
Well, let's start this way. Thank you. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? We don't have any idea who's in charge.
Master Shay.
Who's in charge of protecting a presidential candidate in this country? Well, we can talk about the Secret Service, the FBI, DHS, and listen to all your great hosts with their tremendous experience. And it is fascinating to me. You know, I'm a little older. I served in the Reagan administration. I was Chief of Staff to Attorney General Meese. And let me tell you what would have happened in that administration. Ronald Reagan would have picked up the phone. He would have called Attorney General Meese. He would have said, "You're in charge of getting to the bottom of this, and you got 48 hours to do it." Meese, who I worked next to, he would have called the Treasury Secretary. He would have called every department that some of this, and you got 48 hours to do it. Meese, who I worked next to, he would have called the Treasury Secretary. He would have called every department that has any role in federal law enforcement. FBI reports to him. He would have dragged Christopher Wray up there. He would have brought in the U.S. Marshals. He would have brought them all in. Secret Service, Secretary of DHS. We would have been in the Situation Room with the United States Department of Justice. And Ed Meese would have said to all those gathered, "You better GD get to the bottom of this, and you have 48 hours to report to me, and I want to know how you're going to fix this. And I want to know right away how you're going to fix this. Twice on our watch? Never." Instead, we have very wise people who worked at the FBI, who worked at Secret Service, who worked in local law enforcement. Where's the Secret Service? Where's the FBI? Nobody is in charge because we have a president of the United States who's mentally incapacitated. We have a vice president of the United States who's an incompetent, way over her head.
The angry he gets, the more he sounds like Master
Shay. Who
Shay.
just held a press event the other day about violence, and he's, what, in the Witness Protection Program, the top 3 people in charge of law enforcement in the United States of America. 2 of them tweeted. 1 of them did nothing. Now, this isn't about tweeting. Oh, I'm so glad that President Trump is well. Well, isn't that nice? The executive branch is run by the President of the United States. Number 2, the Vice President of the United States. Federal law enforcement, ultimately, the Attorney General of the United States. And they're all AWOL. They're nowhere. So it's perfectly fine if we keep banging heads about the head of the Secret Service, the head of the FBI. These are bureaucrats mostly. Mayorkas, we know what he is. He's a complete incompetent buffoon. But where the hell is the president, the vice president who wants to be president, and the attorney general who has done absolutely nothing to get his hands around this? Now, I'm telling you this as somebody who served at the highest level of the Department of Justice, that justice wouldn't sit back and wait for a local special agent in charge in Miami to take over. They'd be sending guys in there from Washington, D.C., and Meese would have wanted to report every hour on the damn hour. And he'd want to know what we're going to do to fix this. And I can also tell you that the first time around this would have happened had Ed Meese been the Attorney General, Reagan been the President of the United States. So this is all evidence to me when I listen to everybody, and they're all fantastic. But it's all evidence to me of Keystone Cops. Who's in charge of what? Well, it depends. This one should have done that. This should have done. No. We need a general who's in charge and says, I want to know who the hell screwed up. I want to know what the hell we're going to do to fix this next time, what resources we need. And I don't want to hear again that the Secret Service doesn't have resources. We're $5 trillion in debt with this administration. Maybe a little bit of that climate change money or money going to illegal aliens. Maybe that money could have been moved into the Secret Service. I have no idea. But we have no time to figure all that out. We have 50 days until a presidential election. Let me ask you a question. Does Joe Biden seem that concerned tonight? Where is he? Does Kamala Harris seem that concerned tonight? Well, she tweeted. Isn't that nice? I tweeted too. So what? The Attorney General of the United States, does he seem that concerned tonight?
What is she supposed to do?
They just don't.
What is she supposed to do? Fucking take up arms against like whoever might assassinate Trump next? Like
that is what's happening. Every part of it, including the best parts of it, the federal law enforcement parts of it, they're now running adrift. I speak as a former person who served at the highest level of the Department of Justice.
So, Mark, Charlie Hurt here. Obviously, you're exactly right about President Biden being completely MIA and has been for a long time in the presidency. But we're sort of back at this. After the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting, there was all of this professed unity where President Biden and others talked about how they were going to lower the rhetoric. But now we're back to where you have Democrats issuing tweets saying that they're glad that the guy they called last week Hitler survived another assassination attempt.
Mm-hmm.
It strikes me that maybe they didn't really mean it when they said it 6 weeks ago.
Of course they don't mean it. If you watch MSNBC for about 15 minutes, the hate and the drivel and the contempt that pours out of their pores from Joy Reid and, don't get me started with the long list. CNN, so contemptible. Every time they mention Trump's name, they have this constipated look on their face, like it's unbearable. The way that you have prosecutors talk about Donald Trump, elected prosecutors, and a Garland-appointed prosecutor, the things that they say in their briefs are so horrendous. What some of these judges have to say, the Democrat Party controls the culture, they control the media, they control the propaganda, they now control many of the court systems, and that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing a one-party monopolistic system. And people have written about this long before me who've gone through these various regimes, totalitarian regimes, their use of words, creating devil terms and angel terms. Trump's always the devil, Kamala Harris is the angel. And you can see this endless propaganda and contempt. And by the way, they hate you and me, too. They've made it abundantly clear they hate at least half the country. So, of course, this contributes to the nut jobs out there and so forth. But still, I don't know how much we can do to fix that. I do know we can do something to fix the executive branch. And we got to boot these people out as fast as possible, take these agencies back. We need to fumigate them. We need to get people in there who are serious public servants and civil servants. We need to put competent people in senior positions. We need to take the FBI back. We need to take all the federal agencies, and particularly the police agencies, back. We need to take the Department of Justice back. And we can do that in the next election because right now they're completely and utterly either out of control or rudderless.
Mark, it's Joe Concha. I'm going to read a quote from Lester Holt, who was reporting on this assassination attempt. Again, the second in 64 days. Here's what he said tonight on the NBC Nightly News, and you're going to get a real kick out of this. Quote, today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance, continue to make baseless claims about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, resulting in bomb threats. So in other words, it's Trump's fault that somebody tried to shoot him today because of something that was said about Springfield, Ohio, which has had an influx of thousands upon thousands of Haitian immigrants to their town. And because Trump brings that up and because J.D. Vance brings that up, therefore, that's what's leading this. I'll let you go from here because I can't believe what I just saw right now in the NBC Nightly News.
Sickening. Absolutely sickening. No, actually, I thought it was all the Democrats and their anti-Semitism. I thought it was all the Democrats and their anti-Israel. I thought it was all the Democrats hunting down Jews on the universities and college campuses. I thought they were the problem. I thought it was all the illegal immigrants raping, murdering, selling into slavery, women and children. Maybe Lester Holt has a difficulty digesting facts around him. This guy is not a Haitian. In fact, the more I'm reading is I'm getting information he may have been an anti-Semite. I don't know what he is. We'll get the facts. But Lester Holt doesn't have any facts.
Bro said one time the murders in Gaza has to stop, and they're immediately like, he's an anti-Semite.
The computer would melt down.
Everyone knows.
In order to try and turn, look, let's be honest. They've been trying to turn Trump into a non-human. And that's what they've been trying to do from the beginning. They're dehumanizing him. And they've been doing this. I've written about this in 2 books.
Dude, what are you saying, dude? What are you saying? The Democrats are pussies, but like, of course, despite being pussies, they're still running a fucking campaign against Donald Trump. Okay? Every now and then, they will actively be like, Trump is bad for America, as you're supposed to. These guys are so used to bullying the fucking liberals that they straight up are like, if you're running against the Republican after he got shot at, you're a bad person. You should just let him win. It's like, are you insane? Like, what is this argument? What are you saying? Oh, where's the humanity? Yeah, dude, they're running a fucking campaign. It's insane, dude.
Cops who's in charge of what?
Mark, it's Alicia Acuna, and thank you so much for being here. You know, as you know, the acting U.S. Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe gave an update to senators on Thursday on the internal investigation from the July 13th assassination attempt. And
yeah, Republicans be like, these pedophile demons who have actually brought in every black and brown person from the third world to come and rape our beautiful white daughters, okay, who stole the election, are dehumanizing our president. Instead of just saying, sorry, you win this round, sir. Go ahead. It's like, yeah, I don't care, man. I don't care. Like, I don't personally care. And thank God, even the fucking most annoying baby shit, mealy-mouthed, feckless, cowardly liberals don't give a shit either. Because, like, at this point, that's the last thing that they could do. You know what I mean? That's like the last thing that they could still pull on, to be like, you know what, in the interest of fairness, to preserve American democracy, we're just going to let Donald Trump have this election because he got shot at. I wouldn't put it past them, okay? I wouldn't put it past them, but thank God that they're not, okay? You should do a stream with big boob and breast. Facts.
But I want people to remember about Thomas Paine. I want them to remember about Paul Revere. People say, well, what can I do? You know, I'm a janitor, I'm an electrician. You can do a hell of a lot. You are the Paul Reveres and you are the Thomas Paines. You need to talk to 10 people. You need to talk to 15 people. You need to make sure you not only vote early, you get people vote early. We can't rely on political parties to get out the vote. We have to get out the vote. It's now. We have 50 days to try and fix this right now.
Well, Mark, for all of us, thank you so much for being here tonight and sharing your perspective. We appreciate it. Mark Levin.
God bless. Thank you.
And right now, the FBI is collecting evidence outside of Trump National Golf Club, and that's where Dana Marie McNichol is live tonight. Dana Marie. Okay, so we're still waiting for Dana Marie McNichol to get up there and her information. But Paul, I want to go to you actually, if we can, just to continue this conversation. Some of the points that Mark Levin was making, he just really hammered on this idea of leadership, because Americans want leadership right now, and they're not seeing it.
It beggars belief that we still have not gotten a press conference from Alejandro Mayorkas relative to the failures of the Secret Service. What we should have gotten is, first of all, Mayorkas very early in the game after Butler, but then subsequent to that, there should have been a press conference about how the service under him is being rebuilt and the measures that were taken to fix what was clearly a flaw. It seems that only in our current regime do these sort of flaws seem to fall by the wayside. They're on the cutting room floor. Nobody seems to care. And think about the signal it sends to our adversaries. If we could get two apparent clowns who are low level to manage to almost do what they almost did here, not only in Butler, but down in Florida, what does it say to the IRGC in Iran? What does it say to some of our more radicalized enemies around the world? What it says is America's not what they used to be. We don't have to worry about these guys. They don't even seem to be able to protect one of their main VIPs, who may very well be the next president. It is a diminution of American stature, American status, and the fact that we can't do this. If you're sitting where, let's say, the Chinese or the Russians are, you got to say, we don't have to worry about these guys.
Would you be worried, Paul, to my point earlier, and I asked Mark this, I asked Jason this as well, that a 20-year-old outflanked the entire Secret Service?
Bro had to weave in, and IRGC mentioned, yeah, they love Iran. So did he take the shot or not? Because they're acting like the crank emptied the clip. No, dude, they did not. They are trying to massage the fucking narrative to a way into a situation where it kind of feels like there was a real threat against Donald Trump. And this time there obviously wasn't, unlike the last time. He didn't even get a shot off. He didn't even get a fucking shot off, dude. Yeah, he got shot at by Secret Service. He ran away. Would-be shooter arrested. Yeah, I mean, even in the Chiron, it fucking says would-be shooter arrested. GoPro and gun found outside of Trump International Golf Club. To be fair, it's still an assassination attempt. I know, but they're lying about the events that took place because no shot was fired in his vicinity. They're making it seem like this guy literally grazed Trump again when obviously he didn't. And that's the funny part about this, because they also then have to complain about something, and they're basically like, oh, well, what about the Secret Service? Like, they didn't do a good job. It's like, what do you mean? They fucking literally foiled an assassination attempt. What the fuck do you want them to do? And therein lies the problem. You can't cut a narrative off of this when the actual the actual things that happened are not even as like eye-catching as the last time this occurred. And the last time this occurred, nobody gave a shit. Okay? So like, it's funny to me that they're doing the exact same thing again. I tweeted, love that the last time Trump almost got domed, the GOP message was these monstrous Dems who export illegals from the third world to rape your kids still are campaigning against our president with mean words. And it didn't move the needle even a little bit, and they're doing it again. It's not gonna fucking work. It didn't work the last time, and Trump almost got killed, man. They hate him. We hate him. I hate him. I'm a Joe Brandon voter. I'm writing in for Biden. I'm writing in Biden, okay? And I still hate Donald Trump, okay? I hate the motherfucker. Of course I hate the motherfucker. Look at him, dude. Look at the past fucking week of stories. Damn, look at this guy. Warning about Ryan Ruth. He is not and never has been associated with the International Legion or the Ukrainian Armed Forces at all. He is not and never has been a Legion recruiter. He is misrepresenting himself and lying to many people. Ruth is currently posting on Facebook about getting Afghanistan citizens into the International Legion. He told the New York Times in 2023 that he wanted to get soldiers in the Ukraine illegally. Ryan Ruth has many public Facebook posts about getting soldiers in the Ukraine in 2023 and 2024. He has no authority to act on behalf of Ukraine and ignores laws about visas. Ruth is either human trafficking, scamming people, or attempting to break as many countries' laws as he can to try to smuggle people into Ukraine to fight. This is unethical, unprofessional, and unacceptable. This was back in 2024 in June, I think. Okay. Other issues. Ruth has posted soldiers' phone numbers on websites without permission, giving out recruiters' phone numbers to people without permission, manipulates people into breaking laws. Avoid any contact with Ruth as he misrepresents what he can legally do. I served in the International Legion for 2 years, and I've told Ruth many times since 2022 that he's not helping, and what he's doing is illegally. He doesn't listen. To add to this, he was previously attempted to recruit from Syria and Iraq. When he was asked to stop, he wouldn't. He was trying to come up with entry routes and ways and was trying to organize visas for people categorically said won't be allowed into the army. It's remarkable how disparate the media footprints of the Butler shooter versus Ruth were. Yeah. Oh, we were watching Ben Shapiro cry about this fucking shooting, and I really want to hear his like reaction actually, but I got so invested in some other shit. Does Brace know this man? This man is like bizarro Brace, dude. He's like reverse Brace. He's if Brace was just bad and insane. Okay?
Assassination attempt again this afternoon. This happened apparently over at his Florida.
Is Ryan Ruth trans? No, dumbass. What the fuck? Are conservatives saying he's trans now? Is that what they're doing? I mean, it's not.
This happened a little bit earlier Sunday afternoon, sometime before the 2 p.m. Eastern hour. Apparently, Trump is fine. Trump is in good spirits. According to Senator Lindsey Graham, he released an email saying that he is safe and well. Quote, there were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I want you to hear this first. I am safe and well. According to the email, nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender. I will always love you for supporting me. Apparently, a suspect, this is according to CNN, who authorities believe is connected to Sunday's incident at Trump International Golf Course, has been taken into custody at this point. A vehicle was stopped. An intersection, a section of Interstate 95 near State Route 714 in Martin County is shut down. Apparently, the allegation was that somebody actually climbed over the wall at the golf club, and a long gun was recovered at the scene. Secret Service apparently did return fire. The Secret Service said it was working with the Palm Beach.
Yeah, they nuked his account, by the way, for the record, because the American
Service said it was working with the Palm Beach.
Yeah, they nuked his account, by the way, for the record, because the American government is afraid that you're gonna find out the truth about him. Okay, yeah.
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to investigate a protective incident involving former President Donald Trump. Again, the campaign has said that he is safe. So that's all we know at this point. We don't know the identity of the shooter. We don't know exactly what gun was used. We don't know anything like that. There are a lot of rumors floating around. And until all of that is confirmed, I really don't want to actually say what it was that happened. The one thing that we do know, apparently, is that the shooter was targeting President Trump. This makes the second assassination attempt against the former president of the United States and Republican nominee for president in about 8 weeks, which is insane. Obviously, this is unprecedented in modern American history. This many attempts on a candidate for higher office this close together. And that does say something about the environment in which we now live. First of all, it says, does anyone even remember the first assassination attempt? I mean, those of us who are on the right do, because it's...
Does anyone even stop spreading misinfo? Your stream says he was shot at. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a early. Well, there's a lot of question marks.
It's become sort of an iconic video and photo president.
It was an iconic video and photo. Nobody cares about it. It's like, yeah, man, maybe that should have been your first indication to recognize that just people fucking hate him, dude. People fucking hate him. People hate him. You can't keep pumping a narrative when people are just not even remotely interested in it, you know?
President Trump nearly being hit in the head by a bullet, somebody behind him being killed.
Leftists are the real haters. I mean, yeah.
Him getting up and shaking his fist and saying, fight. That became an iconic photo of President Trump. But it's been largely memory hold by the media. In the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, it was not even mentioned once by the moderators anytime in that debate. It's basically been treated as though it never happened. Now, we all know that if somebody had
What could be a mention of the Trump attempted assassination from the moderators? Like, what could they say? Madam Vice President, do you consider the Trump attempted assassination photo to be iconic? Yes or no? Madam Vice President, this is a yes or no question. Like what are you saying? Like, what, how could that, he's just so, oh God. He's given up, dude. Ben, you've given up. Okay? You fucking given up, dog. What kind of argument are you making in here? Like, what are you saying? Like, he's not even thinking this through, okay? At least back in the day, he put a little bit more goddamn effort into these fucking stupid-ass videos.
Attempted to shoot Joe Biden in the head, that would have been not only the biggest story in America that day, but for all the other days, because January 6th has now lasted for 4.
It could have easily been said by the moderators. No, when you're conducting a presidential debate, you have a bunch of obvious issues that you're going to get to. Explain to me how you would have brought up the Trump attempted assassination as a moderator for ABC, as a journalist, as a political commentator, as a news anchor. How would you bring that up? Like, why would you bring that up? Number one. And how would you bring that up? It's not even a thing Trump talks about. Like, due to the attempted assassination of a former president's life, What does this say about the political climate we live in now? Okay, but that's not about Trump being fucking shot in the ear. You know that, right? And also, the counter to that is not favoring Donald Trump, because the story doesn't favor Donald Trump. Because immediately, Kamala Harris goes, it's completely unacceptable, as I've said time and time again. And you know what's also unacceptable? The fact that Americans can just purchase a gun with ease without any background checks. Boom, it's over. That's not a good question to ask in a fucking debate. When you got environmental issues, you got abortion, you got immigration, you got the economy. Do you understand? There is a finite amount of time to ask questions. And in that finite amount of time, they're not going to fucking waste it. They're not going to waste it with some dumb shit. Oh, what do you think about Trump getting almost assassinated? Is a stupid fucking question.
4 long years. If somebody had actually come within millimeters of killing President Biden, then presumably that would have been the biggest story in America for months on end. It would have deeply and dramatically shit.
Gun control issues are very important, to be fair. Wait, what do you mean? They did bring up gun control. There was a school shooting that happened right before the debate. Yeah, they brought up gun control, a huge issue.
The 2024 election. The same thing holds true if, God forbid, somebody had attempted to shoot, say, Kamala Harris. This would be the second time in 8 weeks that somebody tried to shoot Donald Trump. And again, this will be buried by Wednesday. How long do you think this story is actually going to last? Now, they say we still don't know the motive of the original shooter. It seems to me the motive was pretty clear, that he wanted to shoot Donald Trump in the head. But there's all sorts of mysterious circumstances surrounding the original shooter. Who was he? We know his identity. We don't know much about his motive. He apparently had encrypted phones and all the rest. It's all very mysterious and all very weird. We don't know anything about this shooter as of yet. We do know that there were foreign sources attempting to create the conditions for the assassination of President Trump, particularly Iran. There are open reports by the FBI. And
Ben, you saw the fucking shooter, dog. Like, you think he was an Iranian agent? Like, honestly, you saw the former shooter, not this one. But this one is fucking really stupid too. You think the registered Republican from Butler was a fucking Iranian agent? Like, what are you, stupid? Yeah, the white registered Republican who was 20 years old was an Iranian assassin, dude. And now this time around, the former Trump Republican who voted for him in 2016 is a registered Iranian agent.
And the CIA, that the Iranians were attempting to facilitate the murder of President Trump. So it wouldn't be a total tremendous shock if it turns out that somebody had taken them up on that offer. Again, this is all speculative. There's no way to know at this point. The one thing that we do know, again, is that if the situation were reversed, it would be the center of the news.
They did bring up gun control. That's why Kamala says she's gadded up. You don't remember? Kamala Harris was like, I stay strapped, baby. I always keep that thing on me. That's what she said.
For the foreseeable future. Why? Because the entire narrative would be that the right had polarized American politics to the extent that it was now considered within the norm to take a shot at a president of the United States or a presidential candidate from the other party.
Can we please just blow up the entire Middle East off the face of the planet, please? Like, imagine how many issues would be solved. Like, seriously, think about it. Not even in a mean way, like, really think about it. I can't believe John Bolton has a fucking sock account, dude. That's crazy. Like, dog, go shave your mustache. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing in here, dude? Why is John Bolton in here? That's weird. This makes no sense. Following since 9/11. To be fair, that could be literally any State Department employee. It's like welcome back, Georgie. Welcome back, George H.W. Bush. Welcome back, George W. Bush. Welcome back, Henry Kissinger. Any number of different neocons. It could be Dick Cheney's burner.
So the shoe is on the other foot now. How is it that the entire Democratic Party can center on the idea that Donald Trump is Orange Hitler, that he's the worst person who has ever lived, he's the worst person in the universe, a danger, a threat to American democracy? 2 separate people attempt to shoot him 2 separate times within 8 weeks. And that has nothing to do with the climate in the country. Again, I'm not blaming any of the people who say these sorts of things for the actual shooting. The person who's responsible is the shooter. It also happens to be the case, however, that in a really volatile climate, if you continue to increase the temperature, if you continue over and over to increase that temperature, you are going to get worse and worse.
It's pretty funny that they have this kind of smoke for Donald Trump, but then they like don't think about it as far as like Haitian immigrants that they are regularly fucking trying to kill by making up shit about them. That's really interesting. Words are violence, you say. And it like doesn't make sense for Trump because the Democrats never talk about Trump with the actual fucking terms that he deserves. Like Donald Trump has 100% advocated for violence against his political enemies. He has. Okay? He has. He's done it. He's done it time and time again. Donald Trump has also gone beyond that in terms of like advocating for violence against like migrants, advocating for violence against like different subsects of the American population. He does it all the time. He has motivated multiple mass shooters who have named him by name. Multiple mass shooters during his presidency said that they love Donald Trump or they used to love Donald Trump and now they are even more radical than Donald Trump, like the synagogue shooter. And it's really interesting that we just don't think about that at all in this equation, and that the real violence actually is saying Trump is a meanie bobini. If I had a fan, okay, if I had as a political commentator a fan of mine go out and actively do an act of terrorism in Canada and then mention me by name to the authorities as my point of radicalization, I'd be very careful about the words or violence narrative. Now, of course, this didn't happen to me. This happened to Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro had a fan literally do this. Yeah, his name is Alexandre Bisonnier, who named Ben Shapiro by name in the investigations. Ben is trying to turn around. Multiple fans of Ben and Tim Pool have done mass shootings and stuff, but this one straight up said his name, okay? Said his videos caused him to become like anti-Islam, anti-Muslim. You can't really point to what the Democrats say in general in terms of like advocacy for violence. There was a guy who worked with Bernie Sanders, who was a Bernie Sanders door knocker. He got an AR-15 and went to the congressional baseball game. He shot a bunch of congresspersons at the congressional baseball game. He shot Steve Scalise right in the ass and dick. Steve Scalise now has to piss into a bag for the rest of his life. Okay? Do you understand why nobody was like Bernie Sanders' violent rhetoric was responsible for this? Because Bernie Sanders has never said a goddamn thing that is violent remotely. Okay? That's the reason. Straight up. They definitely did try to launch that narrative. It didn't work. My point is, for Ben, he says violent shit on a regular basis. He does blood libel on a regular basis against marginalized communities, against people that don't deserve it, people that cause no harm to others, and people who are oftentimes in underserved communities with no mechanism of pushback, no way to defend themselves adequately. And yet, when those guys are victim to hate crimes led by Ben Shapiro's fan base, led by people who are directly in Ben Shapiro's audience, okay, then words are not violence. What are you talking about? I'm just doing political commentary. Anybody could do that. But when Democrats turn around and say Trump is a bad person, he's a meanie bobini, and he's a dictator, he said it himself, he wants to be a dictator for one day, that's unacceptable. You can't fucking even repeat Donald Trump's words back because that might cause people to shoot him. That's crazy. You can't make this fucking argument. Yeah, Quebec City mosque shooters scoured Twitter for Trump right-wing figures before attack. Bissonnette also appears to have obsessively visited Twitter accounts of Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, Fox News personalities David Duke, the former leader of the KKK, Alex Jones, conspiracy theorist Mike Cernovich, Richard Spencer, white nationalist and senior White House advisor Kellyanne Conway. Bissonnette checked in on the Twitter account of Ben Shapiro, the editor-in-chief of the conservative news site Daily Wire, 93 times in the month leading up to the shooting. Yeah, I had this tweet pulled up earlier. When you're hot, lowlifes really shoot at you. And they try hitting from every angle. Never let the bastards get you down. He's right. Why does JD Vance follow the Trump shooter? He doesn't, but that's really funny that you said that.
Situations. Raising that temperature does in fact become a sin when you know that things are this bad. And so it behoove everybody on the left side of the aisle to take down the temperature a few notches, to stop pretending that Donald Trump is a grave threat to the Republic. And by the way, they don't even believe that.
Wait, what the fuck are you saying? Trump says that about the Democrats all the time too, dumbass. Like, that's just politics. What are you saying? It's so funny that this guy is literally like, listen, dude, it's completely unacceptable to run against the Republican Party. Okay? Like, that's all he's saying. Make no mistake. He is openly saying if the president gets shot at, you can't run against him. You have to drop. It is unacceptable to say you disagree with a man if he had attempted assassinations on him.
Last week, Joe Biden put on a MAGA hat. He put on a Trump 2024 hat. Would he do that if he actually thought that the...
It's not just politics. We should stop normalizing this. What? Normalizing what? Two fucking political candidates? Dude, the extreme centrism jumped out and slapped me in the face. He's like, no, you're right. Both candidates should actually stop running against one another and hold hands, which low-key isn't like that far off at this point with like a couple exceptions. You know, the Democrats are doing that actively. So you might be a Democrat.
Trump 2024 hat were the equivalent of a swastika? Of course he would not. Would he really do that if he thought that Donald Trump was going to facilitate a tyrannical takeover of the country and end our democracy? Of course not. It's all nonsense. It's all been done for political gain. So again, we don't have all the details at this point. We're still...
Yeah, but when Trump fucking lies about Haitians eating cats and dogs, that's not for political gain. And that isn't violent inherently. And isn't it begging for violence upon those people? It's actually good and normal, and you should say it more. I'm Ben Shapiro. Fucking bitch. Speaking of lies against the Haitian community, Dana Fash actually cooked up J.D. Vance and gutted him, okay? Pitted his ass. And we're going to watch that. In this interview, you are going to hear J.D. Vance openly admit that he just lies. Like, he just deliberately lies about immigrants, okay?
51 days from the election, and together with their running mates,
It's
Vice
fucking
President Kamala Harris.
psychotic. And it's not even going to make a blip because Donald Trump got shot at again. At this point, it's like J.D. Vance going to come out next week and be like, I'm a white supremacist. I love the Klan, and I think we should start killing black people. And then Trump's going to get shot at again, and people are going to forget. You know? He didn't even get shot at, but you know what I mean. Every time J.D. Vance says some shit, Trump gets an assassination attempt on his ass. What the fuck is going on?
Harris and former President Donald Trump are focusing on the states that will decide the next president, with the race apparently deadlocked after what could be the only Harris-Trump debate. But Donald Trump is also doubling down on a baseless claim that he made at the debate, that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, are eating people's pets. Local officials and the state's Republican governor say there is absolutely no evidence of that claim, and they are warning it is actually hurting their city. Springfield, Ohio is facing a fourth day of threats over the claims that have forced a college, hospitals, and schools to lock down. Meanwhile, Springfield police say they received 2 calls about Proud Boys marching through the city. Here's how Donald Trump responded to the controversy over Haitians who, I want to note, are in the U.S. legally.
I don't know what happened with the bomb threats. I know that it's been taken over by illegal migrants, and that's a terrible thing that happened. Springfield was this beautiful town, and now they're going through hell.
Here with me now is Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, who represents Ohio in the U.S. Senate. Thank you for being here, sir. So the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, Rob Rue, said, quote, all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city, and it was their words that did it. Before Donald Trump talked about eating dogs and cats on a debate stage, it was you, Senator, who first elevated this baseless rumor. These are your constituents. So why are you putting them at risk by continuing to spread claims about Haitian immigrants, despite officials in your state saying that there's no evidence and pleading for you to stop?
Well, Dana, first of all, what's putting the residents of Springfield at risk, which was a town completely ignored by the American media until Donald Trump and I started surfacing some of these concerns, is that they can't afford housing, they can't afford health care. The schools have been overwhelmed, the hospitals have been overwhelmed.
I wonder whose fault that is in the fucking state of Ohio. I wonder who's at fault in the red state of Ohio, plus 35 for Governor Mike DeWine, Republican Governor Mike DeWine, the state that you were a senator of as a Republican, the state that went to Donald Trump by plus 10 points. I wonder who is at fault for Springfield, Ohio, being in an absolute state of fucking disrepair. It must be the Haitian migrants or the Democratic Party. What is going on? You are the senator from the state of Ohio, you fucking idiot. Why are you like, Ohio's dog shit? It fucking sucks. It is the worst state of all time. It is in a dire state of disrepair. Nothing works there. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh, wait, I'm the fucking senator from that state. I am directly responsible for its sucking dog dick. I'm so stupid for saying the state that I'm a senator of actually fucking sucks, because it's my fault that it fucking sucks, because I don't do anything to help them. But they're so stupid, they voted for me because they're stupid. They're stupid and racist in Ohio. That's why they voted for me. I'm stupid and racist. I'm a stupid racist guy, and I fucking hate the people of Ohio. That's basically what you said, okay? Thank you, Senator Jedediah Donaldson Vance, Senator from Ohio.
Overwhelmed, and they're overwhelmed because Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 Haitian migrants to get dropped into a small Ohio town of about 40,000 people, and it's completely overwhelmed the services. Now, you ask, why have I talked about some of the things that I've been talking about? Let me just say this. My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things. So I have two options, Dana. I can ignore them, which is what the American media has done for years to this community, or I can actually talk about what people are telling me. And of course, many of the things that the media says are completely baseless have since been confirmed. For example, I was told, Dana, that by the American media that it was based.
Yeah, also, it is a lie. Their tax revenue literally increased by 33% year over year since the fucking Haitians moved in the town, because now they have active workers in the goddamn town for all of the jobs that needed workers. So he's such a piece of shit.
Baseless that migrants were capturing the geese from the local park pond and eating them. And yet there are 911 calls from.
Yeah, by the way, like, honestly, Daily Caller's former Daily Caller news anchor, Caitlin, whatever the fuck her name is, actually ripped JD Vance such a fucking good one in the spin room in the immediate aftermath of the debate, where she was like, okay, constituents will fucking call you and tell you Bigfoot is real. Are you gonna fucking sit here and tell us Bigfoot is real in Ohio, dumb fuck? That was such a good take from Caitlin Collins, who used to work for the Daily Caller, which is it's Tucker Carlson's Daily Wire, okay? Daily Wire has Ben Shapiro's operation. Tucker Carlson's operation was the Daily Caller. Caitlin Collins, who is now at CNN, used to work there. The Daily Caller is so insane that they used to make compilations of people running over protesters in pickup trucks. That is the website that she worked for, okay? That is the website that she worked for before working at CNN. The Daily Caller had to delete all of their running over protesters compilations after a fucking Nazi ran over a counter-protester by the name of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville. They had to delete those videos because they realized, we're kind of celebrating, people murdering people. We're kind of celebrating domestic terrorism. Many people forgot. I have not, because I have that kind of autism in my head. Anyway, let's get back to JD fucking Vance.
Well before this ever became a viral sensation of people complaining about that exact thing happening. So my attitude is, listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them. Kamala Harris opened the border, and now these people are suffering. That's what I'm focused on, Dana.
Senator, I have to go through several things that you just said. First of all, the Clark County Sheriff and the Ohio Department of Natural Resources reviewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks. They found 0 evidence to substantiate those claims. Also, other evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence.
Yeah, by the way, the Haitians are his constituents as well, okay? I need you to understand something. He is a senator in the state of Ohio. Those Haitians are refugees with temporary protected status. Okay? They have paperwork. They are not illegal immigrants. That is a lie. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter because they're still fucking human beings, but they're not even illegal. Okay? They literally are tax-paying, legal, documented immigrants. Okay? Now, technically, they can't vote for him, but it doesn't change the reality that they're still his fucking constituents. Children can't vote. Do you think children are not J.D. Vance's constituents? Is J.D. Vance going around? Okay, well, maybe he is going around saying that children should be able to vote, or at least their parents should be able to vote. And also, he probably wants them to get to work anyway. But, like, he would never openly say that children are not my constituents. Actually, he might, because he's really bad at politics. And as a person who's really bad at politics, I could totally see him saying that with a straight face. Anyway.
Are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians. And this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward for such things. And then going just backly to the schools and the hospitals and so forth being overwhelmed. Nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio, needs help. But you're not just a bystander. You're the senator from Ohio.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my God. Thank you, Dana Fash. Exactly. You're the senator of Ohio, the state that you just said. God, thank you, Dana Fash. Exactly. You're the senator of Ohio, the state that you just said is dog shit and needs desperate help. He's so fucking stupid. How is he so bad? It actually blows my mind how bad he is. You aren't Trump, little bro. Only Trump gets to go and visit these fucking places and be like, you people are dirty and disgusting. And they go, hell yes, brother, you're so right. We are dirty and disgusting. You don't get to do that. You don't have that charisma.
Instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is no...
Yo, that was...
To a couple things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth, it's disgusting. The violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator, this happened after you and President Trump were on.
He always looks like a German boy whose lollipop fell on the ground and is covered by ants. I don't know how else to describe J.D. Vance. Like, he just has that, like, typical, like, 60s, 70s, like, German child look to him. Mein lolly! Oh, mein God! Mein lolly! Doesn't he look like that? I'm daddy's little boy! I'm daddy's little boy! How could this have happened to me? Mein lolly. It is disgusting. Yeah, that's him, especially without the beard.
On the debate stage said that cats and dogs were being eaten.
You asked a question, Dana, and I'm going to go ahead and answer.
It's funny because it's like, the question is so simple. It's like, 0 bomb threats are happening in the city of Springfield. You lie about Haitians overtaking the city of Springfield and eating cats and dogs. Then the bomb threats start coming in. Springfield city officials say these bomb threats are happening because the Republicans have placed an inappropriate amount of attention on our city by claiming that Haitians are doing all this. Everybody knows what's going on. And he's like, how dare you? You are disgusting. You are disgusting for saying the truth. Why would you say the truth directly to my face? I am a little boy whose lolly has fallen on the ground and is covered with ants. And here you are being disgusting about this. Okay? Give me a new lolly now.
It.
Okay, after that, they were
what we have said is that this town has suffered terribly under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people.
Yeah, Dana should ask, like, don't you think the Haitians are also your constituents? Like, they're taxpayers, they're on TPS, they're working in the fucking factories. Like, just ask him that question. He's gonna say no. But it's good to have that on the record.
People who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand. Now, let me just fact check a couple of other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They are in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved a magic amnesty wand.
Oh, so he does know that they're illegal. Okay. Wait, no, wait, I'm sorry. You know, Trump did that too, right? Like to the Venezuelans specifically. So it's kind of weird that he's like, Donald Trump is so funny because he directly caused this massive influx of Venezuelans escaping Venezuela by accelerating the sanctions regime on Venezuela with that purpose, by the way. They wanted to make the economy scream, and they did. So people ran away. And then Donald Trump also offered the Venezuelan migrants temporary protected status. The reason for why he did that is because that's what every American government has done. It's a classic State Department play. You try to destroy a country, and the migrants that escape that country, you offer them TPS. We did it with the Cubans, with the hopes that like we have an outsized anti-whatever country that is population living here, so that inevitably we can use that population here. Well, it's good for cheap labor too, but it's also specifically so that we can use those people that are now here against whichever country that we want to fuck even further, right? Like, if you ask most Cuban voters what to do with Cuba, they will say unhinged shit like bomb it and destroy it, nuke the island, and give it to us afterwards. You don't have to look any further than the motherfucking mayor of Miami, who is of Cuban descent, who literally said this, by the way. Okay? So that's what they did with the TPS for the Venezuelan migrants, because they were like, well, they're leaving the country. They hate Maduro. We can use these guys against Venezuela down the line. Except now you're like, they're all criminal, rapist, drug dealer, gangsters who are taking over the apartment complexes. These Venezuelans that we gave temporary protected status to, that we literally fucking like forced out of Venezuela with our insane sanctions. Those guys are now the rapists that we brought into the country and gave TPS to. It doesn't make any sense. And it's not supposed to. Those guys are fucking, like, the Republicans are pieces of shit. And they're assholes. And they're racist. Also, now they're illegal, even though we gave them TPS.
Taking people and giving them legal status. That is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the border and further caused terrible migration into this country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time. But the fact is, it is the law, because President Biden and Vice President Harris are. But I don't want to frankly go down this conversation about policy,
Dana,
because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I want to talk about
instead of about the fact
Senator,
that
it was
Harris,
your
Dana,
distraction.
Granted amnesty.
You were the one
who
started talking about eating dogs and cats.
Level.
You were the one who brought this
my
up.
Constituents
the president
were the
said
ones
it to
who talked about
60
eating
million
dog and
people.
cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about it.
Have you been
to
Springfield?
It is my responsibility to surface their.
Oh my God. He's like, yeah, I made it up, dude. Sorry. Like, I made it up. He straight up said, and this is Sam Stein, earlier in the interview, if I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
Their concerns when the American media.
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken my
recently,
children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since you've
Have I been in
gotten
the
these
last
calls?
Have I been in the last 4 days?
No,
no,
I'm
I
talking
haven't been
about
in the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people in
calls from the
Springfield, Dana,
constituents.
and they're telling me this stuff is happening. Dana, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers.
And no one is even trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala. This man is a defense contractor. Fuck it. Let's put the CIA in there too. At Barack Obama. He might delete it. I hope they do. I hope he does. That'd be really cool if he did.
To the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this? So please ask a question.
Yeah, JD doesn't understand the Trump playbook. You don't legitimize insane conspiracies by admitting they're false. You have to keep pretending they're true. Wait, did he delete it? Shut the fuck up. Did he actually delete it? You're lying. He didn't delete it. You guys debated me. Why would you debate me at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you? That's the real debate. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $6, even though it's 30% off, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Question, and I'd ask you to be polite enough to
Yes.
let me answer it.
Yes, I am, and I think that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were making unsubstantiated claims that had racist undertones about people eating dogs and cats, I would, and they...
People in the comments saying this will be used against you. I don't give a fuck. Also, I'm joking. You think I meant like literally FBI, get this man? Like you think... Anyway, let's continue.
They didn't
It doesn't
answer
matter.
the questions about that, then I would have similar interactions with them. As you know, I am very grateful that you come on the show, as I am for other Republicans. But this is something that you're hearing from constituents. I did a lot of reporting. I talked to people in Ohio over the weekend, and they're really worried about these claims. The policies, yes, I am agreeing with you that what I heard is that there is concern that these migrants, there's a lot of them, and the integration isn't being done fast enough and well enough.
Why would you cave on that?
Aiden
That's so dumb. God, Dana Fash, you suck.
Clark, who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant. You said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies.
Senator, he's asking for you to apologize. Will you?
Dana, first of all, my heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they've clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done.
Dude, that's crazy. That dude called you out by name. That's a constituent, 100%. He's white, okay? He's a white man whose white child died in a fucking car accident, okay? You used his child's death to continue lying about Haitians that are also your constituents, but you don't care about them because they're black, okay? That is a demonic way to approach the subject matter. He's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the dad. I don't give a fuck about that dad, bro. RIP to your son, but I'm going to keep using it to, like, you know, hopefully do some pogroms on the Haitians in Ohio.
To Springfield, Ohio. And what
Vance is not bright, but he's ex-military, which I think in Trump's mind is important. Sounds like a plan in motion. First of all, J.D. Vance is a Marine, okay? And if you know anything about the American military, putting a former Marine in a position of power is probably the dumbest thing you can do, okay? And you don't have to look any further than how stupid this idea was. Just look at this interview. He is probably right outside of frame looking for his crayons, his emotional support crayons to chew on as Dana Bash is chewing his ass, okay?
what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio. And Dana, I think this illustrates the entire contrast between how we're trying to go about this debate and how a lot of the Democrats are trying to go about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there. I'm talking to my constituents and I'm hearing terrible things about what's going on in Springfield, and Kamala Harris's open border policies have caused these problems. The hospitals are overwhelmed, Dana. The schools are overwhelmed. The local services are completely overwhelmed. You have people who can't afford housing. Homelessness has gone up. Murders are up by 81% because of what Kamala Harris has allowed to happen to this small community. I'm going to keep on talking about that. Now, of course, we can criticize violence. We can also still talk about the problems that are happening.
Criticize violence, bro. It was a car accident. Why does he keep repeating her name every other sentence? Because he's trying to do the media training. Like, that's it.
In Springfield, and we should be able to do both those things simultaneously, Dana.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the firsthand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media...
He sounds like a bot, dude. I think he's repeated it like, what, fucking 5 times in the last 3 minutes? That's weird. He sounds like a fucking robot.
Media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said that you're
creating
creating a
about
story.
Public policy.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you...
Let's run it back. That, he alludes to it multiple times throughout the interview, but that right there, cinema. Dana, my lolly! My lolly is on the ground, Dana! Why won't you be nice to me? My lolly, Dana! There are ants on my lolly!
Because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris start talking to children, and because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally Kamala Harris's policy. I find that...
Bro, you can say Kamala Harris's policy all day, every day. That right there is so Jover, dude. It's so fucking Jover.
This very unusual, Dana, that the American media is more interested in a bunch of losers marching down the street than they are in the fact that Kamala Harris has made these people's lives worse. I'm not talking about 12 Proud Boys. I'm talking about 40,000 residents, 40,000 constituents of mine, many of whom can't afford housing and food because of Kamala Harris's open border. That is what I want to focus the media's attention on. We're going to keep on doing it because I think the American people deserve a government that puts their interests first. Can I make just one more final point about this, Dana?
Yes, please.
You've heard a lot of the media focusing on every possible distraction from the story in Springfield. You've heard them focus on these Proud Boys marches. You've heard just in this interview, Dana, the suggestion that because some psychopath is calling it a bomb threat, somehow we have to then ignore 40,000 Springfieldians who are having their lives worsened by Kamala Harris's policies. Well, what is the implication, Dana? I actually love to have this conversation right now live on air.
Right.
What is the implication when you say you calling out these problems has caused a bomb threat? You accused me of causing a bomb threat. Doesn't that mean you should shut up about the residents of Springfield? Don't you realize you're engaged in basic propaganda
Look at this. Look, these people are just comically evil, says Nate Hochman, who you might not know his name, but I do because political autism. Nate Hochman is the Nazi staffer on the Ron DeSantis campaign who was fired for being a Nazi. Now, before people say, well, he's Jewish, yes, he is. He also is a Nazi. Nate Hochman is the Nazi staffer on the Ron DeSantis campaign that made the campaign video where he put a Nazi image on it. This one in particular, the black sun. I'm not making any emotional argument here. It's just kind of a matter of fact. This guy's a Nazi weirdo given this. This was the black sun imagery that the Nazi staffer Nate Hochman put on the Ron DeSantis, on the Ron DeSantis promo video. Okay. Cassie Pritchard responds as, it's a fender bender, dude. Jesus Christ. Car accidents have been one of the deadliest since the effects of illegal Haitian immigration. People come here who can't drive and it's killing people. You want to do genocide because of a fender bender, you will not see heaven. Genocide is warranted if you can't even live in a fucking civilized society without causing deaths. You are subhuman. They're saying genocide is warranted over a fender bender story that the New York Post chose to cover. I believe it was Caroline, friend of the show, who posted that there's 6 million car accidents that occur in the United States. Okay? Is the New York Post covering all of them? Of course not. Why did the New York Post choose to cover this minor fender bender that did not cause any injuries that happened to be in Springfield, Ohio? Do we know why the New York Post chose to cover this? Because Springfield, Ohio is not in New York. Why did New York Post cover it? It's because they're fucking racist and they also want to incite a race riot. That's the reason. Okay?
And to silence the concerns of American citizens?
I was
Please.
quoting the actual mayor of Springfield, Ohio, begging after the bomb threats, begging federal.
Yeah, the thing you're failing to understand is that white people don't get into car crashes is the funniest thing to say about Ohio too. Because like famously, the Midwest is, I don't know how this is even possible because Florida and California exist, but famously the Midwest is some of the worst states for car accidents, which is why it makes it even funnier that they're like, oh, these goddamn Haitians are doing car accidents. Like they're accusing Haitian people of duck hunting and car accidents. Okay. It's like complaining that Haitians drink too much beer. Okay. These are things that you do, okay? If it was even true, that would mean that they have assimilated. Are you going to be like, these goddamn Haitians are hunting deer next? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Federal officials, to please stop putting negative attention on his city. And I'm not talking about the policies. I'm not talking about.
No, I know the duck was roadkill. I know.
The very real challenges that Springfield has. I'm talking about baseless rumors about Haitians eating dogs and cats. And that, after that was said on a debate stage, that is when these bomb threats started. And that is a fact. Senator, I just want to move on. I have 2 other quick issues separate from this that I want to talk to you about.
Dana,
go ahead.
Again,
please go ahead.
I think this is actually an important conversation.
Okay.
Look, the Springfield mayor, he's dealing with a lot of terrible things.
I know the duck guy was not Haitian, chat. I know. I covered it yesterday. The duck guy was not in Springfield. He was working for Ohio Wildlife. He was an American citizen who happens to be black, who was carrying 2 geese that were killed, and they were roadkill. Okay? I know that. Just like another American pastime is fucking grilling meat. Republicans are now finding footage of black people grilling meat, or sometimes not even black people grilling meat, just like they'll zoom in to just the grilling part and be like, they're grilling dogs and cats. Like, I'm telling you, it's insane.
Sympathize with the guy, and we're going to try to help him out. But he did not accuse me of inciting a bomb threat. He just didn't. And if we're going to take the firsthand accounts of people who are on the ground in Springfield, why don't you bring on some of the people on your program who say that the migrants are eating their pets? you're applying a double standard here. You're saying if one person accuses J.D. Vance, I'm going to take that person's
you have
word
somebody
as the
who's,
gospel truth,
you have somebody
even if
whose
you
name,
misrepresent it. If you have another person who's saying they're eating the cats, you're going to completely ignore them, attack them, silence them, and harass.
Yeah, because it's fake. What do you mean? Why don't you just like, oh my God, it's fake. He's literally complaining. He's complaining that like you're not giving credence to a fake story that I'm trying to fucking present, and instead doing actual journalism, investigating the matter further, and finding out that it's fucking bullshit because I didn't even try hard enough to come up with a good enough lie that is racist. Okay? Because I'm far too comfortable with the shitty lies that I make up because Republicans are so fucking dumb that like they believe the dumbest racist lies at this point.
Harass them. That double standard is why that people don't trust the media and why we're not talking about public policy 51 days out from a presidential election.
Okay, if you
if you want to talk about public policy, stop fucking lying, dumbass.
have somebody you want to tell us about who has proof that somebody ate their cat, of course we want to hear that. We certainly have had no evidence that that is actually something that happened. And I just want to say, I have not accused you of anything. I am quoting the mayor who said, after these bomb threats, federal politicians are negatively spinning our city. They need to know they are hurting our city. It was their words that did it. Okay? That I'm quoting him, and it seems to be a
Dana,
cause and effect.
Roll the tape. You just accused me of inciting a bomb threat. There's no evidence of this. I condemn violence and threats of violence. We should be able to do that and also still talk about what's going on in Springfield.
I'm glad to hear that you condemn it. That is very important. We had a lot of other issues to get to, but I really hope that you do come back so we can talk about other issues. Senator, thank you so much.
I think one of the funniest aspects of this situation that's like obviously objectively not funny and is kind of terrifying really is the very real fact that the guy that recently dropped out of the race and endorsed Donald Trump for president and is actively trying to get himself off of the fucking off of the voter ballots specifically so that Donald Trump can win potentially the election, had a very public news cycle about how he actually ate a dog. Okay? This is after the news cycle where he carried a bear carcass and left it in the middle of Central Park, and yet another news cycle after how he cut off the head of a beached whale and also put that on top of his car and trafficked it across state lines. Like, it's not the Haitians, dog. It's RFK. Like, what are we? I mean, that's white supremacy right there, for the record, okay? Sorry, you can call me a fucking lib all day, but that is literally white supremacy, okay? That's what this is. When a white guy does it, you don't give a fuck, okay? And then you have to fantasize about a black dude doing it when he isn't doing it. That's how this shit works. Anyway, we're moving on to Wukong. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this game tonight. Unk, you're cooked soon, not gonna lie. Don't leave. Politics chatters. This game is cool as fuck. That's number one. Or if you're gonna leave, just keep the phone or keep your tab on mute and keep the tab open. That's number one. Or if you're gonna stay, we also gamba on here for the results. I killed a couple side bosses. When I was just messing around, but here we are. Game's actually good. Yeah, it's really good. Don't want to get spoiled. What do you mean? Just leave. Keep the tab open then. Should I go to the secret boss now? It's secret boss time, right? I feel like the secret boss is gonna destroy me. I got the staff already. Don't trust in your skill. I don't. Where do we go? New West? The Great Pagoda. Is it in the Pagoda realm? Snowvale Trail, go right. You didn't find it? Pagoda. Whatever. Minnesota. Pagoda. No way you beat it in 2 tries. I don't think so either, but all right, which way do I go? Up these fucking stairs? Is that how we go? No, I go right. I wish you could fly around in these maps too. This way? I think. I hope it's this way. We don't really have a map, so I have no idea. I don't remember this part at all. I guess I never went this direction. Oh, there it is. Fan is very useful for the fight. Oh, I fucked up. Is there a shrine before this fight? Is there a shrine before this fight or no? Yes. Okay, good. I'll swap it out when I get in. Gamba closes when I see the boss health bar, says Young Peasy. Naruto is better than One Piece. How come you've never watched it? I have. Why always use a deflect pull spin as an attack? Kaya. Okay, I'm inside the pocket. Oh, the Bebe. The Bebe is here.
In his steps you've trod, from his eyes you've seen. The circle has led you back. Have you gleaned any truths? Long has an old friend waited for you. Destiny ripens. This last mural holds the key. Go forth. No one sees this myth more clearly than him.
Big ass head on this big ass baby. Big old dome on this Bebe. You will die, you will cry. I believe it. I feel like this boss fight's gonna cook me. Did I miss the shrine? Rage quitter? Listen, dude. We'll see. Fairly confident in my skill in this game. Wait, I did miss a shrine? Have you played Resident Evil? I have. I'm a believer. My bookie will break my leg. Please win. I got you, fam. Don't worry. I quit the game over this boss after one-shotting the end game boss. What the fuck? Sometimes I feel like chatter's got to be lying, right? This is a Dark Souls type boss. You have to learn his moveset. Nah, this is built different. I had to look up a boss guide. Okay, I'm a little scared. This is Wukong's Millennia. You have struggled with some of the easiest bosses and clapped the hardest? Wait.
Shame I must greet you in this bitter cold without a hearty drink. It's no easy feat getting here. I know you didn't come to keep me company.
Last chance, chat, for the Gamba.
In your heart, there must be something you can't get over. Or someone you can't let go of. Same goes for me. I can't kill that monkey. No one can. Except himself.
He's so handsome.
But at last, I see. This is the only way. He had no choice.
Is this a two-phase boss or one phase?
You should thank me. Spare.
Shit, is he getting his fucking shit back? God damn, he got it back? What the fuck is that?
That's it.
What is that?
I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Wait, well, how did he break that? Wait, he can immobilize too? God damn! No! Stop! Stop! Oh shit!
I'm not him, Alfro.
I was trying to heal, chat. I know. 3 phase, 1 health bar. You are not him, my guy. You're not him. Dude, I think I was him-ing Anthony over there. What are you talking about? I think I did a pretty good fucking job for a first try. Use the fan. I think I might have deployed the fan too early. I was hemming Neutron up in this bitch. What are you talking about? Is there a way to make sure that he doesn't poise again or no? You can't immobilize him more than once? Shit, is this a Spellbinder type beat? You think? No, right? Pretty sure his shit resets in 25 seconds. Oh, so if you can clip him, if you can clap him under 25 seconds, then you can't immobilize him when he has shield. Pillar stance is the only way to win this. Pilly. Do the penny stance. He dodges all the charges and heavies if you aren't in stealth. I fucking hit his ass cheeks a little bit. Come on. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no, I fucked up. fucked up.
You should thank spares from Mount
I fucked up this boss battle so hard, chat. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. I didn't even get the fucking cold heart in there. Oh my god, he cooked me. Oh! What? Oh, I wasn't invisible, that's why.
The world is
Wait, what the hell? Wait, what the hell?
No.
Okay, what are these? He's got like 8 different stun lock moves, bro. He's pulling some new ass shit on me. Damn. What? What is he doing?
Some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
That block!
My game springs.
Oh shit, that was hard. That was hard. No. No.
My sword spans the 9 skies, swifter than shooting stars. Oh, shake stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. Oh, shit. It's too late.
Wait, how many fucking hits does he have on that? Sometimes he does that like as a triple, sometimes he does more than that. Oh, I fucking fucked it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You murdered your own king. That is fouler than that monkey.
How did he do that?
You've lifted my spirits.
Come on.
When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleave and cudgel crumbled, and yet unscathed.
What the fuck?
He gave his life to put you in this place.
What the fuck?
Let me see you.
He just came back with the fucking... He just brought it back. He brought the fucking shield back. No.
I'm not him.
Dude. He just brought it back. He brought the fucking shield back. No.
Not him.
Dude. Okay, this boss battle is incredibly hard. Okay, I need some tips, chat. What the hell? You got to start with the fan when you're halfway through the map. Don't use clone until the shield is gone. When his fan is done, once the shield is done, use the baby clones and just go ham. Don't use transform. That's your panic button. You got to get focused fast so you can't get the fan quickly with a deflect move or something similar. It's either that or you go full attack with Spellbinder and do like 10 to 20 fully charged attacks. Pop the fan early. I've heard that like transformation wise, the Azure Dust is like, it melts him. You just need to use deflect, bro. I swear to God. Okay, shut up. Shut your fucking stupid mouth. Best tip is just to be better, bro. Dude, I had like a million perfect dodges. Your projectile blocks everything that's a projectile. It also builds focus, but it eats stamina. Keep that in mind when he starts flying away and throwing bullshit at you. Tip, switch to your brew that reloads your key. Fan fucks his shield. Use Ring of Fire on solid. Best transformation in my opinion is a horse. There's a cheese build to replenish fan and Big Baby. I can share that as a last resort. Spamming dodge in this boss will get you killed a lot. I mean, I think I didn't just spam dodge. I think I did a pretty decent job. He will transform whenever you transform. His transformation will insta pop yours if you get hit. No, I got that. Use the key drink instead of monkey brew. What is that like? Which one is the key drink? I don't have that. You might want to pop some pills. I think monkey brew is good. Still hating on pillar stances? Yes. If anything, shock resistance might be helpful, but probably not. But I'm not going to change the other ones because the other ones are too good. Finally hit and dodge. Good luck, gamer. You don't think I should unleash the monkeys immediately? I should like try to fight them? Fire. I watched a video where this guy gets melted. His focus gets melted. His focus gets fucking absolutely melted when you hit him with the block, like all maxed out. It starts doing like attacks. It starts doing hits. But that's the cheese. But I'm not gonna do that. Like I have to change my build out completely for that. I've never spent a single point on that. Unironically, I respect that. Damn, it fucking melts this shit, dude. Wait, what the fuck? What's he doing? Oh, it's the second phase already.
You have some of the spark.
Right?
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? Yes! Sit down, bitch! Oh, what the fuck? I hate that.
Craft coat.
Oh, whoa!
Fair, huge, foul. Small counters grand.
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of his plan? I thought he was a worthy rival. The world is
cruel. Wait, why is he hit? What the fuck? What is happening? Oh shit! Fuck, insufficient mana!
It's too late! Thunder, be my skin! And lightning!
Okay. I feel like I got worse somehow. I don't know. Like, I feel like I got worse than on that run. I don't know how, but it is what it is, but it did happen. Use the mana pot. Please use the golden armor. What do you mean? No, the Wukong armor is so good. I can't max bet lol. I know you're gonna keep dying. I want to see you win. I was doing all right, and then he freaking one-tapped me. Use rock transform when he gets his shield back. That's the whole reason you use it. Oh, I forgot. I didn't even use the rock transform. I was waiting for the last stage of the boss battle. Golden armor replenishes ki on crit, reduces the fan cooldown. I don't even have the golden armor. I need to buy it and then upgrade it. And I don't think it's going to be that good. I don't think it's going to be as good as like, you mean this? Which one is it? Is it this? No. A golden embroidered shirt. It's ass. If anything, if I was going to do anything, I would fucking upgrade to the Bull King. In the third phase, airline gains the ability to create duplicates himself to shoot beams at you before sending a barrage of projectiles towards you. Yeah, I saw. I have to pee. Use Ring of Fire so you save heals and mana soaks on your gourd so you can sunset the 9 skies. I have to pee first before I do any of that. And I have to run a 3-minute ad break as well before I do any of that. Here's a 3-minute ad break for you. Okay, I'm a pee. I'll be back in a second. Chatters need to read Tua. I'm about to hawk Tua on this fucking boss. Did you wash your hands? Yeah. Gold armor is the strat for this fight. Just gotta upgrade it. Hold L2 when he's immobilized after his shield is down. You will get your fan and spirit back. Pop fan, get him down to second phase, Giga Axe, then pop Azure Dust, then insta-break his second shield. Repeat the process. Only Cloud Step when he does that million needle projectile attack or to safely drink gourd. I've beat him 3 times, with the second and third playthroughs being the first attempts against him, so give me the best advice I can. Yeah. No, he didn't, Chatters. Don't let him lie to you. He talked about how he doesn't wash his hands after he pisses in his own house. You'll never know. I'm gonna fan his bitch ass. So phase 2 is the big axe, huh? Wait,
Stakes
did
teacher's
it not
best.
work?
Where you
Oh,
fall,
I didn't. He canceled
it's
it.
again.
Shit. Not a good start.
I was just wondering. Is that fun?
Oh shit, he broke my immobilize. How?
He sprang out of a rock. You made it this far. How sluggish.
What the fuck? God damn, he just lets me do it, huh?
You too seek glory.
Come on, roll again.
True glory.
What the fuck? He did it all immediately.
You do have some of his spark, young man. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Where's he at? Oh, insufficient mana to cast? Oh no, I'm so good.
Clouds drift on. Barriers abound. Seeing
Yes. Ah, no. Wait, what? What did he do? Oh, I forget that. I forgot that does that too. Fuck me.
survive. Or fall soon if you're not.
I forgot what I'm supposed to do in the second phase, but I fucked up because I didn't ration my mana correctly. Oh shit! Fucking needles, man. Come on, blow him up again.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet...
Oh shit! That bites! That bites hard!
His life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverged. Oh my god! Trust me, I know it more than you.
Bro, he zapped me out of existence. That's a one hit, right? I guess. I don't know how much I can do the stab spin. I don't have the auto spin. Oh, I do. Top takes bottom, bottom takes top. Spirit is really good for breaking a shield. It's not hard to get if you don't have it. No, I have it. You're better off saving up your mana until stage 3. Dude, I can't get to stage 3 if I fucking don't use mana. What are you talking about? I wish Zhu Baizhe was there. How do you regenerate ki? By deflecting, right? Don't be a pussy and use Spellbinder. I don't think Spellbinder eats away enough of its focus. Or, I mean, his, Dude, that shit is so... It just melts his shit, dude.
Forget your pride. Your inherited gift alone does not shield you from harm. Mind every move in this life. He sprang out of the rock. You too seek glory. True glory. In breaking free to shackle.
Wait, what? Did he refuel? Wait, oh, he went to second stage, that's why. Oh, fuck, that is my shit. I hate that he double dick.
Even stars in my rock.
Wait, what? Oh, that's double hit.
Oh, shake. The stars in the sky.
Yes.
Fail to strike true.
No! No, I hate that.
What? Bury the sun.
What the fuck? Laser eyes? Since when does he laser eye? Dog. Yes. Shit.
It's too late.
Ah. Oh, I didn't even break him. Fuck. Where'd he go? Oh, he's doing laser shit now. No, I'm dead. That's the fucking second time, dude. At 75 HP, he will always go invincible, fly away, and go into phase 2. Using spells when he's like 80 HP means that you can only do max 5% HP of that attack. Save it for the second phase so you can get more damage out of it. He does this again at 50 HP, so he's at 55. Try to save mana. Run to the left, not right at him. Here's a thoughtful guide for you. 1, Ring of Fire, please. He can deflect light attack combos if you spam them. Phase 1 is simple. Just hug him. Phase 2, you can use your fan here. He will start using electric abilities. Most of these abilities have a delay. Phase 3, he will start doing knife throws. You can outrun these and then dodge a second or so after he turns red. Phase 4 is much of the same. There's a phase 4. Shubaisha. Shubaisha. Where is Shubaisha when you need him? When you need his ass. Every 25% HP, he will phase change, basically. He's the hardest boss in the game. I mean, I can't believe I got to like fucking phase 4 on my first try, but dude, this is, I get why people consider the key armor to be the cheat code for this boss.
Survive. Or fall soon if you're not.
Fuck you, dude. Oh shit.
Forget your pride. I was just wondering, is our fight over now?
Oh, that still hit me. God damn it. Oh, I got double dick there. Wait, what the fuck's he doing?
He sprang out. You made it this far. You too seek glory. True glory.
Wait, oh no.
How sluggish.
Hit him again. Hit him again.
Your inherited gift alone.
Oh, he almost deflected it back to me. This time, no!
A worthy rival.
He throws me around like I'm a piece of metal.
Stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and drowns the thunder.
What the fuck? Wait, what am I doing? Come on, I can get him out of this phase. Come on. Okay,
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear dull, driven
I cloud stepped too early.
and yet he emerged unscathed.
That was dumb of me.
Yet he gave his life
That was dumb of me.
in this place. Let me see your path diverge.
Hold L2 during that attack. What's L2? It's triangle for me, but also it doesn't matter because I can't run and also deflect at the same time. I don't have the points for it. I can only stand in place. There's nothing to run from. You don't have to run. You can stand and do it. I think I'm doing better though. I'm like on the combat front, I'm doing better. Come on, come at me. I wasted that.
The world is great.
I get 25%. I don't understand. What? Did I skip phase 2? What is happening? There it is.
You do have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Return to your true form. No more spells. Step in. Walking his path is no easy feat. You made it this far.
It's not doing shit. It's better to just
Your
hit him
inherited
like...
gift alone does not shield you from craft coats and crew, bright truth and shade, fair shoes and foul, small counters grand.
Oh shit, I thought I
Gale
got
Swift
it.
and Shadow Step.
Oh. I didn't want to use it here, but...
Use them. Don't hold back.
Fuck me, dude.
The destiny.
I need it now. Wait, what the fuck?
It's too late.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's the needle. Come on, third. Do the third thing. Get to the third phase, bitch.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place.
Oh, I can't
Let me
cloud
see
step.
a path, divergence from his.
Wait, it still fucked me up.
Sky Howler. Through the air.
What the fuck are you doing?
Like a falling star.
No, no. Oh, he's got that. He's got that laser on deck. He's got that laser on deck. Wait, what?
Trust me. I know it.
He brings that out before. He brings that out again. Dude, how does he just one-shot me, dude? Welcome to phase 3. Bro, we got to put a moratorium on the fucking single tap, like ending in 2 try shit. It's making me want to cheese, like making me want to go with the cheese shit. Yeah, this should have been a fucking 5 try, like every time. Cause like there's no, I'm not even gonna make it on 5, dude. That's crazy. I have no confidence in myself. Yeah, low key, this is making me want to go and fucking upgrade the gold armor. Like, it took Moon like 34 tries.
Mine eyes doth see the Tao from the confines of my.
Bro, what's funny is it's
what
not
my
even
ceaseless toil.
It's not even
finally
cheese. Like,
yields.
that's not even a fucking cheese. Honestly, it just allows you to make the combat a little bit more manageable by what is he got? He got some new shit. Instantly resets cooldowns for all spells. Resurrection upon death before triggering life streaming strand for a long duration. Maybe
Big
we'll
or
use it.
small, many are bent on seeking shortcuts. Hence, pill making came to be. May Lord
There's a 4 Banes cleansing soap. Dude, you think I give a fuck about the Banes, dude? Are you crazy? The Banes is the least of my worries right now.
From yin and yang, 5 elements emerge. Each nature thou shalt have pills.
Spin your staff to block the projectiles. You just need to dodge the red. You can't dodge the red, I don't think. Or, I mean, I did. I dodged the red in the first try, but like...
Each pill is a means to an end.
Do the secret rock boss? What do you mean?
Where there's drink, all is bliss.
The last sip from the gourd significantly increases attack for a short duration. Each sip recovers 60% of maximum health, but for a brief moment, it impairs movement. Removes all 4 Bane states. Okay, that's pretty fire.
Houses, the highest court is a cage.
Moderately extends duration. There is no drink that gives a little key. I don't have that.
Drink. It can lead to success.
I still don't know what these ingredients do. I guess it's to make medicine.
Without hard work.
I've never made a medicine in my life. I've never used a medicine this entire game. He literally has no counter to Ring of Fire like he does Immobilize. Also, you can't just run away. You can just run away from the knives. Wait, we're upgrading the fucking gold armor, right? Upon critical hits and defeats, grants a small... Is that really that good? This is not critical hits give you like a key. Like this actually that good? The key is massive. You land a lot of crits, to be honest. I feel like medicine is probably better. Don't upgrade it? What do you mean? My fucking current garb I have is crazy good. Don't have enough celestial ribbons to get the 4. You need the spike ball sprint, which takes like half a shield and not the headbutt, man. I have the spike ball sprint.
I can't help you when you're dead out.
I have it. Where is it? Did I miss it? Where is it? Father of Stone, Centipede Guai. I beat the guy. Why don't I have it? I have upgraded my spirits, yes. You get the spirit where the ball dropped in the palace, not the secret area. Wait, I don't get the spirit after fighting him? Why wouldn't I just get the spirit after fighting him? That makes no sense. You get the key drink where the commander beetle and the fungi women were in chapter 4. You are doing fine. You don't need all these tricks. I'm not doing fine. I'm doing poorly. And no, you guys are crazy if you think the poison build is good. God, this is annoying me. I'm getting annoyed. Either I have to get the key. Either I have to get the key recovery gourd, but it's not going to be that good. It's going to fuck my gourd up, and I use the gourd as it stands currently. The boss is rigged with the shield on. No, I know. Check out the Gale Guard armor, please. It's my favorite, and you're good at dodging, dude. Okay, now we get to the place that is my least favorite place with the chat, where chatters just start fucking talking about like whatever their personal things are that they want me to use, like the pillar stance Andes. Like, dude, perfect dodges will not do shit to this fucking boss, okay? Like, why would you bring up the perfect dodge armor? Oh, I'm getting annoyed. I'm just gonna fucking skip this boss and play the final boss. Chat is invested in the outcome they gambled on. Okay, but why are they doubters that are telling me that? If you're gonna backseat, good. You know what I mean? Where's the fucking dumbass, the double Dutch? Where's the fucking, the ball spirit? Where do I get it? The ball spirit. Where do I attain the ball spirit? Like, which one? Is it in the flamed mountains, the webbed hollow? I don't remember. He is stored in the balls. There are 14,000 people in the chat, probably around 13,000 active users, and not a single one has given me an actual, like, not a single one has given me good advice. Is it in the Bishui Cave? Flaming Mountain Furnace Valley, Emerald Hall. And then where is it in Emerald Hall? Patience is a virtuous on. I have no patience for chirpers who are not giving good advice right now. Past the boss fight area. Is there another like enemy I have to fight for it or something? I don't understand. No, you just pick it up. That's annoying that it's like pick upable. Like, it's annoying that you get it from the ball here and not like it won't let you pick it out. Top takes bottom, bottom takes top. Let's watch the demo. You said it melts his shit, slightly increases defense, but moderately. Wait, what? It reduces attack? Bruh, y'all are fucking crazy. Y'all are fucking crazy. It's worth it, trust. Tap it out and it does 3 hits. Yeah, I'm not using that at all, bro. You're fucking nuts. All right, where's the key drink? Wait, how do you upgrade your fucking shit again? Oh, cultivate spirits. It's not worth. I beat the game 5 times. It's not that good. Yeah, I don't think it's good. I am not interested in. I'm not interested in fucking reducing my attack. Tiger Acolyte. Let's see what this does. It reduces my damage by 10, but it increases my defense by 15 extra points. Whereas the Wandering White, Fluff's recommended spears, 1 fully upgraded frog, Mad Tiger. You can force him to stop a combo by using Immobilize. It'll cause him to try to immobilize you with a long wind-up attack. Yeah, you're fucking nuts. The nutsexuals in chat. Oh my god, you guys are insane, dude. What the fuck is wrong with this chat? My curios are so ass. It's kind of crazy how ass they are. Latina from Peru, if you think I'm gonna talk about the fucking Amazon right now, you are out of your dang mind. I'm sorry, okay? We're fucking gaming. You keep asking. I'm not gonna talk about the Amazon right now. I'm sorry, okay? It's gaming time. He counters Azure Dust. I'd use Horse or Macaque, but like, the Azure Dust, he doesn't hit at all, at least. You know what I mean? Azure Dust just like takes away at least half of his fucking focus. I got Elden Ring after I asked about its difficulty. It's for sure good, but a hard game. Yeah. All right, where's the fucking key thing? I'm gonna get the key. I am going to get the key potion. Where is it at? I'm gonna get the key potion and then I'm gonna go fight him. Webbed hollow of immunation. Wait, I don't even have that. Cord of illumination. Am I not seeing it? Oh, webbed hollow is fucking annoying. Temple of the Yellow Flowers. Go into the temple, moron. Okay, you're being a little rude. I must admit. All right, where do I go now? It's the fungi boss you skipped. Did I skip the fungi boss? Where do I go now? Where is it? It's in the direction of the secret area, but keep going instead of turning left. I'm gonna die to these motherfuckers and I'm gonna kill myself in a video game. Towards the secret area, but instead of going into the secret area, just go left. I think you killed the fungi boss, but did not pick up the item. Maybe. Blood is re-kitting for an easy boss. Yeah, it's such an easy boss, bro. It's crazy easy. Okay, I go up. Still going up. Yes, in front of the hut. Oh yeah, I killed the fungi boss here. Oh, I just straight up forgot to grab the gourd. God, I'm so fucking stupid. And then where do I swap it? In the fucking... Hasan, did you beat the Mind Goblin yet? I got 3 on this. Each sip recovers 35 maximum health, grants considerable key. Fuck, this is 50 though. At least it still has 3 soaks. I've been using the three banger for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you can upgrade it, but unlikely. No. Honestly, it's probably better to fucking use shock resistance, right? Each time you have a chance not to consume a use. Mind Goblin stats, get it then? What is the Mind Goblin? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what the fuck. Oh wait, I went to the wrong place. Oh, I fucked up again. Mind Goblin these nuts. Okay, it's over. You are now going to be mentioned in the fucking last note that I ever write on this planet. By name, okay? That's right. You have attacked me in my weakest moment. I hope you're happy. By name, chatter. By name. I hope you're happy. Yeah, 13th reason type shit. What happened to the assassination attempt? We moved on. We moved on from it. Where was it? On the 3rd? Was it the New West? Majon Peak, right? I'm gonna probably be here for a while. I'm getting my ass beat pretty hard. Why? As long as Trump survived, who cares? Okay, so what does this do? What does my brew do? Let me look at it one last time. Each sip recovers 35%, grants a considerable amount of key. Myth on my Wukong till I black. Did you buy the deluxe edition with the cosmetic extras? No, I didn't even know. Fan reloads and 3 gourd uses? That's crazy. Wait, what? Why is it not hitting him? Why is it not hitting him? Crazy that. Where is the fan going, bro? You know what? What the fuck? What's so different now? I'm stuck. Oh my god, fan is almost reloaded. Fan is almost reloaded, Chad. That's crazy.
Destiny is made. You dictated it.
But he's not at 25% health, so it doesn't even matter. There we go.
You do have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Oh shit, he still hit me. Bitch, suck me. Eat a dick. Oh!
My sword spans the night sky, swifter than shooting star.
Wait.
I'll shake the stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. The world is here.
Wait, what is he doing? Oh. Oh shit. Oh. I mean, I dodged.
Sky Howler. Thou of purity. Unleash your might. Now, bury the sun. The world knows every stir of your mind.
Dodge when it turns red? What do you mean? I am. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. That was good though. Why do you still use Immobilize instead of Ring of Fire? Because I've never used Ring of Fire and I don't know how to fucking use Ring of Fire. I don't know what Ring of Fire does. Like, and I feel like I use Immobilize fairly well with him. I never even had to use my spirit either. I did a pretty decent job. Honestly, I should probably use the spirit ball too so I can simultaneously, yeah, you should use it and gives a heal and a bunch of buffs when it's inside. I don't know what it fucking does. I don't know what to do. Like, where do I put it? Clap for not enjoying gaming. Let's go. You should get clapped for fucking not being able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I hate the Ring of Fire so much. I agree. I think it's stupid as fuck. Trump got shot again? No way. I'll test it. Fuck it. Why not?
The world is destined. Thou of purity. Unleash your might.
God damn. Wait, I almost fucking cooked him with. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Gale Swift. And Shadow Step.
Wait, what? Wait, I didn't change my spirit?
Is no easy feat.
I fucking hit the wrong button. I was like,
He sprang out of a rock. Care to try the same? You too seek glory.
perfect.
Your inheritance.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
In his step. When you're too late. Your best trick.
Oh shit.
Use them.
Don't throw me
Don't
under
hold
there.
back. You made it this far.
Awesome. Crazy.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he was left unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see a path diverging from his. Follow my command. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land.
No!
It's time to rest your weary
That didn't
self.
do shit! Bullshit! What are you doing? Oh, all right. Bro, does he just spam that? That's not panic rolling, man. That's not panic rolling. Does he just fucking spam that? In the third phase, he's just like, oh, dude, I'm losing. He's like, I'm just losing. It's just time to keep fucking firing off the laser. That shit was rigged as fuck. You can't beat him unless you learn that move or fucking dodge it. But Having go through all that practice for a one-hit kill is rough. I know. Oh, I fucking whopped it way further than I should have. Oh, you fucking got it again.
You do have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Fuck! Bitch.
The sky, my blade bolts the air.
What the fuck? You just eats that shit.
The world is cruel and destiny unfair.
Slam it!
Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Again! You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he fought unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. Much closer. Don't fail just yet. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land.
Oh, I did it. I dodged it. I don't even know how I did it, but I dodged it. Wait, no! Oh,
shit. You two seek glory.
This is so funny.
Return to your truth. Your inherited gift alone does not shield you from harm. Mind your every move. You two seek glory. Your destiny brought you here. He's gone destiny.
Wait, what is he doing?
Through the air.
No!
Like a falling star!
No! What is he doing? Oh, shit. Where is he dead? What is he hitting me from? I don't even know what he's doing. Oh, shit, he still fucked me up. Oh, no, no. What is he doing? What is he doing? Is this step 4? I don't even know.
Of triumph!
No. No.
Not him, bro.
Was that phase 4? Did I get phase 4? My eyes are bleeding, dude. It was so close. Was that phase 4? Was I in it or no? That was phase 4, right? When he's like doing the knives and shit. Wow. That is a tough fucking boss, man. That is a tough ass boss, dude. How many more tries do I have? 2 more attempts for the doubter payout or the believer payout. It's not like his shield was regenerating when he was hitting you. You were trying to stagger him so you could heal, but he kept not staggering. Phase 4 just fucking spam moves from him, barely any time to heal. If you didn't get screwed by him going to that flying sword thing in your last fan, you would have had it. Yeah, I think so. You just got to make sure to save the 4 focus point hits for when he staggers. Once you break his shield, you have 30 seconds to do damage. No, I got that. I figured that out. I think the Ring of Fire, the truthers were correct. Like, can you become that ball one after another?
It's good.
Wait, what the fuck?
You can't evade this.
What the fuck just happened, bro? Come on. Come into my fucking Ring of Fire, baby. Come on, get in here.
Destiny is made.
Don't kick me out of the fire, bitch. You know it's good. There we go. First phase complete.
You do have some of his spark.
Immediately, I'm gonna hit that fucking ball after.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Fuck. Oh, shit.
My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars. Clouds drift on, barriers abound. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your power diverges from his. Thou of purity, unleash your might!
Shit. No.
You two seek glory.
Oh, he's blocked in there.
He sprang out of
Wait, he's trying to hit me, but he knows it's not gonna do nothing.
Your inheritance.
This part is comical relief for the boss battle.
Now, sure. Walking this path is no easy.
You can't fucking block me, bro. You are not strong enough, bitch.
Like a falling star.
Wait, what? Oh!
Trust me. I know it.
I should have just clone stepped it. What the fuck? Cloud stepped it. Throw. That was a throw, dude. That was a throw. I dodged too early, but he's cheating, but it's fine, bro. I'm better. I'm kind of fucking downloading this boss right now. You see that? Last try. I might need to take the points out of the plug because I'm not using it at all. I might need to take the points out of the plug and put that shit into my spin to win, baby. Might be enough. And then put the rest of it into like, you only need the first 2 spin stages, honestly. How many bits to throw? So many. Each talent level moderately increases damage after the first attack. Isn't there a critical hit one on here? Fun fact, you can jump light into jump heavy and he uses focus. That is a fun fact. I probably should put more into mana. There's a stance that gives you crit. I mean, this is a pretty good restructuring. I'm comfortable with this. Now I can walk. Right? Why not grind some points at the chapter 4 grind spot? I don't care.
Thanks to just
start.
best.
Bad start.
For it again.
Not a good start.
The world is cold. Destiny my fair.
Oh. What is happening?
Thou of purity.
Why am I not in? Why am I still in the first phase of the fight? I don't understand. Why am I still in the first phase of the fight?
I do have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Oh, I thought I fucking jumped back into it. I did not. Wait, what is he doing? What the fuck was that?
I do have some of his spark.
Wait, what? What is happening?
I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! blind sky, swifter than shooting star.
Come on.
I'll shake the stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder.
Oh shit!
Bury this.
Broke my ass. Oh fuck! That's bitch moves right there, dude.
Yes,
That's bitch moves right there, Chad. You see that shit? That's a bitch ass move right there by him.
Somehow seeing you stirs memories.
Bitch.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where you are, divergence from his.
What am I doing? Look, actually, where am I here? Wait, is that fucking phase 4? What is he doing? Isn't that phase 4 shit? Oh! No!
The world knows every stir of your mind.
No! No! Oh my god, I survived!
In my training days, my mother told me a gate and a cord without seams can't be undone. And now I see you. Present confinement is of our own divine.
No!
Your inherited gift alone does not shield you from harm. You sprang out of the rock.
Comedic effect, comedic effect time.
Care to try this again?
Comedic effect time, comedic effect time, comedic effect time.
Easy feat, and will test you relentlessly. You too seek glory.
One more. One more. There we go. Not bad. Oh shit! No, 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 no! Hit him, hit him, hit him! There's not any time to fucking launch this shit, huh?
Ready to start.
Yes, get him! Get his bitch ass!
Your destiny.
Oh shit! Come on! That does not melt away at his fucking thing as advertised. To be honest. Oh no! No! What the fuck's he doing?
I'm not him, Telfro.
You can hit pause and use a medicine to heal. Oh, my eyes. Oh, that's it. That's all I got tonight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We got so fucking close. And I am him. So fucking close, but I am him. But that's all I got for tonight. I'm sorry, chatters. I love you all, but my eyeballs are bleeding right now. Okay? This fucking guy is... I am him. He says you are not him. He's wrong. My eyeballs are bleeding right now. Okay? This fucking guy is... I am him. He says you are not him. He's wrong. The amount of improvements that we made... Can we get a quick Hawk Tua before you go? Hawk Tua, man. Hawk Tua. Spit on that fucking thing. He did. And he did. If we're being real, he did. He spat on my fucking thing. Anyway, love you guys. Tomorrow, we will be dining on the delectable tears of the conservatives who are like, why does nobody care about Donald Trump being shot? This sucks. You know, that type of shit. So, get excited for that. Elon tweet? What do you mean? What else did he tweet? He was like, why is nobody assassinating Biden and Kamala? I saw that one. Anyway, thank you to all that kept the tab open. You know, we got fucking big gaming numbers in here for a little bit. You know, for a brief moment, it felt like there was 30K watching me game. Made me feel good. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Uncle Uger's face sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on A at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.